Hey guys, please forgive me. I had something come up, so I had to go address that real quick. So I apologize because um, we were live for about 15 minutes, then I had to step out, run an errand, but I am back now. I am now back. I am here and ready to go. Let's get some more people in the chat room. First, hit the like button, share, subscribe. Once again, guys, we are now trying to hit, we want to hit the 200,000 mark. This is the 100,000 subscribers. We're now trying to hit that 200K mark. So, looking forward to that. So, again, guys, please like, share, and subscribe. Make sure you go to dynastymir.com. Also, visit Donfo, DANFO, Donfo.Africa. Tours Nigeria, August 8th through the 17th. Again, August 8th through the 17th. If you'd like to join us in Nigeria, hit me up, visit donfo.africa. Then we are rolling to Sierra Leone, November 20th through December 3rd. November 20th through December 3rd, Sierra Leone. We will love to have you guys. Again, we will love to have you guys again. November 20th through December 3rd. Also, citizenship is available to those who qualify. Once again, citizenship is available to those who qualify in Sierra Leone. All right, reparations, California, Cali. So, by definition, I am FBA ADOS by definition. Also, I am a native Californian, born and raised, Kaiser North, Sacramento, grew up 21st and Florin in the Garden Block, went to Calvary Christian School off of 47th. I don't think the school's there anymore. I think they turned it into something else or sold it or did something to it. I don't know. I think the church is still there. It was a private school. I went to private school all my life until I went to University of Georgia. University of Georgia was the first public institution that I attended. But went to Calvary Christian School, uh, 47th Avenue. Then with the Christian Brothers off of MLK for high school, graduated from there. So my roots are from Cali. So technically, I don't know how they're going to do this as far as who is eligible. If you have to be a resident now, or I don't know how this is going to work. It's going to be very interesting who they're going to say is eligible. So I know they already kind of said that, and if somebody who is more versed in regards to the reparations in Cali, you are more than welcome to call in. You are more than welcome to call in. I'll put the link in the chat room. Again, I'll put the link in the chat room. So, with that being said, this is something I am rooting for. Before the stream got interrupted, I know there were some people in the chat room saying that people like me and Brandon, Pan Africanism Strikes Back, and Kala, that we're trying to sabotage reparations. Never said that. It's well deserved. It's just I'm not gonna hold my breath. I'm not gonna get my hopes up too high. If it comes, it comes. If it doesn't, I'm not gonna lose any sleep. And like I said, they could cash at me my reparations. All right, they could cash at me my reparations. So, anyways, I hope that this passes. It goes through. We get our reparations. And I'm gonna get to that. I'm gonna get into Kamala Harris. That's why I brought her up. I'm gonna get into Kamala Harris, Stacey Abrams, Maxine Waters, because they're not pro reparations. They're not. All right. So this is going to be interesting because they're not pro. Here we go. Stacey Abrams, Kamala Harris, Barack Obama, um, Maxine Waters, they're not black first, okay? They're not ADOS, FBA first. They're minority first. They're for colored people first. All right? That's what they're for. That's what they're for first. So anything that's going specifically to black people, nah, that's not gonna happen. I promise you guys. Listen, I'm willing to bet that somewhere down the line, they're saying 2023 is when I guess this study or whatever's going on, whatever's supposed to be introduced to the California Senate or the governor or whatever. By between now and then, you're gonna have these I'm sorry, black politicians on the left, Democrat, not the white supremacists, not the white Republicans, not the racist white Republicans, is gonna be black politicians who are gonna get in the way and say, you know what, we can't just do this just for black folks. We got to include everybody. We got to include all the minorities. We got to include all the colored folks. We can't just do something for black people. I'm telling you, that's what's gonna happen. Case in point. Hold on. And see, this is who you guys voted for. Kamala Harris. This is her right here. Hold on one second. Let me pull this up. Hold on one second. Guys, give me one second. Let me play this real quick. Guys, do me a favor. Hit that like button as you come to the chat room. Let's see here. Speaker. There we go. Bam. Got that. Oh, there we go. There we go. All right, so I'm gonna play this for you guys. I want to play this for you guys. Hold on one second. Share screen.
Well, listen, again, we had over 200 years of slavery.
We support reparations for Black people.
Well,
do you support reparations for Black people?
Well, listen, again, we had over 200 years of slavery. We had Jim Crow for almost a century. We had legalized discrimination and segregation, and now we have segregation and discrimination that is not legal but still exists and is a barrier to progress. We have disparities around housing. We have disparities around education. We have disparities around income. And we have to recognize that everybody did not start out on an equal footing in this country. And in particular, Black people have not. And so we have got to recognize that and do something about that and give folks a lift up. That's why, for example, I'm proposing the LIFT Act. Give people who are making $100,000 or less as a family a tax credit, which will benefit and uplift 60% of Black families who are in poverty.
So by default, it affects Black families, but there's not a particular policy for African Americans that you would explore.
But no, if you
She just said no. There's not a particular policy intended for African Americans. Guys, I'm telling you, this woman, all right, anything specifically for Black people, this Reparations California, watch her, AOC, Oma, whatever her name is in Minnesota, Maxine Waters. Just watch. Watch them try to get involved and sabotage it and include other groups, other minorities, including LGBTQ, white ones. Watch them try to involve white LGBTQ, IA, everybody. Watch them try to involve everybody else.
Look at the reality of who will benefit from certain policies. When you take into account that they're not starting at the same place and they're not starting on equal footing, it will directly benefit Black children, Black families, Black homeowners, because the disparities are so significant. So if we focus on the specific issues that have resulted in the greatest disparities, and we understand that that's part of why we're doing it. Listen, the reality also is this: any policy that will benefit Black people will benefit all of society. Let's be clear about that.
Any policy that would benefit Black people will benefit all society. Guys, listen. And again, I should be able to benefit from reparations in California. But if you guys really think that they're strictly going to give reparations to only Black folks in California, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. It's going to be the color and minority rainbow, whatever you want to call it, coalition, who's going to benefit from reparations in California, not just Black folks. I'm sorry. Y'all gonna lead. You guys are gonna lead the charge, do all the heavy lifting, and then at the end of the day, they're gonna other people are gonna benefit from the reparations of California.
That. Let's really be clear about that. So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit Black people.
Guys, did you see she started, I ain't gonna do anything. I ain't gonna only do anything that just benefit Black people. I mean, did you guys see that? Just the disrespect. Listen, I know this is not what you guys want to hear. I mean, let me play that.
Clear about that. So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit Black people.
I mean, this is who y'all voted for. Listen, she rolled her eyes to the back of her head to let you guys know she ain't doing shit for y'all. Oh, hold on! I gotta play this again. This is who y'all marched and shook your booty to the polls for. Right? Hold on. Divine Nine, but she an AKA. She an AKA. She know the struggle.
Will benefit all of society. Let's be clear about that. Let's really be clear about that. So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit.
My bad. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. She got down bad. Miss Kamala Harris, are you gonna do something for Black folks? Hold on, Let me run it back. Hold on. Let me run it back. Hold on.
So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit Black. Let's be clear about that. Let's really be clear about that. So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit all of society. Let's be clear about that. Let's really be clear about that. So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit Black people. No, because what?
Oh, hold on. I didn't have it. Hold on. Let me hold on. Let me oh, my bad. Let me put the video back up. Hold on. Here we go. Okay, my fault. Here we go.
Let's be clear about that. Let's really be clear about that. So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit Black people. No, because whatever benefit.
Hey guys, one more time. Hey, listen, just one more time. I gotta play it more. I gotta play it one more time. Hold on.
Clear about that. Let's really be clear about that. So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit Black people. No, because whatever benefits that Black family will benefit that community and society as a whole and the country. Right?
Hey, listen. I mean, I guarantee you that if something happens, listen, this is who y'all voted for. I mean, all you can do is laugh. Like all you can do is laugh. All you can do is laugh. I mean, this is who y'all voted for because you had to get rid of the orange man. That might not make invitation better. I ain't gonna do nothing just for Black folks. Hold on, I gotta go this way. Hold on. I ain't gonna do nothing just for Black folks. Huh? I ain't gonna do nothing strictly for Black folks. Hold on, you gotta go this way. Hold on, one more time. Hold on. One more time.
Let's be clear about that. Let's really be clear about that. So I'm not. Let's be clear about that. Let's really be clear about that. So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to do something that's only going to benefit Black people. No, because whatever benefits that Black family will benefit that community.
Hey man, but guess what? We got rid of the orange man. Listen. We got rid of the orange man. We got rid of the orange. We got rid of the orange man. Listen, we got rid of the orange man, y'all. But hey, so listen, like I said, I hope and pray that we get reparations. I hope this California measure goes through. But again, I'm telling you, people like her, AOC, what's it called? The Fab Four or the five, so whatever they call themselves. I guarantee you they are gonna try and sabotage it. I guarantee you. Oh man. Oh man. So hey guys, links in the chat room. I'll go ahead and put the link in the chat room if you want to call in. I'll go ahead and put the link in the chat room. I'll go ahead and hit. I'll put the link. If you want to call, I mean, all you can do is laugh. Like at this point, all you can do is laugh now. Listen, like I said, Donald Trump came to Atlanta and said, look, I got $500 billion for y'all. What's up? Instead, y'all chose. That's who y'all. That's who y'all chose. Donald Trump said, I got $500 billion for y'all. Y'all said no. Instead, he went with the guy that said, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. And no. So do something for black folks? No. What? Do something strictly for black folks? No. Y'all chose. No. There's going to be no cash. So basically, with the reparations in California, and this is the other trip bag too. This is the other trip bag too. So I think one of the measures they're saying with the reparations bill in California is that they're going to raise minimum wage. What can you buy making minimum wage? In California, what can you buy making minimum wage? What can you buy? What can you buy making minimum wage? Minimum wage. Listen, guys, like that's a win. Okay, you guys' reparations will be in the form of minimum wage. So all y'all working at Popeyes, Church's Chicken, JJ's, McDonald's. Hey, what are they again? Like Philip, Mr. Lindsay, what is it? 15. I'm dead serious. They want to that. Hold on, let me pull this up. I'm gonna pull it up right now. Hold on 1 second. Here we go. No, here we go. Hold on, let me. I'm trying to find this part. Hold on 1 second. Let me share the screen. Hold on 1 second. But it literally was minimum wage. It was minimum wage. They talk about business grants. Here we go. California's reparations task force releases first of the two reports detailing the state's history of slavery and racism and recommending ways the legislature might begin a process of redress for Black Californians, including proposals to offer housing grants, free tuition, and to raise minimum wage. So how does this work? Is this minimum wage for the Black folks that work at Church's Chicken and KFC? Again, is that how it works? So basically, if you're Black, descendant of slave, and if you're working a dead-end job, a minimum wage job, flipping burgers at McDonald's or Burger King, you will be eligible to get your hourly salary raise from what, $15 to eight or $16 to what, $18. I mean, this is a joke. This is a joke. Philip, what's the minimum wage in California now? Someone, what, $15? What is it now? $15? The minimum wage in California. What can you get? I mean, it's a joke. I mean, now I would say this: the free tuition. But guys, the thing you got, okay, here we go. Pat, shout out to Brandon. Brandon, if you want to call in, go ahead and call in, Brandon. $15 working a 4-hour shift. Oldest trick in the book. Yeah. So what, you gonna get your minimum wage to what, $18 an hour? So if you black, you working at Popeyes, you put the fries in the damn you cooking the fries or whatever. You working the fry line at Popeyes. Yeah, you gonna get, instead of getting paid 15, it's gonna get raised to $18. This is a joke. Now I would say this: the free tuition, but I just know, guys, listen, I know it's gonna have so much red tape to this. Like I said, hey, if I could get my master's degree for free at UCLA or Stanford or USC or one of these UC schools in California, man, I'm all for it. I'm all for it, but watch. Go ahead, Brandon.
Hey, can you guys hear me okay?
Hear you just clear.
Yeah, man. I used to be in management for a lot of years, and when they talk about minimum wage, I'm a person who's conservative, so I'm 100% against the idea of minimum wage for reasons just like this. You set the minimum wage, and the companies, they feel like you're forcing them to do something that they don't want to do. And so what they do is they adhere to the rules, but they find all types of loopholes to where the rules will benefit them. So when you start making mandatory minimum wages and stuff like that, it's like it's totally ignorant of the reality that most workers are lazy when it comes to how they are being paid. So as a person who was in management, you tell me, hey, that's kind of what I did. I was a problem solver. I was in marketing and just different, moved around. I moved around in different positions, but I was the guy where they were like, Brandon, this is what's going on, and how do you fix this, right? And so what I would do, and what I actually did, I've done this before. You just reduce everyone's hours, right? Because the veterans are getting paid more than minimum wage. So the guy who's the hothead who's been there 10 years, you figure out a way to just terminate him. You know, reduces out. You might have to, if he's not in a union, you just reduce his hours down to the point where he's ready to quit, and then you get rid of him and you bring on two new, young, fresh, energetic workers, 4 hours apiece. So they're both fresh. They're going to come in there chomping at the bit, ready to work hard. And you basically take what he makes and you pay two people with it, right? So you benefit yourself. And then those two people will probably quit when it's not enough for them. So you basically create a revolving door with that job. And that's ultimately what this $15 minimum wage does. The reality is, if Kamala and all these people were the Democrats that they claim they are, they would be encouraging these people working at McDonald's and stuff to unionize. Because if they unionize, then the workers would be able to work out a contract with the
And
company.
Brandon, let me ask you this: my last job was anti-union. When I worked at Centos, they were anti-union, and basically their argument was there's no benefits in it because the California labor laws, or labor laws in general, pretty much protects you from everything. But so what are your thoughts on going union?
If you're a Democrat, go union. You're going to get screwed over in the end, but hey, that's what Democrats do, and people believe that protects them. It really doesn't, because the unions are in bed with the corporations. I'm going to do a show on this later, so I'm not going to talk too much about it, but look at the Teamsters. I had Teamsters out here when I did my canvassing, when I was talking about voting for Donald Trump. they were telling me, one of my smartest friends, he's a very smart guy, and he's the only person who ever gave me a smart reason for voting Democrat. He said, well, Brandon, I'm in a union, and Joe Biden is pro-union, right? And, he's a truck driver. So a lot of truck drivers, the Teamsters Union, supported Joe Biden. Intelligent man. Now, if you look at the article last week on the New York Post, New York Times, it talked about the Teamsters are now at odds and pissed off with the Democrats because of the price of fuel. So you voted for Democrats because you were loving the idea of them supporting the union as a Teamster truck driver, but now they're screwing you over on the fuel costs. So ultimately, voting Democrat resulted in a reduction of pay. All this is about is knowing your worth. If you are a person who's dumb enough to go out and work for $8 an hour, that's what you're going to get paid. And if you don't, and if that's what they're offering and they're not going to move on that position, that means you need to start your own business. See? And that's what America's about, starting your own business. This idea of working for somebody into late age is a totally un-American concept. That's why the worker always gets screwed. Centos was anti-union, and for good reason. How is being in a union, having a guaranteed wage, going to incentivize people to get their ass out there and cold call, like the name of your book, right? You have to operate based on an incentive. Centos cannot survive with a bunch of lazy ass people who don't work hard to garner new contracts because they know that they got a certain amount on a paycheck coming at the end of the week. And this is the same thing with the minimum wage. Recently with my job, I went in and I demanded a $5 raise. My boss told me, hey, I'll give you $3. And I took that $3 and I kept it moving. And one of the reasons why I demanded a raise is because I said, hey, some guy flipping burgers, he's making 15 to 17 bucks an hour. Now me, I was making about $25 an hour, and now I'm making about $28 an hour. I wanted 30 because that's what my friends are making, and they was clowning me. But I got 3 and I was okay with that. But at the same time, I had to be prepared to, if he said no, to get the hell out of that job and go find something else. People these days, they don't believe in themselves. So they just take whatever the corporations tell them they're going to give them. And when they have a problem, they complain to the government. And the government tries to fix the relationship, and the government cannot fix problems. They can only make the problem worse because they never approach things on a micro level. It's all macro. So now, minimum wage is $15. Guess what? Huge layoffs. You got skeleton crews working at these jobs. Everything's productivity is down. You're getting rushed out of the damn drive-thru at Jack in the Box or wherever you eat your fast food, and now your experience is overall bad. So it's not. There's really no benefit to it, and also the cost of living is gonna go up. And this is my last point. People have to look at businesses and even housing for what it is. You have a business. You started this business. You took the risk and invested your money and time. How the hell can someone come and tell you what to do with your business? They can't. It's egregious. And that's the way business owners, corporations, and landlords look at it. How dare someone who doesn't know me, who made no investments in this, took no risk, tell me what to do with my stuff? And that means, guess what? You're going to get the worker or the person, the tenant, they're going to get screwed over every time.
For sure. Yoga, go ahead.
Can you hear me, brother Amir?
I hear you just fine, loud and clear.
Yeah, I agree with the brother. What the brother is saying. They're gonna the ones that's on the bottom gonna get the short end of the stick. Now, with this whole thing of the title of your show, how they with the Kamala Harris thing, you're pointing out, and a lot of us are pointing out that they use this putting somebody with melanin in their skin, the same skin tone, but they're carrying out the objectives of the things that's gonna just keep us like in America in the rat race, like the brother's pointing out. And until we literally break out of the situation where you go to work for 20 years and retire and all that, we're gonna get the same results. So they're using the same tactics and the same tactics. They're continuing to work. We're putting a dent in it. The newer generation of pointing this out and calling it out. We're in the first stages of it, and it's creating a movement. And people are looking at alternative ways of getting the results for their life, because the situation, it boils down to they use the corporations to play with the necessities that we need: the food, clothing, and shelter. Until we actually get to where you control the food, clothing, and shelter, that's the game of the politics. The Democrats, the Republicans, is just a tennis court game, because they can continue to do this to the bulk of the society, because the bulk of society, we buy into their system where they control the housing, the water, and the food. And it brings everybody to along when they say, oh, this, oh, that. Now, I want to point this out. I was got my first job at the Atlanta Fulton County Stadium back in 1993. I was 13 years old. And I remember minimum wage at that time was $6.25 in Atlanta, Georgia. And
listen, I had my first job when I went to UGA. My freshman year, I reported early in the summer, and I worked in the library at UGA, reshelving books. I think I was making like $5 or $6 an hour.
Yeah.
But it was like to the point, like it wasn't even work. I just stopped going to work because I'm just like, well, I mean, I was working like maybe 2 hours, 3 hours a day, like maybe 3 days a week. I'm on full scholarship. What the hell I'm going to work for? I just stopped after taxes and stuff. It wasn't no point. I just stopped going.
You should have kept working there.
Yeah, and the $7.25, it didn't help the poor then, and or whatever. And I remember the big thing. We're gonna raise it to $8. And the poor, the hood still was there. Now I look back at it 20 years from then and say, okay, if they go from whatever to 15, it's still not gonna change the system, everybody. They're just gonna raise the prices of everything else, and the gap is still there. So if you thinking the dollar amount is gonna do something good, no, you not change the minimum wage. We need to be looking at changing our place in the system, and that's what'll get you what you want.
Let me say this. First, I got one point. Dynast, you're right. These Negroes want to talk about Kamala Harris as a tether and she light skinned. They wasn't saying that when they was out there voting for us.
Yeah, they voted for.
Dynast, yeah. They called us coons. They said we was traitors to our race. Yeah. Oh, Brandon, you and Dynast and sold out. Now that we are right, we were right. Now all of a sudden they're trying to move the goalposts now. She was the chosen savior of Black society. Now that she ain't doing what they want her to do, she's a tether, she's this, she's that. FBA ADOS voted for Kamala Harris and Joe Biden at a clip of 90%. You take the L, don't say nothing else. Don't start trying to bring up different aspects of her character. You knew she was half Asian. You knew she was part Asian and part whatever before when you was voting for her, because
Indian.
Yeah, Indian. We brought that up. Now, my second point is this. Yeah, the change in the numbers not going to change anything. And I don't even think that this is a huge bad thing with the price of living going up and stuff like that. Here's why Black people are complaining about the price of living. Because Black people are radical individualists. We bought the lie of individualism from white people. Everybody think they could do better by themselves. And so when you try to pay for a 2-bedroom apartment and 3 kids on $7 a month, it's not going to work. You're going to cry yourself to sleep some nights, because it was the economy was never intended to work that way. So what Black people are really getting mad about and railing against is not the idea that the cost of living is going up. Black people are pissed off at the idea that they might have to start depending on each other again. That's what
there
really
you go. There
That's
you
what
go.
got us pissed off because we don't want to have to depend on another nigga. We want to do it on our own. Baby mama don't want to depend on baby daddy. Baby daddy don't want to depend on baby mama. They damn married. That's a totally out of this world idea to them.
Mm.
America was made for families. That's it. That's why a single person pay more higher taxes than a married couple. Why? Because America has always incentivized people to get families and start businesses. This is totally opposed to the black paradigm as we see it. So I hope the cost of living go up to the point where niggas are living on the street because maybe that might provoke them into working with one another because that's the only way. And I hope they abolish welfare, Section 8, and every other entitlement program that
Nah,
continues
nah,
to
Brandon. You know,
Can I ask Brandon a
Brandon,
question?
hold on, yo, but Brandon, if they abolish all that, it's gonna be blood in the street,
Chaos.
more
chaos.
room for me. Hey, listen, bro. If they abolish Section 8, do you realize that the housing bubble, there will be cheap housing available for me and you to buy, Dynas? You don't
No,
understand.
no, 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 no. I
You would
disagree,
get
Brandon. No, Brandon. Here in Atlanta, they've already pretty much got rid of Section 8 in the city. Like Section 8 is pretty much gone, and the housing is going up.
It's on
yeah,
the
but
outskirts.
no,
You got to go on the
no.
outskirts.
But if they get rid of Section 8 and move all these Negroes up out of them houses out in the metro Atlanta area outskirts, we can then go buy those places because the price will be cheap because then the market will be over flooded. It'll be a huge amount of supply and it'll be a very limited amount of demand, bro. These people are taking up space. They're occupying spaces that they shouldn't even be in. And I'm saying get them out. Move them on down to Mississippi Delta or wherever they want to live walking around barefoot in the dust. If you don't want to work for a living and take care of yourself and take responsibility for your own life, you deserve to be in whatever position you're in. And then we can make a real case for lowering taxes. Because I'm tired of paying for these Negroes.
Can I say something to that?
Go ahead.
All right, Brandon. Just like you pointed out, in our community, we kind of been trained and developed to look down on living more tribal, living like how the Mexicans live when they come here. They live more family oriented instead of trying to be rugged individuals, like you pointed out. I say this. Just like I'm gonna look at it, just like these rich millionaire white billionaires look at it. Hey, how can we capitalize on it? Because a section of us are not gonna change. They're gonna continue to be like, hey, we want to stay on the bottom, and we what the handouts are. We're gonna make a living off the handouts, and we always gonna complain. That's gonna be our position in America. I'm looking like this. I'm gonna start building some of these modular homes, these container homes, these small studio setups for these rugged individuals. That's all they're gonna be looking for is a handout, and they're gonna want a little small setup for them and a couple kids. And I'm gonna start redoing, and just like they did the projects in the 20s, I think the brothers that's really progressive with this, I'm gonna start doing projects, small, efficient units out in the countries, out in the outskirts of these southern cities, and then petition for the government to, hey, yeah, I'm fund me, subsidize it, just like you did the projects in the 20s, because it's not going to change. So we need to look at it as it's going to be our money maker also. It looks cannibalistic, but we gotta start looking at it. We can make money off of them also.
Well, hey, let me say this, Dynas, you're a real estate person. I will give you guys all $1 million idea if you're in real estate. You guys need to start getting comfortable with this idea of these gated communities and start making all black gated communities and you pick, of course you get qualified people moving up in there, and within those communities you can put small multi-family units and you only rent them out to black folks who got some sense. Everything is about to be like fortresses. You see those movies with like a zombie apocalypse, how they like all the rich people go live in some high-rise building and they call it like the tower and they have security in front. This is where America is going, and you're going to have to make you a gate, and everybody outside the gate is going to be at the mercy of whatever. But the people inside the gate are going to be under the protection of under their own protection. They're going to
Of
be
the
doing
community.
it's already going there. And this is what I'm telling black people. This is what you need to be focused on. Because if you like me and you own a home where there's no gate around it, there's no gated community, it's not within a gated community or nothing, you're gonna be vulnerable because it's only a matter of time until these bums and hobos start busting up in your house trying to take what you got. Because if you push a man to that point, guess what he's going to do? He's going to start trying to take what he wants. This is human nature. This is the law of nature. You better build a gate around your house, and if not, you better go sell that house and move into a gated community, an area that you can secure and defend. And you don't have to do it in a bad way. It could be some luxury stuff. That's what I'm noticing with white folks. They're going in gated communities. They're not entertaining this idea anymore. I'm gonna have a standalone residence. No, because they see. Look what happened during the George Floyd situation. They let people destroy property, destroy people's houses, all types of stuff. Because what they're doing is they're getting you accustomed to chaotic situations, right? So when they pull back, the different rules and parameters that maintain civility in the city, they want you to already be adjusted. The people who are smart enough to see it are going to be adjusted versus the people who are just going to be caught up. What you need to do is get you a piece of property, 1 acre or something, and just make it a campground in the middle of New York City or something, and you'll make a bunch of money, and you just cause the Negroes to be able to pitch their tent up over there because that's where most of these people are going to be living. And black people, we are already the number one most homeless population in America. We're the
Right.
number one homeless population. Even in LA, we represent like 80% of the homeless. And what have we done? We've resorted to living in tents now on Skid Row in different parts of the city. That phenomenon is only going to it's going to become more prevalent because we've been dependent too long. So now we don't even think in a way to where we formulate our own solutions. We just step on down to the next lowest level of existence. And it's going to get a lot worse before it gets any better. So everybody better be preparing themselves.
Brandon, are you in the ATL? What city are you in, bro?
I live in Long Beach, California.
Okay, well, I just experienced this today in Atlanta. So anybody that know about the ATL, the metro area, up in Cobb County, East Cobb, that's what Newt Gingrich, you got high level money brothers, educated brothers and Caucasians up in the East Cobb area. I just experienced the East Cobb area. Anybody know what that Delk Road and all that going back towards Chattahoochee River?
Over 75, yeah.
Yeah, those hotels and all that down there, they are packed with transit people that are homeless from other cities.
Off the exit, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and they all of the hotels are packed, and they're like all the restaurants and going up and down the street in pajamas. And I'm like, this is East Cobb. Like, what is going on? And I went to North Point Mall in Alpharetta, and it was like that off the exit at Holcomb Bridge. I was like, this exit looks like Cleveland Avenue.
Off of Holcomb Bridge, it was like that.
It was like Cleveland Avenue. I saw so many like overweight Caucasian dusty women with suitcases walking up and down. It was packed. It was like families. I was like, why are all these people's not buses up here like this? Why are all these people at the gas stations and at the fast food places like with suitcases out in front of the KFC and stuff? And I was like, oh, all of the hotels are packed, so it's overflow. So a lot of people that came homeless and came to Atlanta, and it's not even those extended stay rooms available for them.
Hey, let me say this real quick. So in the comments, I see a lot of people, oh, it's because the immigrants that you Pan-Africanists push for and all this shit, right? That's all Black Americans know how to do. Deflect. These little 4 million Black immigrants is not the ones that's gonna make you homeless. It's all these Hispanic immigrants and everything else that's gonna make you homeless. But they want to try to find any way, all roads for the new FBA ADOS lead back to Black immigration, even if it has nothing to do with Black immigration. Also, you hear people say, Black America is going to be reduced to a permanent underclass thanks to Jim Crow Joe letting immigrants in. See, we say this stuff as if it's already a foregone conclusion. And when you hear people talk like that, primarily FBA ADOS, that shows you Black people's minds don't even move towards self-reliance. How the hell? That's like when someone said, hey, Brandon, we going to make you get on the ground and eat dog poop. And I say, see, I'm going to have to get on the ground and eat dog poop. Like, I'm going to just let that happen, right? That's where we are in our psychological development, in our social development. We look at things like a helpless public. Look, they're going to do this to us, and it's all because of this. Dude, what are you going to do to stop that from happening? Because you can affect change. But Mitt Romney was right when he was running against Barack Obama. He said, look, some people don't want, and he was talking about black people. This is what he heard his campaign. He said, some people don't want to take responsibilities for their own lives. And that's what you see in the comments. Dias, you hear a black man talking about we're going to become a permanent underclass because of Jim Crow Joe Biden. Becoming a permanent underclass ain't got shit to do with Joe Biden. Are you
Right.
going to get out and do what it takes and do what is necessary to not be the permanent underclass? Because I'm in front. I got a bunch of Mexicans around. I'm at Starbucks. I see these Mexicans. I see these Asians, these Indians even down here. A lot of Indians that came into Long Beach. They aren't gonna let that happen. They will live in a house with 30 people before they become a permanent underclass. They will go to McDonald's, buy a 4-piece chicken nugget, and share that bitch before they let somebody make them a permanent underclass. Black people, we want to give control of our lives to everyone else. We want to let them make the decisions for us and just go along with it. That's why you got idiots like Tariq Nasheed, Professor Black Truth, Black Authority. This is what they say: no black agenda, no vote. Have they written up a black agenda, Dinas? No. So what is that? What do you think that means? That means they want white folks to write up a black agenda for black folks. They think white folks is going to write something up that's going to benefit black folks. Instead of writing their agenda, doing the work, saying, look, if you go and you promote this agenda for black people, we will support you in this way. We don't want to do the work, Dinas, and it's time for us to stop deluding ourselves. Like Dr. Claude Anderson said, we operate within a social delusion where we think that there's going to be some white savior who's going to come and deliver us into the promised land. I look on these different FBA sites, they over here celebrating any white person who says something like, hey, I want about Ann Coulter or something. She said
Right.
something about black Americans and how immigration is hurt. They posted her. She understands it. That's what we're looking for. We're still looking for a white Jesus, man. And Biden wasn't it. Then it was Kamala. She turned out not to be it. And now we just gonna look for the next white man. And it's not gonna work. Get off your ass. Get to work, build something, take care of your damn badass kids before they robbing me and stealing my wallet in 10 years, like Chris Rock said. If you don't do that, you're going to be broke, you're going to be poor, you're going to be helpless, and I'm going to tell you something, you deserve it. If your kids ain't got enough, they deserve it because their mama and daddy ain't shit. So either you going to be something or you going to be nothing. You got a choice right now. And whatever you choose, I wish you all the best with it, and I don't feel sorry for your ass at all.
Hey, Brandon, we have a question in the chat room. Do you think Donald Trump is the savior?
No, I don't think Donald Trump can save black people. What I think is Donald Trump is willing to work with black people to save themselves. Donald Trump will at least listen to what you're talking about, whereas Joe Biden just says, hey, shut the hell up, nigga. We'll talk about it after I get elected. And when he got elected, he no longer wants to talk about it. With Trump, and I know this is going to make a lot of people emotional because we love to retreat into our feelings when the truth comes out. From evidence that I see with Donald Trump being president, this ain't got nothing to do with him before president or even now. What I saw when Donald Trump was president was Donald Trump was willing to listen to what black people had to say. Nothing more, nothing less. Black folks who wanted to get some shit done, they went to Donald Trump, they got it done. The ones who want to sit up and be on their high horse, I ain't talking to Donald Trump and stuff, what did they get? Nothing. So either you're going to work with them or you're going to work against them. At least with Donald Trump, that's an option. With Joe Biden, that's not even an option. He won't even listen to you. So which one you think is best? The one who won't even lend you an ear to hear what you're talking about, or the one who would say, okay, run it by me and let me make a decision on it? And we have proof that that's what Trump did. Even when we talk about these different rappers, may they all go straight to hell. And when they were in jail and getting arrested and stuff, look at ASAP Rocky. He was over in jail in Sweden. Donald Trump was like, I don't even know who the hell ASAP Rocky is. I don't give a damn about him personally, but my wife knew him, and some of my black friends hit me up like, yo, go fix that. And Trump got on the phone and fixed it. That was Trump's work. Now look at Brittany Griner over in Russia. What's the difference? Biden don't give two shits about Brittany Griner. Don't even talk about her. Won't even get on the phone about her. And if you are an emotional black person who still thinks that that's better than a president who will actually say, "Oh, I didn't know about that, but I'll get on the phone and make a phone call to see what I could do about it," then you just ain't shit and you're a traitor to your race, and that's okay. There's a lot of race traitors in our ranks.
Being Pan African is race trading.
Being a dusty Nigerian is race trading.
Calling people out is race trading. So
Brandon, he went against his own people, man. He not one of us no more. We are officially taking him out the group.
You're Nigerian, so you're right. Why is it this phenomenon of naked white women around Starbucks?
liberalism.
Dude, California's going to the dogs literally, and black people think that's the bomb. Yeah, let's do it.
Oh, hey, Dynast, you're muted. You're muted, Dynast.
Yeah, here we go. Look, Kamala Harris. She's speaking at the AAPI conference. This is, like I said, she's man. I don't know what else to say.
Hey, I was going to do
She
I was going
smoked
to do a
weed.
video on that. But hey, this ain't, listen, Dynast, that ain't nothing new. This is just what they've been doing for the last few years in the back room, behind the scenes.
Look at that. Hold on. Look.
Being black is no longer convenient for her. So now she's going to flip flop back to Asian.
Well, we ain't black. We freedmen.
Right, free. You free, all right. Marshall Dixon is going to carry out a victory. The dude can't
Hey,
control the emotions.
they're gonna make the Freeman Brew again, and it's gonna have all LGBTQ flags everywhere.
Y'all can keep making fun if you want. We done filed the paperwork. So the Congress has gotten the paperwork. We're gonna get our reparations.
Notice, they filed the paperwork with the same government that won't raise the minimum wage, won't get control of the cost of living, the same government that is totally fine with 8% inflation going up to 9%, talking about you're going to feel the pain. But
do you know how the Supreme Court works? You know that they have different cases that they have to hear first, right?
I get it. They got, and ours is on the bottom of the pile. And it's going to keep getting put to the bottom.
Because you keep filing things as black. You are not a crayon. We are freedmen.
You might be right. I've seen the light. I've
Hey,
converted.
hey,
The
can I
problem is the problem is we keep on referring to ourselves as black when we really Hebrew Israelites. And the minute we start acknowledging that we Hebrew Israelites, the Red Sea's gonna part again, and we gonna find reparations at the bottom of that bitch in the sand. See, that's the difference.
You can make fun all you want. You can make fun all you want. We in Israel already.
We gotta wait for the Most High, see, because the Most High, he was a little bit sleepy and working in mysterious ways, but he about to wake up and he about to correct his ways and come and deliver us up out.
Well, what's Africa doing for you? Africa ain't doing nothing for you.
No, Africa is terrible, dude. We need to go back to Israel. Wait, we already in Israel. We need to find out where the ancient location of Jerusalem was in Israel.
I'm willing to bet if we look at birth certificate records, you ain't even one of us.
No, I would bet that if we look at birth certificates records, I am a pre-op transgendered woman, furry fellow, Wolf Clan.
Frederick Douglass called himself a freedman, right?
You know he had a white wife too, and you know Marcus Garvey had a white wife.
Okay, what that got to do with anything? Why are you bringing up the man's bedroom? What that got to do with anything?
So the truth is, maybe getting with white women is the true solution, because them brothers showed us the way.
Umar was just with a white woman. Y'all ain't say nothing about that.
It was Thirsty Thursday. You better stop playing. Don't be playing with big. Hey, wait! Can I tell you the truth bomb? Can I tell you guys the truth bomb about Umar right now?
Go ahead.
I would ordinarily never say this, but this is funny as hell. Do you know that how he calls himself Dr. Papa? P-O-P-A?
Yeah.
You know where he got that name from? This is 100% facts, totally verifiable. I used to date this chick, right? And Umar be in her inbox. and she gave him that little pet named Dr. Papa, and he started using it. She told me that. She hit me up and was like, "Yeah, I'll be talking to Umar in the inbox." She was like, "I don't know who gave that name Dr. Papa," and I
No,
thought
it's
that
Big
was
Papa.
so
It's Big Papa. It's Big Papa.
whatever they call him.
Man, y'all Pan African is messy as hell, man. Look, we all free men, and look,
Hey, Umar got good taste because she's fine as hell. I used to date her. She's fine as hell. So,
Mhm.
hey, I know he's about the pro-black with the women stuff because if he talking to her, he definitely own the chocolate. You know what I'm saying?
it ain't. Look, man, what we have to do is everybody needs to look at the birth certificate records. You need to start filing with a Secretary of State in your local state. Dynasty, this ain't funny, man. You see, you're laughing, and then you gonna miss out. Now, I guarantee you.
Hey, guys, look, I need to give. I need to get my. Hold on. So, Gas, what you said? I need to get my status correction.
Exactly. Once you correct your status, you see, that's why. Why do you think our schools don't get the proper funding? See, it's all a technicality. You guys don't study law.
Well, I mean, they don't get it because we're a bad tax base. I mean, let's just be 100% real. I mean, most of the school revenues come from the local tax base, which I don't think that's particularly the worst idea. But Black people had political capital a long time ago to at least eliminate something like that, to where everybody gets like the equal amount or something. But once Black folks move away from other Black folks, and they get that good school tax base, they're reluctant to even fight for something like
Well,
that.
all
So
black
Wait,
folks ain't the same.
wait, Rifleman. Nah, bro. A stranger taught you that. See, that's the problem right there. See, these strangers then lied to you about the way taxes work and you believed it. What you have to do is you have to go do the ethnographic research, ethnographic, and go back down to Virginia because Nat Turner never really existed and Harriet Tubman never existed. And the white man taught you that they did. These strangers taught you that. And now you talking and you believe them when they tell you about the tax code, bro. Brother, it's not gonna be able to work like that. You're gonna have to go and find some real sources. You're gonna have to go pay some websites to get some real documents because Google and Wikipedia are not verifiable or valid sources, bro. So I'm sorry to cut you, but I had to put you up on game. These strangers taught you that, and when you understand
You
it,
can make fun all you want, Brandon. At the end of the day, the immigrants see you out there with your Pan Africanism. What is Africa doing for you and Dynast? Y'all go to Africa, get malaria, you come back sick, and our healthcare system, my taxpaying dollars got to fix you guys. Stay in Africa.
we can't stay in Africa because we ain't citizens. We immigrants over there.
So why
Hold
y'all
on.
over here in my country?
Now,
Why y'all in my country?
All right, bro. Hold on. Hey, America First Rifleman. Go ahead.
Thank you, Brandon, for enlightening me. I have to do some more research. I was under the false impression. I've heard these talking points for years, but I need to just do my research and I'll come back to you on that. Anyway, the original thing I came to kind of add to when you were talking about the union talk, or like hardworking or blue collar Black folks that like to vote for Democrats. I have a truck driver friend, and he was telling me about how the gas prices are going up. He told me a story about how like Flying J and like Pilot, I think that's like the same company, where they are like responsible for like 20-25% of all diesel sales and like 30% of DEF that goes to the trucking internally. And so Union Pacific has been forcing them to cut up to like 20% or 25% of their shipments around the country, because they're trying to up these green initiatives. So what they're doing is trying to artificially up the gas prices to make it expensive so they can move in with electric vehicles and other alternatives to fossil fuels. And all the people that are pushing this stuff at the federal, because the the Flying J guy or whatever CEO testified to this during like Congress or whatever, that Union Pacific was forcing them to do that, and it's spiking the price. But anyway, Democrats are highly invested in EVA, electric vehicles, and all that stuff. So they're trying to. So all you folks that voted for this, you're voting for your own demise, especially if you're like a truck driver and all that stuff. So Democrats, man, they're trying to go on both sides and like take you down. So I just thought that was really interesting.
That's why you got to vote as a freedman.
So one more time, America's First Rifleman. So I know Flying J, that's a big truck stop. The Flying J and Pilot, big truck stop. So what are they doing again? Repeat that one more time.
The people that are pushing Union Pacific, like Union Pacific is a big train. Yeah, right. They do bulk diesel around the on their train cars. So they're pushing companies like Flying J to lower their percentages of their product, which is gas, and DEF, which is diesel exhaust fuel or something. Anyway, to lower that for to hit green goals. So they're trying to. So people that are invested in electric vehicles and like Tesla vehicles and all that stuff, they're trying to artificially push the price of gas up so they can bankrupt a lot of truckers and independent businesses, and then come in with on the tail end like a lot of big financiers.
So this isn't a conspiracy theory. This
no,
the gas.
No, it's not. It's not. They're trying to blame it on greedy gas CEOs. That's that talking point. They're like, oh, it's greedflation happening right now, but it's really they're trying to, and it's really a plan that they've been trying to do. They want electric vehicles because they think that's gonna help the environment and make every body sing kumbaya, which is not the
Rifleman. That's the whole thing. They're not doing it because they think green cars, electric vehicles, going to save anything. They're doing it because that's who's paying them to push this agenda. They know. Let me tell you something, Dynast. I'm gonna tell you something you might not know.
Hey, Brandon, real quick. There's a lot of feedback coming from.
That's not me. That's not me. That's right. But okay, I'm gonna teach
you, bro. That's you.
That wasn't me. I don't got no feedback. How do you hear me better now?
That's a whole lot better. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna teach everybody something they don't know. Do you know that a gas-powered car, right? If a gas-powered car, I'll give you a quick test. If you ride a horse 70 miles, right, Dynast? You get on a horse with a saddle and you ride that bitch 70 miles. And you get in a car and you drive that car 70 miles. Which one of those two things, a car or horse, produces more CO2 emissions, which is what destroys the environment?
The car.
Dynast, you got an answer?
The car. Well, over the horse and buggy, the car.
That's a lie. The horse emits more CO2 emissions than a car does going 70 miles. This is a fact. Okay? So, this whole idea, green cars are more whatever, they're not. They actually hurt the environment even more than gas-powered cars because of the disposal of the batteries and all the different bells and whistles that come on the car. But the point is, they're not doing all this stuff, raising the gas price and stuff, because they truly want to save the environment. They're doing this because those green energy companies are the ones giving them billions of dollars to promote this agenda. And the thing I was going to say about towards Rifleman was he's totally dead on about every single thing he's saying.
But Brandon, CO2 don't destroy the environment. CO2 is carbon dioxide. You mean carbon monoxide?
No, CO2 is what is emitted.
Is what you breathe out. Yeah, that's what humans breathe out.
Right. That's what they're saying destroys the environment. The issue is not the CO2. The issue is we're chopping down all the rainforests, so the trees that would ordinarily absorb that CO2 and turn it back into oxygen, they're not able to do that as effectively because we are destroying
Now you see
rainforest.
why we need our 40 acres and a mule.
Exactly, exactly. So really, the solution to this would be to plant more trees, but we don't want to do that, and there's no money in planting trees. So we got to make it be about, oh, because you're driving a Range Rover, that's what's polluting the environment. CO2 is a natural part of our ecological system, just as much as oxygen is. Think about it. Fossil fuels come from the earth, right? So they can't really hurt the earth. But when you chop down trees and use them to make paper and pencils, that is taking something out of that cycle. So it's a closed cycle. We're removing a certain aspect of that cycle, and the cycle is breaking down. That's normal. That's basic science 101. So if you're all into green energy, you're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about.
Hey,
And
it's like pretty much it's like Obama and the Solyndra debacle years ago.
yeah,
That's all it's about. They
he
want
gave
their
them billions.
green Democrat buddies want their little government bailout like everybody gets.
Hey, look. So the point I'm making right here is this: black people.
So what that got to do with immigrants that y'all support?
Listen, FBA ADOS diners should literally be suing the United States government for the green energy deals, the new Green Deal, and all that, because these things are racist and they directly impact African Americans in a racist way. When you talk about laying off truck drivers, that's one of the industries that we are in large numbers, right? When you talk about switching to electric vehicles, that basically is something that has a negative impact on people who are poor. And we make up a large number of the working poor in America, and most of us can't afford a Tesla or any type of electric vehicle. We should be asking for reparations or even government funding based on that. We should have some type of legislation passed where you talk about affirmative action. The government should be giving us rebates on the purchase of electric vehicles because it affects us disproportionately. Are we doing that? Are we thinking of creative ways to demand money from the government that will actually work? No,
Because niggas like you running off to Africa.
that's
Hey,
but
hold
no.
on. But hold on. Pan African strikes back. Hold on 1 second. We gotta go ahead, Jamil. Go ahead, Jamil Davis.
Oh, I just wanted to correct the narrative that Pacific Union controlled a lot of the gas. It's one of the ways that it's transported, but a very small way. Most of the fuel goes directly from the oil field or where it's coming out of the ocean to a refinery through a pipeline. The pipeline then goes to different places throughout the country. Trucks take that from the pipeline or from the refinery or whatever pipeline company there is, and then they move it to the gas stations.
Well, I didn't
Pacific
say
Union doesn't
that
have
it
that
can
power.
control. I didn't. No, hold on. You might be misunderstanding. I didn't say they control anything. What I'm saying is they're putting more regulations on people like Flying J to get it to their stations, and it's impacting prices. That's what I was saying. I wasn't saying
That's completely not true. It's not impacting the price. It doesn't have barely anything to do with it at all. They might move it from a refinery a few miles. Most of the stuff is moved through the pipelines underground. That's just how it works. So somebody see a lot of times these
Well, this is
people
what
who
the CEO
control
was saying when he was talking to Congress. This isn't me just
right. Yeah,
listening
but the
to.
people what you have to understand is the people who own the pipelines and own the oil refineries, they also have money in the media, so they can put out whatever narrative they want us to believe. But that's just not how it works. That has
I'm just
nothing to do
telling
with
you
it.
that the guy he testified in front of Congress, and also you have to remember the Democrats are pushing that it's greedflation. That's why gas is going up because the CEOs are lining their pockets, and it's
They
nothing
are.
else. So
I work
I
in the
mean,
oil industry.
obviously, but
They
they're
are.
all costs incurred to do business. I mean, let's just be honest. They're not trying to pass off every
Let
because
me
they
tell
know
you. Let me tell you.
if gas goes too high, people will start going crazy. So
Right now, every truck that moves the gas is moving about 9,000 gallons. They'll pay the truck driver somewhere around $100 to move it. Taxes are most of that money that gets taken out. Of that, let's say if it's $5 a gallon, that's $45,000 every truck. And they're moving thousands and thousands of those every day. They're making money hand over fist. And they're just keeping it. I mean, we'll be able to look at the numbers after every quarter of how much money they actually made during the quarter. All this crazy talk about, oh no, it's these regulations that are hemming us up. Those are white supremacists who own everything. They're talking points. And if you buy into a white supremacist talking point, you become a white supremacist. You cannot believe
Well,
the things
people
that they say.
like to throw around the term white
You're wrong.
supremacist like all the
What do
time.
you mean
Say that
throw it
again,
around?
brother.
It's a
That's
fact.
why they all
It's a fact.
Pan-Africanists. These guys is white
Hey,
supremacists in disguise.
hey, let me
You
just. Hey, Dias, do I have feedback right now?
Go ahead, Brandon. Go ahead.
You're wrong. He's wrong, and this is typical liberal talking points. Let's blame everything on the corporations. The
I'm
corporations
not a
on.
liberal.
Hold on,
I'm
whatever
an
you are.
African. I'm an African and a Pan-Africanist. I don't
Okay,
believe in liberalism.
I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you first and foremost. That's how I know you're emotional. This is wrong. The reality is the reason why the prices are raised is because of the government. The government is killing production of oil, right? Okay, I'll give you a prime example. Joe Biden tried to blame the rise in oil and gas costs on Vladimir Putin invading Ukraine. Okay, this is when you know liberals are lying, right? Because they try to blame other people for the results of what they're doing, right? Joe Biden tried to first blame the corporations, but when everybody did the research and saw that that wasn't true, he then started to try to blame Vladimir Putin invading Ukraine. But we knew that was a lie because my state, California, set record level gas prices in November 2021, 9 months to 6 months before Putin invaded Ukraine, right? When these corporations do what they do, they have to look at the market, the projections based on what the market is doing, and they have to operate in a way that secures their business. So when you talk about, oh, it's these white guys, white supremacies, that's a cop out because white
No,
supremacy.
it's not.
Hold on, white supremacy is giving your black ass a job right now, and all of a sudden, oh, but that guy's lines pockets. So what I ask all these guys to do first, quit your damn job first.
During slavery, they gave us a job.
I'm not done.
Still white supremacy.
Quit
You're not using your critical thinking
you,
skills.
you're
You have
not
a problem with
you're
thinking
not being
deeply
respectful.
into
You're
things.
not being respectful and let me finish my point. That's what you're
Why
not
would
doing.
you work for a white supremacist?
Listen,
The world is controlled by white supremacists.
Dias, in the
That's
world,
funny.
if you have a
And it's
business,
factual.
if you have a business,
So you
you
just don't want to quit your job if you work for a white supremacist. That's all you're saying.
rifleman. Wait. It's just pure hypocrisy, right? Listen, in the world of business, if you've ever run a business, you have to look at the future and see what's going on, and you make your adjustments by the future. When you're not able to get the government to approve your contracts for drilling, exploration, and building the infrastructure to go out and make and get and have access to oil, new places where you find oil, you have to do certain things to protect the interest of your business and all the people who work for you going into the future. What Joe Biden did was he created uncertain circumstances. He created unpredictable circumstances, which then incentivized the corporations to what? Raise their prices, which I still don't blame that on why prices are high, raise their prices in the expectation that in the future, their ability to make money might be greatly reduced. That is business 101. If you don't like that,
So then, if that's
Brandon,
the case, y'all
Brandon,
hold on,
hey,
brother.
Maximo.
Y'all laughing at my man Jamil talking about white supremacy, but y'all call yourselves black. That's white supremacy right there.
Gas him up. Gas him up. Stop, man.
Hey,
Look,
listen, this has nothing to do with white supremacy. This has to do with economy.
It actually has
If it was
everything to
white-
do with it.
No, it
You're not
doesn't.
educated about it, Brandon. You're not
look,
educated about it.
Jamil,
Now, if you can
Jamil,
stop talking, because you
wait,
talk
Jamil.
more than you listen or
Wait
think
a
it
minute.
is.
Wait a minute. Okay, if it's white supremacy, why is it affecting?
Can I explain it to you?
Wait a minute.
Well,
I'm
let
You
me
like
say,
to
I
talk
need
more
I
than
want to say
listen.
something.
gonna ask this one question.
You
Okay,
can never be
Brandon,
educated to talk
you
this
got
easy.
30 seconds, Brandon. You know, you Kamala, you know, y'all be going on and on.
All
You
right,
got 30 seconds,
listen,
Brandon. Go ahead.
listen. Yeah, because this stuff is so whack, you could just chop at it all day because it's baseless. If it's white supremacy, why is it having a negative impact on white people, both rich and poor? If this
Can
is
I
all about white supremacy,
Can I answer that?
Hold on.
Let me tell you why. White supremacists have always been fighting with each other. You haven't studied history. In the beginning, before they were banging on us, who were they banging on? Each other for power. Why do so many people in Mexico speak Spanish and in South America speak Spanish? Because white supremacists, who were the Spanish, the true Spanish, were down there conquering stuff. Why do we
Say
speak
that
English
again,
here?
brother. Say it again.
They were down there conquering stuff.
this dude just went from white supremacy within the same nation amongst the same people and tried to make it correlated to white supremacy practice fighting between different nations. This is
Because that's how
American
they call us
companies.
black. We
Hey,
get the
listen,
term black from negro, which is Spanish.
this
You're
is
not
American.
following me. You see, you talk
This
too
is
much. You
American.
don't think enough. You're not even
This,
following me. I went all the way over your head. And
no,
this is
you
sad.
didn't.
This
No,
is
you
sad.
didn't.
I did, because what you start talking about is way out of line with
No,
what I'm talking
no.
about.
You can.
Yes,
I'm gonna make a
yes.
straight point, bro. I'm gonna make a straight point.
You're not
You,
making good points, though. Your
you
points are not
just to
valid
you.
or backed up
Brandon,
by
we
any
cooking
fact.
you right now,
Well,
Brandon.
if the points are not good, why you gotta interrupt
You're
me?
not making
If the
sense,
points aren't good, why you gotta
because
interrupt me?
you're not based
I
in
didn't
truth.
interrupt
You're
you,
not
but
based. You haven't
but
explained anything. You just talk
but
a
I
lot.
didn't
You like
interrupt you.
talking. You like the
But
sound
I
of your voice.
didn't
It's not a
interrupt you.
good voice. I have a
But
much
I
better
didn't
one.
interrupt you. I didn't interrupt
Yeah, but
you.
you're
White
filibustering. You're not
supremacy is
making any
not
sense.
interrupting me right now.
Hold on, brother Jamil. Let's
Because
let this
black
man make a more of a
good
fool of himself,
White
Jamil.
supremacy
He
is
he
not
making an
interrupting
argument
me.
for us. He don't know what he talking about. Hold on, Jamil. Let's hear him.
Listen. So when people talk about white supremacy always winning on each other, you're talking about different nations: the French versus the English, Spanish versus the little Indians down there in South America. This is America. You're saying American corporations are hurting American people's ability to buy petroleum so that they can then go work for those same corporations so that
No,
they
that's
can.
not what I said.
I'm not
See what I'm saying?
done,
You don't
brother.
listen, bro.
I'm
You don't
not done,
listen.
bro.
That's
I'm
not what
not
I
done.
said.
Dinus,
Yes,
Hold
I'm
on,
stopping
Jamil.
because
We
you're
gonna get him.
speaking
Hold
out
on,
of
Jamil.
I'm gonna ask you the
Hold on,
question.
Jamil. Let's get him. We gonna finish him. He easy.
I can't get the listen. I can't get the point out, so I'm gonna ask
Okay,
Dinus the question.
Go ahead, Brandon. You got 1 minute, Brandon. 1 minute. You can do it in
Dinus,
1
I
minute. Go
just
ahead,
want to ask you the question. I'm gonna ask the question because this brother's too emotional. Let me finish. Dinus, corporations, right? Oil
Right,
companies, they
right.
are purposely attacking the pockets of the American society, right? Which then turns around and hurts their own corporation. Does that make sense? How do you? Why would
That's not what
you?
happened.
Why would you do
It
something?
doesn't make sense. It doesn't make
It
sense,
It
brother.
doesn't.
doesn't happen like that. That's
Oh,
why
okay,
that's not
okay.
what's happening. Nor is that
Dinus,
what I said.
Dinus, people are out here quitting their jobs because they can't afford to drive to work, and that hurts corporations. Why would corporations do something that hurts them? That's why I'm telling you his argument don't make sense.
No,
But that
because
ain't
the
what
way
the
you
man
understand
said.
it doesn't make
That ain't
sense.
what he said. Go ahead, Jamil. That ain't what the
Can I
man
add something?
said.
Can I add
Yeah,
something?
Hold on. Let's do this. Let's do this. Okay, America First Rifleman. Guys, don't interrupt. You got 1 minute, then we pass it back
All
to
right.
Jamil.
I'm
Don't
gonna just
interrupt,
be
guys.
all right. I'm gonna just be real quick and just add to what Brandon said a little while ago about how folks have bought into the green agenda where they're trying to shorten the supply of fossil fuels. Years ago, when your hero Obama was in office, he told fossil fuel companies, especially like I think it was coal, that he's like, we're just gonna bankrupt them trying to get a pass or get a permit to drill for, coal and all that stuff. So they can build up wind and solar power. That's it. So it's like, you don't have to talk about white supremacy. They have their rich friends, the elites, that are involved and invested in electric energy, and they want to kill fossil fuels to force people into it. And so they get money. That's it. You don't have to even talk about white supremacy. Brandon was
we do have
saying,
to talk about white
hold on,
supremacy.
stop interest. You couldn't even stop
I
being
thought you were
emotional.
done. You look like you were done.
No, I wasn't done. 1 second. I'm almost done. Our
Yeah, no,
people, look,
That was
Brandon
white
was saying
supremacy
that
interrupting you.
look, we should get rebates and all that for electric vehicles, because it's going to disproportionately affect Black Americans, because we depend on fossil fuels like a lot of people, but we depend on it, especially for small businesses like trucking businesses, that will decimate the Black tax base in America, and North America in particular. That's what he was trying to say. I don't know how you kept jumping to white supremacy all day, but that's all I had to say. Thank you for letting me come on the panel. Thank you, Dynast. Respect to Gassim, respect to Pan-Africanism, and I'm out.
Peace, bro. You know they gotta go against common
Peace,
sense.
peace, Freeman. Change that name from Rifleman to Black Freeman, man. You ain't one of them. Peace, brother.
Go ahead, Jamil. Go ahead.
Okay. See, the confusion is that the system that we are under was created by white supremacists. We still function under their system. They created the system. They run the system. If you go to any head of any system that is here, they are the ones who created it. We have to acknowledge that and understand that they control that system. So anything that is going on, it is them who is giving a nod to it. And I can break down where it is that they are controlling why we are sitting in a place of gas prices are high and it's affecting everyone, because they're greedy. And white supremacists don't really care about white people. They care about white people being on top, because that is them. So they'll destroy other white folks all the time, as long as it lines the people in power.
Dynast, this guy's out to lunch, Dynast. Like, this is the problem with this whole situation. We refuse to acknowledge that there are greedy corporate billionaires that are sitting on the side of the green energy companies. Everything is, the oil companies, the fossil fuels companies are the bad guys. There's no bad guy. There's no good guy. Dynast, these people are saying this. The oil companies is raising the prices of oil, which is making it impossible for people to buy oil, which makes their profits go down, right? Because of white supremacy. That's not how businesses operate, Dynast, and you have common sense like I do. There are
Man, you know what the game is? They're trying to change the game.
Hey, look, I didn't interrupt Jamil. Dynast, there are green energy companies that stand to make billions of dollars off of producing electric cars, producing solar panels, installing solar panels, clearing fields to put in solar panel farms, wind farms, all that. They stand to make billions. So what they do is they go into the government. They buy politicians just like everybody else, and they pay those politicians to push agendas that promote and perpetuate them making money. Jamil is wrong, because what he's doing is he's trying to heap everything on one certain group of corporations.
I haven't said that at all.
Not understanding, he's blaming oil producing corporations for high oil prices, and that's not what's going on. If you look at the numbers, if you look and he's wrong too, because he said, the pipelines cover the oil. Majority of our oil comes from tar sands in Canada, not from the ocean or none of that stuff. And you're right about it's coming through pipelines, but you're also wrong about the trucks and the trains that pull it into United States and move it around.
That's the business I'm in. Tell me about the business I'm in. Person who's never been in the business.
I just told
this
you
is good.
Wrong.
I want to hear this.
Wrong about where the majority of our oil comes from. So that's what I'll tell you about the business you're in and where it comes from.
I'm talking about the fuel that we use.
No, you're wrong about a lot of stuff, bro, but I didn't interrupt you. That's
bro, you're not even in the business. You're just making it up as you go along.
focus on the fact that you shouldn't be interrupting me right now. There are corporations on both sides. You're dumb if you're blaming oil companies for hurting their own profits and not
Straw
realizing
man
that.
argument. I didn't say that.
Listen, there are green energy companies that are operating maliciously within the government, just like there's oil companies doing that too. The corporations are attacking each other. Oil company really can't attack anybody because we got all these Americans who side with the green energy companies because we've been scared into believing that you driving a Lexus is destroying the environment. If these countries cared about the environment, they would go nuclear. Nuclear power is the cleanest source of power. That is also the most reliable. That
But I
has
got
the
a question.
lowest.
I got a quick question. What does any of that got to do with reparations and immigration? See, because you see, y'all Pan Africans like to get sidetracked from the real issue at hand. What's happening right now is FBA and ADOS, we are becoming a second-class citizen in our own country. And Dinah's running off to Nigeria to go be with the goddamn Boko Harams. You over there in Kenya drinking that dirty water, and none of y'all want to stay in America and fix this.
No, FBA ADOS is dumb because we're not smart enough to actually use the circumstances politically to our benefit. Just like me and Rifleman were saying, we could make a legitimate argument to the government for money for our community based on the fact that the raising gas prices and the move towards green energy disproportionately impacts Black Americans. So
It's
when
just an argument.
if Jamil says, "Oh, it's white supremacy," the next question I will ask is, "Well, then why the hell ain't Jamil and some other people with his senseless opinion going to the government and saying, 'Hey, wait, white supremacy is hurting Black people by going towards green energy'?"
Because you can't go to the government, because y'all
Hold
can't
on.
go to the government black. You have to go as a freedman. You see, y'all don't understand law. If you read Black's law, the minute you go black, that's color letter of the law. What ends up happening is you are no longer seen as an adult. You're seen as a minor. Once you go into the legal system, Dinus, why are you laughing, brother? I'm telling you some high science over here. You laughing. You see, they didn't teach this to you in school. They purposely don't teach this to our kids in school.
All right, Jamil. Okay, guys, don't interrupt. Jamil, go ahead. The floor is yours.
All right. Yeah. Brandon has a worldview from Trump, and I don't think he has thought about most of the things that he's saying. All of the corporations, I don't care if they're green, I don't care if they're the oil companies, all of them are run by white supremacy. And they have colluded together to ensure that there are certain classes. And their class is, let's get as much money as we possibly can. They're not going to give us anything. If we ask for reparations, they're not going to give it to us. We cannot beg anybody for something. That doesn't work. No man begs for something and really gets it. You know, not anything that's worth any value. If we want it, we have to go take it. And I don't think joining the Trump movement is what is really going to help us out. And it seems like, Brandon, you are a Trump supporting guy who just won't just say, "Hey, I'm straight MAGA." But that's what it is. And I don't think that's the solution for
I'm
us.
straight MAGA.
I know you talk like it. And Trump is paid by is paid by white supremacists. Most of his money comes from.
Damn,
That brother dropped out.
Hey, I just called my white supremacist friend to cut this nigga off, and it worked. Hey, dude, this guy's getting paid by a white supremacist. This is what I don't get. Black people act like they have this huge issue with white supremacy while going to work up under white supremacy, kissing white supremacy ass just to get a job. They turn on other blacks for white supremacy. FBA, the whole thing is based on worship of white supremacy. This whole thing is just, oh, he's Trump. I'm looking at what's going on and looking at and doing the research and telling you what's going on. Saying white supremacy don't do nothing for nobody because you need specifics. You need to know exactly what's going on. Not
to do what?
White supremacy, it's so that you can know how you need to live your life and operate to benefit you and your family and ultimately your people. Bro, it's like saying the game is rigged. Okay, now figure out how the game is rigged so that you can operate. Dynas, you play football, right, Dynas?
Correct. Yes, I did.
Sometimes the referees in the game are not on your side or you're playing at the opposing team's home field, right?
Right.
So you have to find a way to win, Dynas, right or wrong?
Right.
Okay, that's what these white supremacy did all this Negroes are. They're not
No.
smart.
Well,
They're not
how we
smart.
gonna win when y'all running
I'm
off to
not done.
Africa?
I'm not done. They don't have real intelligence. So what they do is they just try to, oh, it's white supremacy, case closed. That's totally fine. So
Brother,
how are
you're
you
saying
gonna,
I'm not smart and you've been
so how are you,
following Trump.
listen, I don't know what you are, but you know, if the
You're
shoe
speaking
fits
for
where,
yourself here, bro.
what I'm saying is,
I'm not going to insult intelligence
Dynas,
just because
Dynas,
I have a different argument.
you're
But you're not
insulting me
good
by
for black people.
interrupting me. You're insulting me by interrupting me. And you insulted me many times by interrupting me. Dynas, some people don't care about how to navigate through systematic white supremacy to come out with a win, right? We just want to say, it's all white supremacy. Everything is lost, abandoned ship. And that's what got black people in the situation we are in now. We know
Speaking of ships, when you gonna build Garvey's ship back to Africa again?
I don't
You
know.
over there in America, when you gonna get Garvey's ship and build that again, Brandon?
Dynas, would you agree that chalking everything up to white supremacy and just white supremacy is the boogeyman and Thanos? Do you think that that's going to help black people get anywhere, Dynas?
Never
Absolutely
did
not.
that.
Well, then you ain't introduced no specifics.
That's not my argument at all.
What's your solution, Ken Fox?
My solution is this. We as black people need to come up under the same umbrella of direction of which way we're going to go and unify. And once we
Beware the
unify,
Democrats.
say what?
Y'all are under the umbrella of the Democrats.
The Democrat, what does that have to do with anything? I'm not a Democrat. I'm a Pan-African. I am an African. So I don't even know where you're getting all of that. You're a Republican, which makes no sense at all.
You brought
We
up
need
my
to all
political.
be. Say
You brought
what?
up my political affiliation first. I never said nothing about which way you was.
You just said up under the Democrats, and you were aiming that toward me, brother.
After you called me super MAGA and all that.
Because your talking points are all from Trump.
No, my talking points are from me. That's the whole thing you don't understand. My talking points are from me. Donald Trump is just a white guy. If we agree on some things, that doesn't mean I got my opinions from him. That's what you don't understand.
You are not original in any of those opinions, brother.
Bro, you don't know me. You don't know my history. My opinions have been my opinions since I stopped supporting Barack Obama in the second term. My opinions didn't match his anymore. I have my own opinions, bro. You're trying to make me, oh, this is Donald Trump. No, you have to come to terms with the fact there are black people who don't agree with you. And it doesn't mean that they're working for whites.
It definitely does. I got to go, guys.
Obama wasn't even one of us.
Obama wasn't. I agree.
Like it been spit on then.
Have a good one. Thanks, Dynas. Long-time supporter, brother. Keep doing what you're doing.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
All right.
See, Dynas, we don't see black people. We have a real problem with this. We can't accept that all black people don't think alike. It's like, this is how we got into the, what you say, Dynas? You was muted.
Yeah, I said I agree. I agree.
Right. So what we do is say, if you don't agree with me, you must be working for the white man. I never accused that brother of working for the white man or working for white supremacy, although there are whites who agree with his ideology and his opinion. I live in California, so I'm around all these dummies. And then when you start laying out the facts, they're, like right now, Dynas, have you had one person tell you, yo, Dynas, voting for Joe Biden, I made a big mistake. Man, I'm sorry for calling you a liar, calling you a traitor and all that stuff, for telling me not to vote for Biden.
All the time.
Okay, so what does that mean? There was a difference of opinion, and those people were wrong, and they admitted it. But the vast majority of people will either just say nothing or just be like, well, the orange man is still bad. We have an opposing opinion. I know my opinion is going to be right because I've done the research. People
So
come with that
Brandon, you used to support Obama?
in the first term, yeah, because
Oh
we
yeah,
won.
Okay, so now
yeah.
Obama, so both of y'all, you can see how confused both of y'all gentlemen are. Because first and foremost, Obama is a tether. Now, if you were sitting down there thinking like a freedman, you would have seen right through it. We saw through it. We didn't vote for Obama. We knew what the game was from the very first time this dude came out.
Thank you, Gassimo. Thank you.
Shut the hell up, Gastama. Crusty ass. Hey, but seriously, nah, but we think, oh, if someone has an opposing opinion, they must be working for white folks. That guy is in the oil industry. But guess what? He didn't even know that the majority of our oil comes from tar sands. But then told me, are you in the industry? Are you in the industry? Then admitted that he didn't know that and tried to get at me on the second point that he made that I never disagreed with. Bro, I could work at a warehouse moving boxes all day long. That don't mean I know where the boxes came from. You feel what I'm saying? So we think having a job. This guy literally works for the same white supremacy he's talking about as the enemy, the oil company. But he's telling me I'm fucked up. That don't make sense. Quit your job if you really cared about it so much. Quit your job. We need to come under the umbrella. Well, quit your job and come under the umbrella.
Okay,
Well,
we got.
Kenya is a white supremacist name. So when you quit Kenya, then maybe they start quitting their jobs.
Okay, we got Trey. Oh God. All right, Trey. Here we go. Gas him up. You got some backup. You got the Freedman, FBA, ADOS, superhero now. Trey, go ahead, Trey.
Yeah, man. I just want to say thank you for bringing up Obama and Kamala Harris on this episode. It's two great examples.
Are you really thanking me? Really?
I mean, for helping the FBA cause that I'm pushing.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for bringing up Obama, a non-FBA tether. Hey, you gotta go over there a little bit. A non-FBA tether, and then Kamala, another non-FBA tether, for how they can undermine FBA, and adding to why Claude Anderson said we should have a study on how immigrants hurt foundational Black Americans. So Kamala is a great example, and Obama is another great example of how they undermine us as immigrant tethers politically.
These brothers don't want to hear that, man. They over there. Like I said, man, I see the video. Diners was out there in Sierra Leone eating some black rice and some fish or whatever he was eating. They look, man, they don't want to be African American anymore, man. They don't want to be freedmen. They're confused.
But what's interesting to me, though, is that Tariq Nasheed, Professor Black Truth, and Jason Black were warning us way before Kamala got elected about Pan-African energy, which is what a lot of FBA were under at that time. It's slowly changing because now
because back then they just admitted they were supporting Obama. You can tell by the way he danced. You can tell by the way Obama was dancing on Ellen's show. He wasn't one of us.
Let me say this right quick. Have we listened to Tariq Nasheed? Have we listened to Jason Black? Have we listened to Professor Black Truth? We would have known about the Pan-African energy that made us think, oh, look at Kamala. She's a Black girl. Oh, look at Obama. He's Black. We would have known that they were coming here to undermine us. Okay, but, you know, we got Pan-Africans undermining their message and saying they're just against us.
TH, first of all, you're wrong because Pan-Africanists were telling you don't vote for Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. Me and Dinus did a whole month of shows telling you don't vote for Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. When Obama was running, Black people were voting for him because he was Black, and Tariq Nasheed supported Barack Obama back then. If you go look at his old episodes, he was all about Obama. So you're lying there.
No, the same way you just said you voted for him the first time, right?
I'm gonna say it again.
The same way you just said you voted for him the first time, right?
Because you interrupted me now.
The same way you said you voted for him the first time.
I know you're hurting your fit. Listen, brother. What I'm telling you is,
did you vote for Obama?
Once, and Tariq voted for him twice. So Tariq voted for him twice.
No, once. He said once. So stop
he voted
lying.
for him twice.
You're lying.
Listen, bro. I don't need to lie because I remember when Tariq Nasheed was at Shades of Africa in Long Beach, California, where I live.
No,
he was talking with
now you're just lying. All
right. I'm lying. I don't make up lies. But anyway, bro.
Yeah, even from California.
Of course, you're pushing the FBA agenda because that bitch out of gas, so it needs a push. I feel you. But what I'm telling you is,
How is a
you
lineage
guys
out of gas? How is an
listen.
ethnic group out of
It's not
gas?
your lineage. A pimp made it up, and you
How is
hold
a
up and followed
lineage?
it.
How is a
How
lineage?
is it your lineage? Tell me how it's your lineage. Tell
Because
me how
were
it's
there
your
not
lineage.
black people here for the foundation of the United States?
Let me ask you a question. How is it your
Oh,
lineage?
whoa. Were there not black people here for the foundation of the
There
United
were
States?
Africans here. There were
Brandon,
Africans
you don't
here.
know
Were there
Crispus
not black
Attucks?
people here?
There
So
were
were there black
Africans here.
people here for the foundation of the United States?
There were Africans here. It's not
Okay, are
foundational black
Africans black
United
people? Are
States
Africans black people?
citizens.
Are
Listen,
Africans black people?
listen.
Are
Can
Africans black
you
people?
just asked me a question? You gonna let me
No,
answer it?
you're not answering. Are
You
Africans
just
black
asked
people,
me.
Mr.
You're not
Semantics?
giving
Mr.
me a chance.
Semantics.
You're not giving me a chance. It's
You asked
FBA
how I'm
called.
foundational, and I'm saying there were black people here
I'm
for
gonna
the
ask Dinus
foundation
the
of America.
question.
Are
I'm
you
asking.
denying that history?
I'm gonna ask Dinus the question because I can't get my there.
Yeah, because
Dinus,
you're denying
is it
black people are the
called
foundation of America. That's
Dinus?
slow.
Is it called foundational black United States citizens? They said they was here before America.
But okay, oh, you're semantics, boy. You're
Okay,
semantics.
so I'm
So
semantics.
there were
So
no
here's the
black
thing.
people here for the foundation of America,
So,
is what you're
okay,
saying.
I'm semantics. So can I have my turn? Since
Were
I'm
there
semantics?
black people? I need to get further. Before we go any further, I need to know: were there black people here
There
for the
were
foundation of the United
Africans
States?
here. There were
Are
Africans
Africans
here.
black?
There were Africans here.
Are Africans are no longer black?
You guys said
Since
that.
when? Since
You guys said
when?
that.
Since when?
Hey,
Since when?
Dinus.
So
They
why are
said
you
the
saying there were no
Africans
black
ain't
people here for the foundation of the United States?
I mean,
black.
there
Dinus,
were Africans who were taken from Africa that were
Okay,
here.
I'm gonna ask one more time: were there black people here for the foundation of the United States?
there were Africans. We
There
gonna
were
I'm gonna
say
black
ask
people.
one
Africans.
more
He's scared to
time.
answer the question.
If an eighth grader, if an 8-year-old was listening, if an 8-year-old was listening to this, and you asked them, were there black people here for the foundation of the United States? What would you tell that 8-year-old?
There were
Of course, he
Africans here.
gonna say that there was black people. Man,
Hey,
look,
That's what
listen.
I'm
These
saying.
two
Dinus,
brothers
This is
went to
what
public
we up
school.
against. This is the
Dinus,
undermining we're up against.
Exactly.
Like you
Dinus
can't
and
Dinus,
even
Brandon went
admit
to
that there were
public
black
school.
people
That's the
here
problem.
for the
Dinus,
foundation of the United States.
They went to
Dinus,
a
He
low
can't
tax
even
based
he can't
public
even fix
school.
his mouth to say that.
Dinus.
Huh?
TH. We get it. You gonna keep repeating the same thing. I got it. Dinus,
And you
do
don't keep
you see how
denying that there
1
are
minute?
black people here.
Dinus, do you see how 1 minute they try to disown the African and say they not black and all this stuff? Then all of a sudden, oh,
No,
they
they're
black
not
America.
foundational black.
You just said Africans was here and they blacks, right?
But they're
Yes.
not foundational. You get what the brother's trying to
Like
explain to
you
you?
don't get the
Guys, look.
logic, you don't get the
Wait,
You know
delineation.
what
stop.
You don't
foundational means?
understand delineation.
Dinus, let me say this. Guys, can you guys stop interrupting me? You
I'm saying,
just
bro,
said,
you're
listen,
making no sense.
brother, can you stop interrupting me real quick,
Hold
though?
on, TH. Let him hang himself some
Let me
more.
say my point.
All
Let me
right,
hang
man. Tell me
myself.
how there weren't black people here for
Let
the
me hang
foundation of the United States.
myself.
Go ahead.
Let me hang myself. He said, were there black people here when the United States was founded? I said they were Africans. He said, aren't Africans black? Right? So that means Africans are foundational black Americans, right, Dinus?
Right.
If they're
So what
here
is
prior, if they're here prior to the USA being founded.
we
Prior to
all
the
told
USA
you.
being founded,
That don't
yes.
even make no
If you
sense,
come here
man.
after the USA was founded as an immigrant voluntarily, you're not a foundational black American. I don't know how you
Exactly.
don't
They
get that.
came here after people like us fought for them to come here.
I don't get how you don't understand that you're not foundational if you weren't here for the beginning of the country.
These
He
guys went
just
to
said
public school.
that Africans were blacks. So that means Africans are foundational black Americans. Then when I
Whoa,
said, then he said
whoa,
Africans are
whoa.
not foundational black. You got to make up your mind, brother. You don't know if you coming or going.
Do you understand why California AB 3121 said prior to 1900? Does that make sense to you?
Do you understand that
You
Tariq
don't get it. You
Nasheed?
don't get that, do you? You don't
Do you
understand that.
understand that Tariq Nasheed, Jason Black, Professor Black
Okay.
Truth told you don't vote for Democrats, but they never told you who to vote for or what you should do politically
Yeah,
other
they
than
said
give them
vote for
money?
somebody who gives reparations.
Who
They
did
don't
they tell
have
you
to
to vote
tell us
for?
who to vote for.
They said vote for somebody giving tangibles. It was saying it makes no sense to vote when your interests aren't being represented.
I think Trump offered you
It
500
was
billion in
called
tangibles.
Tangibles 2020.
I think Trump offered you 500 billion in tangibles, and FBA didn't want that. Right or wrong? Right or wrong?
Right.
Because I know me and Dinus, right? Me and Dinus
Right.
came out and said, look, vote for Trump because that's who's offering something. We put our reputations on the line. The reality is, you guys are following a bunch of fence
No, wait.
straddling
No, I've
rules.
never seen
You
anybody
don't
offer
Hold on,
reparations yet.
TH.
We
Did
said vote
Trump?
for reparations.
TH, let me
Hold
Vote
finish.
on,
for
TH.
reparations.
TH,
Who
wait a minute.
offered us
Didn't Trump?
reparations? Who
TH,
offered us
wait.
reparations?
TH,
Hey,
hold on. Let me catch him.
hey, can
Who
I
offered
finish?
direct cash payments to foundational Black
Hey, can
Americans?
I finish? Can I
Who
finish?
offered? Now I'm gonna ask you that question. Who offered
Donald
direct cash
Trump,
payments to foundational
Donald
Black
Trump
Americans?
offered you $500 billion.
No, and how is he going to allot those payments directly to foundational Black Americans,
We'll
descendants
never
of
know
American
because
slaves?
we didn't support him. FBA didn't
Oh, because
warn.
we know he wasn't about to do that. It
Hold
wasn't reparations.
on, TH. Wait, let me catch him.
That wasn't reparations, bro.
TH, hold on. Let me catch him right
The
now.
same way they got the wall, right?
Wait, TH, hold on. Let me get him.
The
First
same way they
off,
got the wall, right?
he
Politically
calling Donald
mature.
Trump. Wait, TH, listen to this. They calling Donald Trump. Didn't Trump call these Pan-Africanists shitholes? And they still run into them shithole countries? Look, Dinah's laughing because he knows. Every time he go to Nigeria, he's sweating, he hot, they ain't got no AC.
Hey, cow poop is all over the ground. I feel you. Hey, but the whole thing is, TH, I mean, you're a brother, right? But the whole thing is, you talking about these guys warned you, man. These guys are just con artists, man. That's it. They're not warning you. They're
Bro,
telling you.
I'm hearing you act like you don't know what a foundational Black person is in
I know
America.
this. What I know. I know what an African American is. It's an African who happens to reside in America, which
Is
is
there
what
a
I
difference
am
between the ones that
and
came
you.
here voluntarily and the ones that didn't?
Hey, listen, kinfolk, I don't take names from
Is there
pimps.
a
Only
difference
hoes do
between the
that.
ones that came here
Listen,
as far as the
listen,
cultural experience, as far as an
listen.
ethnic group? Did
Is the guy,
one group of
listen,
Black people in this country share chattel slavery, Reconstruction, Jim Crow,
yep,
great land
yep.
robbery, etc.?
And the Jamaicans and
Oh
everybody
my
else
God!
have the same chattel
No,
slavery as the
under the
Malaysians.
USA government,
Oh, let me
Under
ask you a
U.S.
question.
law.
Wait,
under the
let me,
same
Under
USA
U.S. law.
government,
Dinus,
under
let
this
me ask the,
specific USA
Dinus,
government I'm talking about,
Dinus, let me ask this guy a question. Let me ask you a
under the
question.
specific USA
TH,
government.
TH, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Because this is why I'm confused. Maybe today you can convert me to FBA because there's one thing about FBA that confuses me. If a person was in the United States, let's say it was 1815 or 1830, and they were on a plantation, they were born here in America, they were on a plantation in the deep South. The guy tried to run away a couple times. They said this nigga is hard headed. We need to send him over to Jamaica to one of these slave breaking plantations. Get this thing on the next boat out of here. And say this guy had a wife, kids, they all on the plantation, kids crying, Daddy, don't go. And he gets sold up the river and they take his ass out to the Caribbean to work on a sugar plantation. Is he no longer a foundational Black American?
That type of case, them unique special order type cases, they can take it up. Like when you go to, she said, when you go to McDonald's, you have them special orders, and they say, hey, just go to the parking lot and wait for me. We'll deal with those type of little dudes later. Whenever these little special cases, these made up unique situations that you can't prove.
Brother, there are hundreds of thousands of
Hey,
those
and then
cases.
when they find it and they pull them records, we'll deal with it. But for me,
Listen,
my stuff goes back to 7th in South Carolina. I don't got to do all that. Maybe he got shipped off, and who knows whether he got the boat turned around. And they told him no. We're gonna handle the foundation Black Americans, which 95%
Hold
of us
on, I got it. TH, wait, TH, I got it. He asked you a
95%
question.
of us can prove it easily. 95% of us can prove it easily. And you jump into this unique case to try to say, wait, that should blow it up for all of y'all. That makes no sense. And
TH, I want to ask him a question. Hold on, TH.
Let me finish this question, bro, because I really need to know. So you're trying to tell me that there were no Black people here for the foundation of the United States?
There were Africans here.
There were Africans.
And were so you understand? So there were Black people here for the foundation of the United States.
I don't.
They were Africans.
There was Africans here.
Africans, yeah.
So, but okay, so they were Black people here for the foundation of the United States. Yes
they
or no?
didn't call themselves Black. They were Africans.
Did they get categorized as Black?
They got categorized as slaves.
Did they categorize as Negro?
Negro was not synonymous with a Black person. Even even some whites were called Negroes.
Did they get categorized as Black?
They got categorized as slaves.
And are they now
hold on, TH. I want to ask him a question because he tried to be slick on you. So I'm gonna ask both of them a question.
This is what we deal with, like, bro. Just say.
That's what I'm saying. Hold on, TH. Let me get him.
Foundation of the United States.
Because what he tried to do. Oh, they ain't gonna admit it. TH, hold on. First off, you don't even gotta ask him no more because you know these are public school dropouts. They can't admit it. That's one. Here's the real truth. What he tried to do, you see, I know them. They real slick, right? You gotta study. They like Umar Johnson. They think they slick. He basically tried to ask you this one-off question and you rightly answered it, right? You said if you go to the parking lot. Now, if I take jollof rice and throw some hot sauce and some mac and cheese on it, does that make it soul food?
Yes. Hey, listen. Hey, listen, Dynas. This guy brought up Professor Jason Black. They just turned on Jason Black for saying B1 is Pan-Africanism. Jason Black made a slip up in his speech.
Oh, he said it's the new Pan-Africanism, as in the same way Pan-Africanism used to run Black thought in like the 60s and all that, when we thought we were all one, until we learned these tethers come over here and undermine us. Now the new thought that's taking over is B1, Black first, Foundation Black American first.
But y'all not saying Black first. But y'all not B1.
Okay, so you're gonna tell the person who invented it what he meant.
Listen. Oh, so you
gonna tell the person who invented the term what he meant, as if I didn't just watch these broadcasts.
You know what, brother? I can't do that. Now let me ask you a question.
The same way you just tried to say what I said. That brother, what you said, FBI only worried about Black immigrants. And I was like, no, we're talking about all immigrants. You try to take people's words and change them to fit some weird argument that makes no sense. I said we were talking about all. FBA is talking about all immigrants.
Hey, I was straight up with you. You said, you just said, Dynas, he just said, you heard him.
Wait,
he said,
do you think FBA is talking about all immigrants or just Black immigrants?
Kinfolk, just calm down. Listen.
No, you said we're talking about Africans only. I'm asking you, is FBA talking about all immigrants or just African immigrants?
Are you going to let me agree with you real quick? I'm agreeing with you on something. I'm trying to find some common ground right here.
Go ahead. My fault.
Listen, bro. Listen. You said you can't tell somebody who invented something what the meaning is. That's what you said, right?
I'm talking about Jason Black and
okay, so I agree with you. No, listen, I agree with you 100%, my brother. Now, Dynas and everybody on this panel can bear witness to this. Tariq Nasheed changed the definition of FBA damn near every episode.
No, he doesn't, bro.
Wait, brother, let me finish. He said that a mixed person who got a white mom and a white daddy is an FBA. Then he said that the little Chinese boy who tried to tackle Dave Chappelle because he's half FBA and he's half Chinese is not FBA. There was a big stink about that.
He said that. He did
say that.
Hey, Dynas, can I ask you a question?
Wait, TH, hold on, brother.
Okay, go ahead.
Hold on, brother. So then Tariq said that someone who was definitely FBA, Roland Martin, was an FBA because he had one Caribbean grandparent way back in the day, even though we know Roland Martin's FBA. Then Tariq called somebody else non-FBA just because he didn't like that person. So based on his definition of FBA is not based on his definition, Dynas. Pay close attention, all you Negroes in the crowd. Based on Tariq Nasheed's definition of FBA, the FBA is just whatever Tariq Nasheed says it is at the time.
Hey, Brandon. Can I just disprove what you're saying?
Why is he only worried about Tariq Nasheed?
Hey, Brandon, can I disprove what you're saying by reading from the official FBA website right now that I got pulled up? Hey, you know the website's been up for like 3-4 years now.
But look, let me.
Can I read off the website? What one? Can I read the definition off the website?
Let him read the website, Brandon.
They can go to. Hey, if you're in the chat right now, you can go to officialfba.com and scroll to the bottom. It says who is foundational Black American and who is not.
What's your last? Because
let me make my last sentence. So I agree with my brother TH. You cannot give a definition. You can't basically make up a definition that goes against the definition given by the person who created something. And based on Tariq's definition, who FBA is or isn't is determined by him. Right or wrong, Dynas?
Right. Go ahead, Trey. Go ahead.
Okay, but the definition I'm about to read, it matches almost virtually with California AB 3121, which is the eligibility requirements, the reparations movement task force, blah, blah, blah.
Say that one more time, brother. AB, say that again so the people can hear it.
It says a foundational Black American is any person classified as Black who can trace their bloodline lineage back to the American system of slavery. To be designated as FBA, at least one parent must come from a non-immigrant background in the United States of America. If a person's matrilineal and patrilineal lineages traces back to slavery in the Caribbean, then they are not considered a foundational Black American. How does a person trace their lineage back to American slavery? Question mark. The process of determining if you're a descendant of foundational Black American survivors of American slave trade is relatively easy. 5 years after formal slavery was abolished, blah, 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 the 1870 census provided the first detailed accounting of the Black population. And if a person can trace their lineage to the 1870 census, they are most likely a descendant of foundational Black Americans who were enslaved. It hasn't changed. It's been up. Anybody can go read it.
Exactly. These brothers don't read, man. You see, this is what happens when they don't read.
Just tell you something, and then you can go look it up yourself and then pick who's telling the truth.
No, because they want to just hang on to Tariq.
Hold on, y'all. We got hold on. Free game podcast. Go ahead, free game podcast.
What it do, man? What's up, y'all? So I'm FBA. My family is from America. I was, my lineage traced back to the 1700s. But I want to ask TH and what's his dude name? Gas, whatever. Gas something. Okay.
It's gas them up.
Gas them up. Okay, gas them up. We are FBA. Cool. But right now, Black people in America are degenerates. We are degenerate. We can't organize shit. And I think we are unrealistic. We're very unrealistic people. We are the face of degeneracy of all Black people on the planet right now. Everybody is on code with their own people, but us. We are a degenerate group of people. Now, today, 2022, we can't talk about what happened in the past.
I can answer you, but go ahead. I'm answering as soon as you're done. Go ahead.
We're not the same people anymore. We're degenerates. Most of our women are co-signing with anything the white man brings out. Our men are gang banging in the streets, talking about killing each other. And also too, we're like probably 2% of all Black people on the planet in America. I think we're very unrealistic about where we at as a society of Black people right now.
Oh, okay. Can I respond to that?
Yeah.
First off, in Nigeria right now, they just shot some kids in a church where these dudes is running to. You gonna say the Nigerians is degenerate? In Haiti, them people was eating mud cakes. You gonna say them Haitians is degenerate? You get what I'm saying?
Hey,
like you see, you done drank that Pan-African Kool-Aid. You don't even know your own kind.
Bro, my whole family is from America. Bro,
then you might as well move to Kenya with Brandon and Nigeria with Dynast.
Okay. Hey guys, one instance in Nigeria, bro, we've been killing people, bro. We have killed so many of each other. We forgot about most of it. One instance in Nigeria that we have done 1,000 times. We shoot funerals up.
Dynast, we just shot up a funeral. Dynast, I just sent you something in WhatsApp, and it reveals why Tariq on the FBA website put the 1870 census as the reference point for FBA. He's not slick. Only someone who's dumb really believes what he's saying.
Also, the 1900 census also.
No. In the 1890s,
that's on there too. It's right below it. The 1900. He says the 1900 census is also a good verification source because of the influx of immigrants to the USA at the time. The 1900 census had even more detailed information to include race.
But I didn't interrupt you.
I'm just saying, don't lie on his site.
But I didn't interrupt you.
He also has 1900. Go ahead.
I didn't interrupt you. In the 1890 census, Dynast, there was a huge fire at the census building. It destroyed a huge amount of the records. Most people in America can't trace their records back past 1890. And even in the
What are you
1900s,
talking about?
I'm
Genealogy,
not
foundation Black
done.
Americans. I'm going at
I'm not
1700s.
done.
1700 South Carolina.
That
So
is
many of
why
us
I
do that
can't finish never with these emotional
Oh
FBA.
yeah,
because you're
TH,
lying. Who can't trace their lineage
let him,
back?
let him finish, TH. Let him finish. Let him finish. Go ahead.
Yeah, man, I'm educating. You on here kissing Tariq ass, okay? Calm down.
I go
So,
back to the 1700s, dude.
All
no,
right, that's
you
great, TH. That's great. That's great.
yeah, you go back to behind Tariq's nuts so you can kiss him from the back. But the point is,
1700s.
these
No
records,
homo.
1700s.
these
No homo.
records, these records were destroyed, Dynast.
So
So Tariq,
how am I tracing myself?
listen. Let me tell you something, Dynast. You play football, right?
Right.
Okay, when I was playing football, I was the captain of the defense. My coach said, Brandon, there's only one lesson you need to know in life about being a man. I said, what is it, Coach Lewis? He said, never ask a man to do something that you're not willing to do. When Tariq shows me his record tracing his family line back past 1890 into the 1870s and 1809 and stuff, then I would not argue with him making that a requirement for everybody else. But Tariq will never do that. You know why? Because Tariq knows that his lineage will trace right back to
The
the Caribbean.
California Task Force is
But
setting up
hold
a
on.
genealogical
Hold
record
on,
service
TH.
to help
Hold on,
you.
TH. I want to ask him a
You're acting
question.
like they don't have
Hold on,
records of
TH.
us
I
in
got to ask him a
1780,
question.
Why do
1810.
they?
Like, he's talking to a
Got it.
foundational Black American right now that
You
can
can
trace his
bring
own
out.
stuff.
Hold on,
He's saying
TH.
he
I
can't
want to
do
ask
it.
him a question.
Hey, let me talk.
Hold on, TH. Let me ask him.
Let Brandon. Go ahead. Brandon, you
You
got 1 minute. Go ahead.
listen. You could find a direct point when they feelings get hurt because they jump in down and look. Tariq's lineage will trace right back to the Caribbean, where he is really from. I know people who knew Tariq when they were young, and they'll even tell you Tariq got Caribbean lineage. He's mad.
Brandon, you can't even admit that Black people, you can't even say the word Black was here. So why would we believe you? You can't even say that
Now, let
Black
me
people
ask
were
y'all.
here. So why would we
ask
believe
y'all.
you?
Let me ask y'all, TH and gas them up. Where are y'all getting y'all genealogy from?
My
census.
father does the records. In Alabama, we go back to.
Oh, okay. I have a woman, right? Matter of fact, Dr. York, Dr. Malachi York daughter. Not saying that she on the crazy shit, but he have a lot of children, right? She found all his children. She do work for the police and everything, right? She have been doing ancestry for about 13 years now. People hire her. She have a nonprofit. Y'all can go to it, right? You cannot trace your records back to the 1700s. And I'm talking.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Bro, she even told. Bro, I have.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. You ever heard of Crispus Attucks?
You can barely get to the 1700s. I know this for a fact. I know this.
No, a lot of us can go
So
back to
who
the
was
late
Crispus
1700s.
Attucks?
You can't
go
get the records, bro.
You
the
can't go
farthest record
past.
that I have.
So y'all don't know Crispus Attucks?
Hey,
my
free
grandmother was shipped off to Australia from South Carolina. That's the farthest, and that was in like 1828.
So okay, that's way before. Didn't Brandon just say that you can't go before 1870?
Bro, he is not exactly on.
He just said that.
You can barely.
He just so you're on record saying 1820 something. I'm on record saying the same thing. And then we got two foundational Black Americans in the room right now saying before 1870, and he's saying we can't do that.
People barely know how to write.
But I have a question. Why is Brandon and Dinah so caught up on Tariq as if Tariq is the only thing for freedmen?
Wait. Let's do one thing at a time. We got two foundational Black Americans in here with records before 1870.
No, bro. Y'all do not sit with genealogists, real genealogists that have the records and have done.
How you know what I do?
Dude, I go back. My last name, Hampton, South Carolina plantation, 1820 sharecropper. What are you talking about?
Ancestry.com have the most records of any.
Yeah, and my dad emails me stuff right now from there because people collect it. People collect the records themselves and they piece it together like a tree. They map it out together online by everybody doing their own stuff. People pulling stuff they have, death records, birth records. It's not that hard, dude.
That's cool. I understand that. I just found.
I'm saying in 1900s on California used a 1900 as a cutoff too. We can go, dude. We were here before that, and we know it. Like, what is we know that?
We know that.
So what is Brandon talking about?
We know that we was here, but
What is Brandon talking about?
I'm telling you, if they gave
No, I'm
up
asking
those,
you, what is Brandon talking about that we
I've
can't go
been
back before
summoned.
1900?
Hey, you would know what I'm talking about if you would ever let me make my point. Bro, what I'm telling you is this. You're saying, oh, I traced my record back. Me too. I traced mine back to 1809. That's fine. And you only did it on one side. You didn't do it on both sides. I know that for a fact. But look, you have millions of black people whose records were destroyed in that fire in 1890. Even the United States Census.gov has that on their website because there are millions of
That
white
doesn't
people.
change. That doesn't change
Hold on,
anything.
Kippo. I didn't interrupt you though. I didn't
But
interrupt you.
I'm saying you're making a
I
point
didn't
that makes no
interrupt
point.
you though.
But you're
But I
making
didn't
a point that
interrupt you,
makes no
brother.
point.
no, he's
Brother,
making a val.
Hey,
He's
let
making a
him
valid
finish.
point.
Hey, well, hold
He's
on. Let
making,
Brandon finish. Let Brandon
damn.
finish. Go ahead, Brandon.
Listen, there is a frequently asked questions page on census.gov. Why can't I find my family records past 1900? They have an answer on there. Dynas just looked at it. Dynas, you looked at it, right?
I put it up in the picture.
Yes, he put it up in his picture. It says, why can't I find my family records past 1900? They tell you there was a fire at the census building. If you got millions of whites asking that question to the point where they got to put it and address it on the website of the census, you know you got millions of blacks who are going to have their records lost there too. So what I'm telling you is Tariq is clever, bro. He knows what he's doing. He's a smart man. I'll give him that because he knows if he places the lineage right outside of right before the fire, right, 20 years before the fire, the majority of Black Americans and Caribbean people will not be able to trace their lineage back past 1890. That way, when you have that little group that can, he can say, oh, that's the real FBA. He's just trying to fracture the Black society down into a small enough group that he can keep tricking into believing that he has found a real distinction between Black people in the United States. That's
He's
all
not
this
the only
is.
person who delineates between foundational Black Americans and Black immigrants, dude. This is like known by professors. This is known by the California Reparations Task Force. It's not that difficult. You're acting like we don't know there's a difference between that came over here after 1960, the majority of Black immigrants, and the ones who were here for chattel slavery, Jim Crow, Reconstruction, etc. It's a different culture, different experience, and you know that.
But how do you know that your granddaddy wasn't a Jamaican that got off the boat in 1875? You wouldn't know
That
because
would make him a foundational Black American still.
no, it wouldn't. Because if he was a tether, as you say, and your grandma was
No, if
that,
you can, it's simple. If you can speak on the census, and if he's on that census, and he's that's foundational Black American. It's simple.
the census, bro. Okay, then you got a bunch of Caribbean people and shit who would be on the census. Even Caribbeans who live in
No,
Jamaica,
a bunch is different than all the ones that came
bro.
post 1960. A bunch is way
Even
different than all
Jamaicans.
the ones that came 1960. You talk about allocating a finite amount of resources. I would much rather have the ones you talking about that were here before 1900, as opposed to all of the ones that came post 1960. If you understand finite resources in a pie chart and you looked at it, the visual, you would know that it makes sense what we're talking about.
My question is, TH. I'm a foundational Black American just like you, but I am realistic about where we at. We're talking about Africans that basically own their own land. They can go in each other's yard. They can do anything they want. But in America, bro, we're not.
Hey, I wanted to touch on that. You made a great point.
We are not getting America back, bro. You're gonna have to die for it. And
Hey, you touched on a great thing.
We don't have enough people to die for it, bro. You're gonna need the help from the Africans. You're gonna need help from everybody else. And why would you fight for a land that's basically taken already when there's way more land for you in Africa?
How was this land taken before?
Frederick Douglass said that the American land is our fight. Frederick Douglass said America is our fight. He said,
bro, we talking
Africa,
about 2022. We not talking about
that's what I want. Free game. I wanted to touch on one thing you said. Free game. I fully agree with what you're saying. I played ball my whole life, blah, blah, and I just finished my master's in mental health counseling. Love Neely Fuller, how he said the number one strategy they use is racial classification confusion. So what you're talking about when you say foundational Black Americans and how degenerate we are, how
We are
horrible our
degenerate.
culture,
Yeah.
pause, let me just finish this. How degenerate we are, how horrible our culture is, how messed up we are, all the psychological ramifications that would come, all of the psychological ramifications that would come with the people that went through chattel slavery, had the complete transformation like no other group for 400 years, Jim Crow, mass lynching, great land robbery, that level of ethnic cleansing by the USA government and sabotage and terrorism specifically to our families, that would be more of a reason why we need to prioritize healing ourselves and not letting other people attach to our personal culture, which we're clearly is a unique ethnic experience
There you
and
go.
lineage.
There you go. There you go.
Well, you have to
Well
understand,
said.
you have to understand this. You're trying to heal yourself in a system that's not allowing you to heal yourself. Basically, in America is ran like a corporation.
Have
You'll never
foundational
be
Black
able.
Americans since the inception of America not always been the ones promoting and pushing for justice and creating it? Have we all not always had to bear down, rally with each other, and then fix America from within?
Keyword always.
Right
Keyword
now,
always.
bro, these people have they plan for the next 100 years.
They had the same thing with a plan in Africa
It's going to
too.
take you.
Can
It's going to
I
take
ask a
us.
question?
It's going to take us. They already have your plan
Dude, we're
ready
in a
for you.
global system of white
They-
supremacy, whether you know
Exactly,
it or
it's
not.
global. So
We're
going
in
to
a
Africa, what
global
is going to
system of
Africa
white
gonna
supremacy.
do? What is going to Africa gonna do? What
Hey,
is
let me
change?
tell you.
What is
Let me
change
tell
land?
you.
Listen. If you change land geographics and it's the same legal systems, everything being ran out of the Vatican and out of England and DC, it's the same thing. That's why Africa
It's not.
not
It's
built up.
not. It's
Hey,
not.
turn your
It's not.
camera off. Your
It's
ass is
right.
ugly.
Being in America is
Brandon
like
just saying
being in.
anything, man.
Hey,
Being in America.
Brandon, you just showed. I heard some of the ignorance you was talking, and that comment that you said that let me know that just confirmed what type of brother you
Nah,
are.
hey,
No, that
I'm
just
gonna
confirmed it.
be,
Now
hey,
Being
you
in
want to joke.
America
You want to
is
joke
like.
when the brother made a good point. That brother
hey,
that's up there in the corner right there. Now you want to go to making
hey,
jokes, but I can roast you
hey.
too, though, Brandon.
Nah, hey, actually, you're a handsome brother, man. You let the rest of the camera down, so I
No,
can
you
get
just
my
showed
big
your.
ass
You
nose.
just confirmed that you cowering down from what
Yeah,
that
Nah,
brother
Brandon, man, keep it. We're trying. This is
TH
real
said.
talk,
That
man.
brother
Brandon,
TH
let me,
made
this
a
is
good
real
point.
talk, bro. We're trying to have.
okay, let me, real
I
talk.
just pulled up. I went in my email and just pulled up
Real,
what my dad sent me about.
real talk, man. Hey,
Pause.
listen, you
Hey,
can,
Donis, can I
you,
tell him about the 1880
yes,
census real
wait,
quick
let me
with
make
my
my
own
point real
personal
quick.
FBA experience?
Wait, bro,
I'm
let me make
looking
my
at
point.
Hold on,
behaviors.
Trey. Hold on, Trey. Go ahead, Brandon. Go ahead,
Let me
Brandon.
make my point. Damn, y'all be talking. My daddy told me. Look, man. I love what y'all talk about with the bullshit, right? It's all good. Here's the problem. Here's the problem for me. This for me. There are millions of white people in America who have descended from black folks. People walk around every day. You wouldn't be able to tell they had a drop
They're
of
not
black
currently
blood.
classified as black with your
I'm not,
criteria. Go ahead.
I'm not done. I'm not done. Tariq said if somebody could trace their lineage back to one black person,
They have to be classified as black.
Dynas, I'm gonna ask you a question. I'm gonna just ask Dynas the question when y'all start interrupting me. Dynas, didn't he say that Tariq said the criteria for his existence is that these people could trace at least one parent back to the 1870 census?
Why did you skip the part where he said a foundational black American is any person classified as black? When
The
you
white
start
Dynas,
talking,
people
when you're
weren't
I'm gonna
using
talking,
go
those
back
chattel
people are
again.
not
slavery.
classified as
I'm gonna
black.
go back again.
So Brandon, let me ask you a question. Can someone classify themselves as black? How's that work?
Yeah, Dynas, this is the whole thing. If you look at your birth certificate, it don't say black, white, or nothing. So anybody can say, "Hey, I'm black." Bro, Dynas, have you ever saw those DNA
All right,
tests?
Brandon doesn't know what he's talking about. The birth
Oh, so
certificates
on
do
they're not.
say
No, these
black.
people aren't on a
The
USA
birth
census. You're talking
certificates
about
do say
these
black.
people. These
Wait, wait,
people
wait,
you're
wait,
talking about
wait.
aren't
Brandon has
currently on a
diminished his
census.
credibility. Brandon has
Don, if you
diminished
hear
his
what this dude is
credibility.
saying,
Can you wait?
he acts
Can
like
I finish?
there's a census right
Hold on,
now
can
that the
I make
people you're
my
talking about are
point?
on.
If I'm
There's
so
a census
wrong, why I
right
can't
now
make my point? If I'm so wrong, why I
because
can't make my point?
you're making no sense.
Dynas, listen.
The birth
You've seen.
certificates do say black, brother. Mine say black.
Okay,
From
okay,
Grady
fine.
Hospital, 1980. Black.
Okay,
What are
Your
you listed as on
credibility
the
is
census,
diminished.
Brandon? What are
okay,
you
Hold
listed
on.
as on the
Why you
census?
not fighting for reparations in
okay,
Brandon, what are
Jamaica?
you
Why
listed
you
as
not
on the
fighting for
census,
okay.
reparations
bro?
where your people from?
What
All
are
right,
you listed as on the census?
I'm gonna wait. Y'all got so
What are
much.
you listed as on the
Okay,
census?
let him wait. Why are you
Because it
not
says
fighting
you have to be
reparations for where your
classified
people
as
from?
black and then trace your bloodline lineage. So what are you? You have to
Dynas,
be
when they
classified.
done
Why are you
interrupting
skipping
me,
the?
I'm gonna
Why are
talk.
you skipping the classified as black part?
Dynas, here's the thing, Dynas. There are many people in
No.
America listen. There are many people in America who don't even know they have black ancestors. That's why when you watch these DNA shows with these white folks, they breaking down crying, finding out that they got black relatives.
So
Black
my people
people.
from Middle
Guys,
Georgia, I can trace
look,
my people back to
look,
slavery. Why is it your business?
we
You missed the
can't
point.
all talk at the
So
same
Brandon,
time.
Brandon. So basically, what you're saying, Brandon, say a white person takes a DNA test, finds out he has a percentage of blackness in him. He go one drop rule. Finds out that he had a black grandparent, like what's her name, the fighter Ronda Rousey, but that guy was in Canada, so never mind. Finds out they got a black great grandparent, they could file for reparations. That's what you're saying, Brandon?
That's exactly what I'm saying because
And
a lot of people.
Donis, let me ask
Damn,
you a
bro.
question. Donis,
Let me
what
finish.
is Ronda Rousey classified as on the census? What is Ronda Rousey classified as on the
See,
census
they
right
get
now?
more.
Right.
See,
Let
Dynas.
Brandon
See,
finish.
Dynas.
Let Brandon finish. Brandon, go ahead, Brandon. Go
When
ahead.
you got a good point, they gotta try to talk over you.
Hey, Brandon, I don't understand. Now you want us to be serious, but when I was talking serious, you came with the jokes, brother. Your energy. I'm being real. Your
If
energy.
you
Now
gonna
you
come
trying to
with
be
a
serious.
joke, make the
That's a
joke
part.
and chill
No,
out.
that's a part of your deflection. That's a part of your
Hey,
deflection. When we was talking serious, you came with the
Dynas,
jokes. Now you
Dynas,
screaming victim like you can't get your word out. No, that's not grown man
Dynas,
business. That
Dynas,
Diamonds don't even have a channel like that. I'm being real.
Dynas,
That ain't grown man business. That ain't the way
Dynas,
you talk and how you treat
Brandon's
other
Dynas,
trolling,
brothers
bro.
who trying to
Dynas,
talk serious. Yeah,
Dynas.
now you
When
want to talk serious
when I
and
crack my
call the victim. I'm just
listen,
calling you out, Brandon. Real talk.
listen,
I'm gonna mute
listen,
myself. Go ahead.
listen.
All
When
right, go,
I
Brandon.
crack my joke, I shut my ass up and muted my mic after. Y'all not doing that. If y'all had a joke to
You
say,
doing like the white supremacist guy that be debating Tariq. They shoot jokes and then try to talk serious. Then they shoot
woo,
jokes and talk serious. That's the white supremacist tactic. You doing the same thing on your own
Hey,
brothers.
Donis.
A
Hey,
shame of
Donis.
yourself,
But I
bro.
read from the official FBA website, and it said a foundational Black American is any person classified as Black. When you bring up the Ronda Rousey thing, what is she? What do you think she's classified as on the
He's
last
a
census?
deflector. He's a low-key deflector. That's what I just learned
What do
about
you think
Brandon by
Ronda
analyzing
Rousey
his
is
combo.
classified as on the
Okay.
last census?
TH. Okay, TH. Listen, you have men that are classifying themselves as women now. So trust and believe. If Ronda Rousey finds out she got a black grandparent or great grandparent, she can go in and say, you know what, one drop rule, I'm black. That's the point Brandon's trying to make.
Yeah.
That's a made, and then the task force set up something in place so people can't do that. That's why you have to be on the census, have
What do they
already
set?
identifying.
What do they set up? What do they set up? Hold on,
Meaning,
Brandon. Hold on.
meaning like you have to already have been classified as Black. I mean, you can't just do it now.
What did they say that, Brandon? Show me where they
What are
said
you
that.
What are you talking about? That's the whole part of eligibility requirements. You have to have already been classified as Black. It can't be like I'm a classified
I'm
now.
asking a question, Trey. Where does it say that?
Look up the eligibility requirements.
I gotta be real. Dennis,
It
y'all don't
says
say
you have to
all
be
this when the
African
Jews got
American.
the money. Y'all
You
don't
have to
ask
be,
the Jews,
it says you
show
have to
me
be
where your
African
grandmother and
American.
all that.
Ronda
Y'all didn't ask
Rousey
me
is
about the
not classified as
Cherokees.
African
So many
American
other people
anywhere
get
right now.
money.
Ronda Rousey is not classified on any census as African American. I can guarantee it.
Right, but I'm asking a question. Where does it say that you currently have to be classified
It
as Black?
says it in the requirements.
Okay,
Look it up.
do me a favor, Trey. Do me a favor. Place it in the private chat. The link, please.
Wait, hold on. I'll mute myself. I'll find it and I'll read it out and tell you the link and everything.
Okay.
I guess
podcast.
Brandon never got called out like that. What Brandon was doing, that's how we see the white supremacists do this on YouTube and TV. Brothers will be talking serious about stats and about how they treat us and how we being oppressed and the government. And then them white supremacists bake Alaska and all them guys. Then they'll go around and start shooting jokes. And then they did the same thing right before they did that Charlottesville. They was debating everybody online and everybody debate them. And then they'll go to joking. When everybody talk serious, and then when everybody go to joking them, they'll say, well, they'll claim victim and say, hey, we can't talk serious because y'all victimizing us. And Brandon just did an example of that. I just want to call that out. Don't be talking serious about something that's real, that all people died in the plantations and we getting shot down by police and all these other groups are getting money handed out to them. And then you want to talk serious, then you turn around and joke. when the brother making a point, instead of fighting that point, coming back to that, rebutting that point with something else, then he got to joking. See, TH, you got to start wasting your time with cats that's doing like that. Because see, in the real world, in business, you can't joke in a business deal and talk business, then go to joking, then go back to talking business. The other party will leave the table. And see, that's what I just did. We got to start walking away from conversations in bad faith. And I got to be real. That was a conversation in bad faith that Brandon tried to put on.
That's real. And Don, I got it pulled up. For anybody that wants to know, if you go and Google right now and Google AB 3121 eligibility requirements, just pull up the link that says kqed.org where they talk about unpacking.
Put it in the private chat.
Bro, but I'm honestly, I'm looking at it on my laptop. I'm talking on the phone, and then I'm like, so it's kind of like it's gonna be wait. I can just read what they said. It's right here. I promise. I'm not lying to you. I promise. It says move that we define the community of eligibility based on lineage determined by an individual being an African American. Keyword, an African American descendant of a chattel enslaved person or the descendant of a free Black person living in the United States prior to the end of the 19th century, said task force member Jovan Scott Lewis, chair of UC Berkeley's Geography Department, introducing the motion on Tuesday. So it said you have to be an African American descendant. So that means on the census that you've been classifying as the last one or before that one, you have to have been an African American. So anybody who's going to try to come and do something fraudulent, they're setting up a system to where they can check your genealogical records and they'll be able to check how have you been classifying yourself.
Okay.
There you go. Well said. We didn't have to start insulting each other. It was grown man talk.
So only thing is that actually getting the reparations. They talking about the reparations for California right now, but man, it's just it's a lot of thinking involved into this process because they can write it up. We have to understand we're asking for something from people that don't like us. That's the difficult part about it. We're asking for something. We don't have a lot of leverage, honestly.
Honestly, I know what you mean, but the part where I disagree in a slightest sense is because I listen to a lot of Welsing and Fuller, and what they said now is in this refined stage of white supremacy that we're living in now, Welsing uses the term velvet glove resistance. And if you look at Marcel, he's doing a great job of saying that the same way the Japanese Bar Association just came out and backed foundational Black Americans reparations on the basis of the court and the precedent for how the Japanese got reparations and how the Holocaust families and their heirs got reparations. We just got Jewish backings also. It's because in this refined era of white supremacy, where they used to be able to say, hey, you're a Negro, we ain't giving you anything. Now it's going to be harder with precedent and case laws, where if we go up and show them all the things that happened, all the things the USA government sanctioned and did to our specific families, like we were the families that lost over 20 million acres of land in like the 1920s and 30s. We were the ones that went through mass lynching, Jim Crow, chattel slavery, all of that built the American infrastructure and the economy that everybody comes over here and extracts their materialistic benefits from. If we can go in front of the world right now and in court, it's way harder for them to just say like, oh, you Negroes aren't getting anything whenever there's precedent and case law for the Japanese, for the Jews, and those parties that got done like that and their heirs are getting benefits in the billions in cash direct payments. They're actually coming out supporting us. Like I said, the Japanese Bar Association in California just put out a statement saying they support us because it makes sense. So in this era, I understand what free game means. I fully agree with you. We are definitely asking. We are definitely at a disadvantage. But in this era of refinement, like Claude Anderson said, if we go ahead and make a nationwide campaign for reparations, it's a lot easier now for us to not get done like we would have got done in the 40s, where they would have just water hosed us, through a brick and said, a Negro ain't getting anything. Because like in the Scott family in Mississippi got $7 million because of so one lady in their family kept all the records of what happened to their farmland. And then the old man who they did it to, he's like 90 something years old now. He's in a wheelchair and they gave him the check. They let him sign it. They let him sign to get the $7 million check. And he said that whenever his people went back in like the 60s and the 40s and something in Mississippi, they were like, A Negro can't own any land in Mississippi. So that's where the difference is in the era and the refinement stage. It's harder for them to put up and promote this level of just America and justice system and justice for all while they do us like that and we have case law and precedents on our side.
TH, can I say something to that? I agree with the brother, but let me just give everybody another example. Right there at Columbia University in New York, the brother Two Hawks with the tribe, he traced his tribe back to they was the black tribe there in that area of New York before the Dutch came and made it New Amsterdam. They went in court with the brother Hemok. I met the brother Hemok down in Atlanta over on Hank Karen. And when Hemok showed me the case stuff when Two Hawks and all them went to court in New York State Court and federal court against Columbia University. They went down there and protested on the land, beat their drums, brought their feathers, brought a crowd about 100 people, and had international press. They weren't getting support from CNN until they went to court. They went to court and showed that, if y'all Google that right now, Two Hawks and that tribe, and I've been to the land right up on Columbia Campus University in New York City. It's sectioned off and they have control of that land. They got their tents up. And so what the brother's saying is, if we can show the stuff and go to court, now we can win in court. And that's why y'all seeing so many people put up a big resistance to it. Why y'all doing that? Y'all wasting y'all time. No, I've seen myself with my own two eyes here in Atlanta, Georgia. And then I went up there to Columbia University. Then it came on TV, USA Today. You Google it right now. The tribe got the land back on Columbia Ivy League College University campus. And see, down there,
what's the name of the person again?
Two Hawks. That's what his tribal name is. I think his real birth certificate name is something that he's been speaking at Brown. He's been going around speaking on the Ivy League circuit. Google it right now.
He's from the Narragansett Indian. He's from the Narragansett Indian tribe. He's a direct descendant from
exactly. And they showed that paperwork, and they went to federal court, and I was blessed to meet the brothers and then see the process of how they did it, and this is real, people, and that's why you're seeing the media push back so many. Why y'all wasting y'all time? Because people are getting real victories of getting their land back, and see, that's when we're gonna see the move. We're gonna see a lot of deflectors because brothers is going to court and getting the land back, and that's what hit them in the gut. And see, this is real. So that's why I'm giving this true testimony. Y'all can go and Google that, and y'all be like, hold on, that's a black man. He got an afro. Oh, he got the land back from Columbia in New York. Yes, he did.
Dynast, I was just like you. I'm not even on front until I saw who he's talking about speaking at brown.edu. And then that's what got, like, if you type in Brown, if you're on YouTube and look up Indigenous American Slavery on brown.edu, you'll see them break it all down. And that's why I used to laugh at black people. They'd be like, oh yeah, we come from a lineage that has Moors and it has Indians and all that. And I'd be like, man, you just don't want to be black. But right now I'm looking at all these slave codes and all that. And I'm looking at like brown.edu and UC Santa Barbara. And I'm reading Jack D. Forbes, African Native American. And it says like 1682 Virginia Act, right? Slave code, Christian Parentage Act. All servants imported into this country, whether Negroes, Moors, mulattoes, or Indians, not Christian at the time of purchase, are deemed to be chattel slaves for all intent purposes. And then these offspring created by numerous colonial era slave codes like this created the initial amalgamated generations of foundational Black Americans. So when you hear somebody like Kamala say, Irish indentured servants, etc., no, they're not included in these chattel slave codes. This is what FBA means when we highlight our unique indigenous ethnic lineage. The descendants of these chattel.
I'm trying to find this Two Hawks. Put the link to the Two Hawks.
Go to YouTube, Brown, and type in Indigenous American Slavery brown.edu. And there's a whole symposium where they break it down.
They got the land back.
Okay, is it Brown or Columbia?
Let me I'm about to Google it right now. Put in Two Hawks. Put in Two Hawks Indigenous just in Google, YouTube. It's gonna come right up. Got 1 million views. He was on USA Today. This is a couple years back when they got it. Went to federal court. And then I went to DC court with him. I went to the Supreme Court in DC with them and walked through the door through Secret Service and FBI with my tribal ID. So I ain't just talking. And then when I saw it was real, I said, y'all got to show me how to do it.
You talking about the light-skinned guy with the mohawk?
Yes.
Yeah. It's on YouTube.
Yeah, it's on YouTube. They was on Good Morning America.
Hey, I just found the one I'm talking about is called, if you type in Indian Slavery, an Unspoken History, it is brought to you by Brown University.
Now let me.
I just want to. Somebody just put. I can't find it. Just put the link in the private chat. So
my fault. I'm about to type it in there.
Let me speak to TH real quick. Now, TH. And now this the thing. Now, of course, we're foundational Black Americans. But let me tell you how I know for a fact that Africans was here too. Let me tell you how I know.
Of course.
Yeah, no, I said that
Of
too. You're
course
right. That's a part
Africans
of the
was here.
amalgamation. I never said no Africans. That's the main part of our amalgamation. I'm not lying. I know that. Like, I promise you. It's
Of
Africans,
course.
indigenous Americans, and Moors. That was who they all enslaved.
Yeah, yeah.
What y'all think them, what y'all think these Indian mounds are? Baby pyramids. All these Indian mounds across America.
Now let me finish.
I see. Honestly, I
Now
don't go into the deep history. I just do colonial, provable slave codes and records. I don't know about the deep ancient stuff. All I know is that they were from the 1600s, 1700s. They were enslaving Moors, Negroes, mulattoes, and mulatto also in 1700 Virginia meant the child of an Indian and the child, great grandchild or grandchild of a Negro, and they all would get reclassified. In 1719, South Carolina, they had mestizos and musties, which were half-breed Indian, half-breed Negroes, and they just said, because Indians were taxed at a lesser rate, they were like, and to avoid all scruples, all of them are going to be classified as Negro. So what they were doing, they were taking so many people with indigenous American descent and then reclassifying them as Black as a way to steal the land and add slaves, and they would just breed them.
I'm gonna keep it a buck. Now, we have a lot of practical information when it comes to foundation of Black American stuff like that. But it's not going to go far if we don't have a culture. Black Americans don't have a culture.
No, yes, we do. We do have a culture.
We don't have a culture.
Okay, can I ask you this?
We don't
What
have
is
a
culture? Is culture
What
not
were those
food?
slaves talking about the year before the Civil War? Months before the Civil War, you had brothers talking just like this, saying it's not going to happen.
We don't have a culture right now. Nobody can
Honest-
argue that.
I'm
Nobody
sorry,
can
we do have a
argue that
culture.
Black
Your culture is
Americans
what
have
you
a culture
do.
at this point.
Months before the Civil War, brothers was talking just like this, saying it's not going to happen. And then the Civil War broke out.
No, I'm not saying it's not
Real
going to
talk.
happen. I'm
Real
not saying
talk.
that it's not
Free game.
not
Free
going to happen.
game.
But
What is
Hey,
cornbread?
TH, let him finish. Let him
let me
finish.
finish.
Go ahead, Free
We
Game.
do not have a culture. Anybody argue that we have a culture is clearly not looking at the reality of Black Americans right now. And I'm telling you, where the Africans helped us out a bunch. Now, if you go back into records and you look at the religion of most Black people, it was an ATR religion. That can't be disputed at all.
We're a hybrid culture. We are a hybrid of indigenous American and
You gotta let
African.
the brother. You gotta let the brother finish, man. Go ahead.
We like hoodoo, right? Hoodoo, voodoo, Ifa. Most of that was practiced in America in the 1700s. That can't be disputed.
What does that have to do with them paying us for being in them chains and working them fields? Nothing.
So what I'm telling you is, coming out of slavery, we still held on to the culture that a lot of the Africans gave us. For instance, Christianity. Christianity comes from Africa originally, right? But it was a culture. Black Americans right now, we're not going to be able to get our women in line because it's just practical information. It's no culture.
You do know that the act I just read was called the Christian Parentage Act. The majority of us, the Africans that already came from the Iberian Peninsula, as far as in the early 1600s, in the 1500s and 1600s.
Iberian
No,
Peninsula.
okay, wait. I'm gonna tell you. In the 1500s and 1600s, the majority of the Africans that came over came with the conquistadors and were shipped out. And then in the 1700s, that's when we got the majority from the West African coast. So the initial slave population we got from Africa, or the Africans that were the Moors in Europe that came that were shipped out, those were Islamic. That's why the Christian Parentage Act said, if you're not, because they wanted to get rid of Islam because those slaves were harder to conquer. So they said, hey, any of these Indians, mulattoes, Negroes, or Moors that aren't Christians, they're chattel slaves for life. And that's how a lot of us got pushed into Christianity, is in that slavery process.
Hey, y'all need to go back to the 3rd grade and learn history. But Dinus, you notice that there's a common theme with these people. they'll sit up and say all this. Oh,
Hold on. Now you saying these people, there you go with some more white
damn,
supremacist
I
tactics.
didn't
Real talk.
interrupt y'all.
Don't say these people.
I
You a
didn't
part of us.
interrupt
We
y'all.
family. We family. Stop talking like
Dennis,
that.
I didn't
Hey,
interrupt
Yoga,
you.
let him talk, Yoga. Let him talk, Yoga. Go
I
He
ahead.
didn't.
started off with dissing everybody. You
Okay,
said
go
you
ahead.
heard
Okay,
him.
listen. I will chastise Brandon. He's chastised. Oh, go ahead, Brandon. Go ahead, Brandon.
Dynasty, you know you kept me locked up in the abyss for 1,000 years to let these Negroes get their
Yeah.
point across.
Go ahead, Brandon. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Dynasty, you notice there's a common theme with these people. Oh, this happened, that case, this case, this case. I read it. Go to this website. Dynasty, you search for the website, wasn't no website. Then it's
Like I said, okay, hold on. Let me stop you right there, Brandon. Guys, I just want to see the link about the Two Hawk guy. Can somebody please put it in the chat room?
no, then they reduced
Hey,
it
I'm about
down
to put
to
it in. I'm about to put it in the big chat right now.
then they reduced it down to a YouTube video. These guys are literally chasing.
No, this guy was on Good Morning. Hold on. This is facts. I will have to get off my stream and go pull it up. This is on USA Today. It's on USA Today, brother. They got
I
the
just want
land
to
back
see
at
it.
the Ivy League College.
I
Period.
just want to see it. I just want
Let
to
me
see it.
finish, man. Let me finish. I
Hold
just
on. Let's
want
pull
to.
this up. Let's pull this up. One of y'all
Pull
got an extra
it
computer?
up, Kim.
Let's
Why
pull
you
it up.
Pull it up. I've been asking for the past 30 minutes. Pull it up.
Hold on. I'm pulling. Hold on.
listen, Dynasty? It's
Hey, it's
just
in the chat right now. It's in the chat right now. If you want to look, copy and paste what Trey Hampton just put.
I'm gonna tell you
Okay, now
something.
hold on. Before you tell us anything, now you got to backtrack. Let's click on it and pull it up and see if it's there. Because your whole argument is saying that we were just talking shit.
I
So
never
let's click on the
said
link.
that.
Click on the link up here. Let's pull it up. Let's see.
Why are they so
Because he talking
emotional?
shit and this is real facts.
Okay, let him talk. Okay, I just want to see the link. Okay,
Can I
hold on.
Yeah,
finish?
let's click on it. Pull it up on the big screen.
Can I finish my point?
No, we need to look at this fact that these brothers got this land back from this
Damn,
school.
yoga, we
Okay,
This
get
is
it,
from
bro.
brown.edu. This is the brown.edu symposium. They're not
Bro,
tripping.
we get it, bro.
I
Can
don't,
I finish
bro.
my point?
No, ain't no we get it. Let's see it. No, ain't no we get it.
Hold on. Okay, mute, everybody. Okay, Brandon, go ahead. I still do not see a link in any chat, but go ahead, Brandon.
You don't see the Trey Hampton link in there? I've seen it like 10 times.
Okay.
Does anybody see, guys? Am I missing something? Trey Hampton link. Is it in the private chat? Then I don't.
No, I sent it in the one that everybody's in. Just scroll. You won't see a YouTube link. I'm gonna keep sending it right now. I'm gonna send it like as many times as I can.
Ain't nothing here, bro. I don't see nothing.
First, it was First, it was an article, and then now the YouTube link.
Wow, you don't see it, bro? Hey, I'll try to. All right, bro.
Damn, man, just let me make my point, nigga. We already know you lying.
Nah, ain't no niggas up here. There you go again, little white supremacist. Calm down. Little vanilla supremacist. White chocolate.
Damn, I feel they scared of the facts, man. But it's all good. Hey, Dynasty, it always. I don't know if you guys noticed this, but it almost slipped back
We
into.
notice the little things you keep doing. We notice you keep showing us your white supremacist tactics.
Yoga, let him finish. Let him finish. Yoga, brother, let him finish. I just want to see a link. There's no link nowhere. I just want to see a link, please. But go
Somebody
ahead,
got some free game. You need to mute your mic. You got feedback. Hey, but Dynasty, it always falls back into like pseudoscience. There was a brother who got on here and he started to say, all this stuff is controlled by the Vatican. He almost started to do that, but his colleague got him before he went too deep into the rabbit hole of craziness. It all goes back to the same place because ultimately the guy was like, oh, my birth certificate say black. That's not something that occurs across the nation, right? Even people in the comments were like, I just looked at my son's birth certificate. It doesn't say ethnicity. My personal birth certificate does not say ethnicity. So when it comes down to were you registering in the census, Dynasty, most black people don't even fill out the census. I remember when I was little, my grandma them used to be like, we ain't filling out no census. That's just the government's way of being in your business. We never did the census. Most black people never did it. Most black folks don't even open their door for people who knock that they don't know or damn near check their mailbox like that. Unless it's the 1st or the 15th, back when welfare checks used to come out 2 times a month. So when you talk about all these ways of research and go look at this, they've never done it, but they're telling you that if you do it, you'll be able to find this and prove that. Like my point I was making earlier before I fell off, Tariq Nasheed and Dane Calloway. There's 2 things that
Okay, I have the link. Brown University acknowledges and gives land back to tribe How do I hold on? How do I put this link? I'm about to put it in the
If you don't know
private chat.
how to use the computer, why are
Hey,
you telling people?
did you guys just see? Did you guys just see that dude talking with the mohawk at Brown
Did you
on my
guys?
Yeah,
screen?
I just put
but
the link in the
okay.
chat, in the private
Dynast,
chat, everybody.
Okay, I see
Dynast,
it right here. I see it right here. I see it right here. Hold on. Okay, I'm about to
Dynast,
pull it.
The actual white people acknowledged and gave the land back, brother. So don't act like we just this some
Dynast.
10 for a Kufi talk.
I
No,
can't.
click on the link, Amir. Click on
I
the link. The Jews
white
that run the
people.
judicial system gave this land back in federal court. You see the link, Amir? This was on
Dynast.
national TV.
Why do
So
these
Hold
guys?
on, hold on. Listen, I see the link, but it just takes
read
you
it.
to the Brown. Hold on, let me finish. It just takes you to the Brown University main site. Like it doesn't.
Man,
Hold on.
these
Let me go back.
dudes.
Let me go back. Hold on. Let me
Look,
go back.
Hold on.
Dynast,
I'll
they
be
don't
right
even
back.
know. Okay, can you mute your mic? That's the thing. You don't even know how to do what you're doing, but you want to yell while you're doing it. Dynast, that's what I'm telling you. These people can't even work basic technology, but they want you to believe that they didn't figure out the secret to existence by going to these records. Like, I doubt they even really could do any research online because they can't even find the basic. They like this is clicking a link and sending. But the point I'm making is this: with Dane Calloway and Tariq, they've never actually done it. The stuff they're telling these people to do and this evidence, have you seen them do it? Dane Calloway still has not showed you any proof that he is a part of any Indian tribe. Tariq has not even showed you any proof that he is truly foundational Black American. The leader is the one who's supposed to prove it first. Yo, look at this. Jesus did miracles to prove he was the guy. These guys can't even do research to prove. This is a bunch of wishful thinking, older Black men who just want to believe in fantasies, trying to direct other Black people, but don't got no
Do
real.
I need to show you my tribal ID? Do you need to see my federal tribal ID since you talking about nobody's done it? I have a federal tribal ID.
I want,
What are you talking about?
I want to
What?
see Dan Calloway's tribal ID.
No, now you talking bullshit, bro. I'm in the tribe.
You still
I'm in the
ain't
tribe, and I was born at Greater Hospital. You want to see my federal tribal ID?
how
I'm
about,
living it.
how about you be quiet until you produce that?
No. Again, I'm starting to show you about you really about talking and not about really facts and stuff. Because I'm in the tribe. You say people are not in the tribe. I'm in the tribe.
How long he been pretending to give you that article, Dynast?
Listen, I'm talking about me, brother. I ain't talking about no other guys.
I got it. Hold on. I got it. I'm gonna pull it up. I found it. Hold on.
See, I'm in the tribe. So it's brothers around here with afros that's in the tribe. We got our tribe ID. All of my assets are in my tribal name. I don't have a driver's license. I travel with my tribe ID. My plane tickets, I got car insurance in my tribal name. Yes, it's real.
Hey, look at Trey Hemp one in the chat room right now. I'm posting a link right now for Brown.edu.
I found it, Trey. I found it, Trey.
No, that's
See, this
I'm gonna
guy,
different one.
like I told y'all people, this guy is a white. That was a white supremacist tactics. He tried to make us seem like we dumb. This is real, man.
Let me read it. Okay, Brown adopts land acknowledgement, additional commitments to Native and Indigenous communities. The acknowledgement is part of a set of commitments aimed at
a settlement. They went to court, brother. I seen the paperwork.
Hey, yo, can I finish reading the article, brother? Can I read the article? All right. The acknowledgement is part of a set of commitments aimed at building a better understanding of the relationship between the university community, indigenous peoples of the region, and the land on which Brown is situated.
That's their nice way of saying that they lost the land. That's their cool, nice way of saying it.
Yoga, don't interrupt me, please, man. We get it. All right. I mean, we're educated on here. We could understand what it means, bro. Just chill out. Providence, Rhode Island, Brown University has established an official land acknowledgement that recognizes and honors its location within the ancestral homelands of the Narragansett Indian tribe. The acknowledgement is one of five commitments Brown is making to build understanding of the relationship between his campus community, indigenous peoples of the region, and the land on which Brown is situated. Okay, so I'm gonna ask this, Yoga.
So I'm going, hold on. Enough said. I'm gonna get off this panel with that white supremacists and black skin. Enough said. I'm gone. I'm glad I brought enlightenment to the panel.
Yo, why you don't drop the mic yet? What is acknowledge? Like they said, when they say they're just acknowledging, okay, it says has established an official land acknowledgement. Like, what does that mean? Like, is that like they get a plaque, like where their land used to be? Like, what does that mean? before I
That
continue.
that means that they're not going to actually give them any physical land back. They're just going to acknowledge that they built their university on a piece of their ancestral land.
Right. So I was
It's
so Brandon,
symbolic.
Brandon, I want Yoga to come back on. Well, let me finish the
Hey,
article first.
hey,
Maybe there's
hey,
TH,
Donis.
let me finish the article first. Hold on, let me finish the article. All right. The acknowledgement, again, acknowledgement is one of 5 commitments Brown is making to build understanding of the relationship between his campus community, indigenous peoples of the region, and the land on which Brown is situated. University President Christina H. Paxson shared the land acknowledgement in a letter to the Brown community on Tuesday, May 24th. The acknowledgement reads, oh, here we go. Here goes the actual acknowledgement. Brown University is located in Providence, Rhode Island, on lands that are within the ancestral homelands of Narragansett Indian tribe. We acknowledge that beginning with colonialization and continuing for centuries, the Narragansett Indian tribe have been dispossessed of most of their ancestral lands in Rhode Island by the actions of individuals and institutions. We acknowledge our responsibility to understand and respond to those actions. The Narragansett Indian tribe, whose ancestors stewarded these lands with great care, continues as a sovereign nation today. We commit to working together to honor our past and build our future with truth. Okay, so I want to stop right there before I continue. So TH, I mean, does that now? I guess I need to finish reading.
No, Donis, that's not my link. I'm sorry. That's not me. That's something he sent. What I was talking about is, if you want to, since you can pull stuff up on the screen right now, and we're going to be honest, I would ask you to pull up YouTube and Google Indian slavery, an unspoken history. I'm not talking about trying to be an Indian or nothing like that. I'm just talking about the chattel mass enslavement of Indians.
Hold on, Brandon. Hold
So
on.
can you go to YouTube.com right now and type in Indian slavery, an unspoken history?
But see, TH, I understand why Brandon gets frustrated. You guys brought up this too hot.
No, he did that. He did that. You're forcing that on me now. You're forcing that on me, bro.
TH, let me finish. You both brought up this two Mohawk guy, whatever his name is.
But you're forcing his stuff on me, and we have a different link, bro.
But you guys sat here and said that this university gave them land.
No, he said that. He said that. I've always kept it the same foundational Black American talking point of the amalgamation and how it happened through mass enslavement of Indians, which was an unspoken history. Like Carter G. Woodson, who wrote The Miseducation of the Negro, said the relations between the Indian and the Negro is the longest unwritten.
Hold on. See, this is the problem. And see, I'd be like, why does Brandon get so frustrated? Brandon, you need to calm down. Shut up, Brandon. But I see why. You nigga, this is at the end of the day, I'm always wrong. Like I want to give y'all the benefit of the doubt and like Brandon, shut up, Dinus. Why, Brandon? You always, why you get mad, Brandon?
But Dinus, all I'm saying to be constructive on some Nilly Fuller constructive. Can I just get 2 seconds, bro?
That they gave land back to the
I didn't say that. I did not say that.
Yes, you did.
I did not say that.
You sat here and said
no, Donis, I said pull up, and I said YouTube, Indian slavery, an unspoken history. I said YouTube, Indian slavery, an unspoken history. That's all I've been saying. You can rewind it. All I've been saying is YouTube and Brandon, hey, we're wasting time. You could have been typed it in.
Hey, Donis,
you have your screen up right now. You could have been typed it in. It doesn't take, 10 seconds ago, you could have been done it. Just type in, go to youtube.com. Hey, Brandon,
Brandon, let me finish reading this, Brandon. Let me finish reading this. Let me just finish reading this.
I read the whole thing. I can tell you what it said.
Well, let me finish reading it, Brandon. Paxson also outlined a set of commitments that arose from a year-long exploration by a land and acknowledgement working group composed of university students, faculty, and administrators, including members of the Narragansett Indian tribe. She wrote that acknowledging the complex, painful history of the land on which Brown sits, it is an important first step in what will be a years-long process of reckoning with the past and building relationships with the Narragansett Indian tribe and other Native and Indigenous communities. Committing to a set of actions. I'm going to read this whole thing.
Will you pull up the YouTube, what I'm talking about? But will you pull up the link I'm talking about?
I will. I will later. Hold on, let me finish this. Committing to a set of actions to educate our community and support broader engagement with the tribe and other indigenous peoples of the region is critical to understanding our shared history and developing strong relationships, Paxton wrote. The deep reflection and historical context that accompanied the lag recommendations laid the groundwork for the important work we'll do as a community. Land acknowledgement needs to be more than a performative statement recited before an event or gathering. It needs to have meaning and depth. Executive Director, Native American Indigenous Studies Initiative. So basically, I'm gonna finish. They're saying like, look, we'll have a powwow, we'll have a discussion. Us white folks will admit that we took your guys' land and built this school that has like a fucking $50 billion endowment. We'll hug it out. We'll let you guys do your little Indian dances in the quad, Yeah, we'll let you guys do your Indian dances and your cultural dances in the quad. Put up your teepees. We'll instead of usually doing
Donnie, you're on code right now. You're right. You're on code right now. I promise you. What you're saying, like what article he was talking about? I don't know what that is. I feel them, but I'm talking about if you can go on YouTube.
This mother just talk too much. God, he talks too much. You know how they have African American Cultural Week and Mexican and Latin Cultural Week. We'll give you guys a fucking cultural week as well. Hold on, let me finish. And so this executive director says, look, that's not enough, but that's what they're giving y'all. But let me finish. I might miss something. Land acknowledgement, which is supportedly by the Narragansett Indian tribe, is part of the following 5 actions the university will take as it strengthens relationships with the local Native and indigenous communities and peoples. Adopt the official land acknowledgement statement, as well as providing education and guidance for its optional use. Again, optional use. While there are no requirements for its use, guidance is offered for those who choose to offer land acknowledgements at events and gatherings held in Providence. Commission and support new original scholarship regarding the origins and founding of Brown and its relationships to the indigenous peoples in and around what is now southern New England. Establish a group to work closely with the Narragansett Indian tribe to explore how Brown can honor and memorialize its College Hill location as part of the homeland of the Narragansett people. Support increased educational opportunities and access for youth of the Narragansett Indian tribe and other tribal youth from New England. And increased investment in the Native American and Indigenous Studies Initiative. See, I told you, y'all gonna get your own week. Y'all gonna have your own Native American week with a
Is it my turn yet, bro?
No, I'm not done. See, first of all, this is my show, and I said I'm gonna read the whole thing. So I'm gonna need you to chill out. Hey, go back to Africa. Give me like 5 minutes.
Oh, my fault. I didn't know you said you gonna read the whole thing. My bad, bro. My bad.
I'm gonna read the whole thing, brother. I'm gonna read the whole thing.
And then we're gonna do a rain dance afterwards.
Yeah, the guidance for use of the land acknowledgement statement, as well as the full text of the 5 actions the university will take, appears on a new land acknowledgement website. A community process. I'm going to read this whole thing. The commitments resulted from a year-long process that included research and exploration of indigenous history and culture by the Land Acknowledgement Working Group, which Paxton formed in March 2021. The group's work included delving into bodies of scholarship, knowledge building with members of the university community, and learning directly from the Narragansett Indian tribe. Ray Gold, Executive Director of Brown's Native American Indigenous Studies Initiative, co-chaired the group. She said meetings began with conversations about what land acknowledgements can and should accomplish, encompassing discussion of existing land acknowledgement models from organizations and institutions of higher education across the country. The group also engaged in outreach meeting with Narragansett Tribal Medicine Man and Historic Preservation Officer John Brown in Tribal Reservation in Charlestown, and engaging in regular dialogue with members of the Narragansett tribe. I think this work will enable all of us to think more deeply about what land acknowledgement can really mean, Gold said, adding that it's important that the university understands it is only a first step toward building greater understanding. It needs to be more than a performative statement. It sounds performative to me, recited before an event or gathering. It needs to have meaning and depth. It needs to help respond to history of this dispossession in some way. We can't determine what that might mean for in a few months or even a year. Figuring it out that takes time, patience, and layers of conversations. Recognize it. Okay, I can't. I mean, hold on. Let me just hold on.
It's a word salad. That's it. A word
No,
salad.
listen. In corporate America, we call it check the box. This is like diversity and inclusion training. This is diversity and inclusion training. That's what this is. Okay, so I'm just confused. So TH, before you talk, before you talk, brother, before you talk. Now you brought up this Mohawk, Tomahawk, whatever his name is.
It was actually my turn.
Okay,
No, let me go, bro. Let me go, please.
No. I mean, no. I got. I'm gonna listen to Brandon now. You got.
Hey,
that's how you gonna do me, though.
Dynast,
I
I wasn't on.
I gotta listen to Brandon now. I mean,
You
I'm so disappointed.
No, you didn't pull. You said you were gonna pull my link up. You said you're gonna pull my link.
I'm so
Dynast,
disappointed.
hey Dynast, this real quick, bro. I want to be fair and constructive. Just be fair and constructive, bro. That's all I ask. Now, the same way you did that, we can go in 10 seconds. Ready? Can you take your screen to Google?
You mean YouTube?
Just real quick. No, take your screen to Google, please. Let's not waste time. Let's not waste time.
Okay, what are we doing here?
I'm just saying, share your screen. I'm gonna say, we can go quick. Just take your screen to Google. The same way you read all that stuff. Just take your screen to Google real quick.
And
please. And then Google mulattoes as Native Americans PDF.
Okay, what is the purpose of that?
So you can pull up a PDF. So you can pull up something to read. A book.
What? What am I pulling up?
You're gonna pull up a book by Jack D. Forbes called Africans and Native Americans to show you the extent.
No. This is my.
I've read that book.
Hold on. This is my question. So per you guys, one of these Ivy Leagues gave up land back to these one of these indigenous tribes, and they set up their teepees.
You're forcing his words on to like what I'm talking about. I'm keeping it foundational black, and all I'm asking you is so we can not waste time. Because I really have to go soon.
I really want yoga to call.
I know. Can you go to? Hey, you said you were gonna pull my stuff up, bro. You said you were gonna pull it up, bro.
I'm so disappointed.
Can you go to Google.com? You pull it up and then Google Native Americans as mulattoes.
I'm about to bring up Go Black to Africa.
But can you please? You said you were gonna do it. Why are you not gonna bring it up, bro? Why are you not gonna?
We're done. We're moving on.
Hey, can I talk real quick?
Google Native Americans as mulattoes PDF and then pull up the.
I know what.
Bro, he's not doing it.
Why not? But why not? He just read something I said was gonna be pointless. Because I told you that was gonna be pointless, and you wasted time on purpose.
Yeah, I need you to stop.
Dynast, can I talk before Go Black talk?
Yeah.
Wait, can I say my one little thing, bro?
We don't want to hear it, bro. No.
I know you don't. I'm clearly making sense, and you don't want me to say it.
He gave y'all a chance, bro.
No. He read something I didn't say and forced it onto me.
Hold on, 1 second. See, this is
because when I read, go ahead.
Stop it. And see, I get upset when Brandon name calls and does all this other stuff, but y'all be proving this dude right. Like every time, I be getting pissed off. Like,
Dynast, can I get 60 seconds uninterrupted? 60 seconds.
Bro, you had
60 seconds. Can I get 60 seconds? Can I get 60 seconds?
No, bro, you had 2 hours, bro. I can't do it.
Can I get 60 seconds uninterrupted, please?
Can I
We've been on here for 3 hours. Can I get 60 seconds uninterrupted?
I've waited patiently.
Can I get 60 seconds, please?
Listen, I thought this was the drop the.
Dynast, can I please get 60 seconds?
They didn't pin you in the corner, Brandon.
Can I please get 60 seconds, please?
Drop the mic.
Dynast, why are you making it so hard to get 60 seconds, bro?
Trey, you talk for like 2 hours.
Damn, this dude just won.
I had to take a ball, bro. TH, we'll bring you back on next time, and we'll do a whole separate show on some more pseudo shit that you guys got. I'll give you guys a pseudo hour just to hear it. And I got to apologize to Brandon again. Brandon is undefeated against me. Listen, I be bringing these folks on. They got you now, Brandon. The Brown case, man. They bum rushed Columbia University. they bum rushed Brown. They took the land. They made them give them the land. Yeah, they got him. They got him, Brandon. Yeah, they got you, Brandon. An acknowledgement. They get a cultural week and maybe like a little plaque and a little memorial somewhere tucked in the corner saying, "Hey."
Dynast, before y'all wasted all that time, I told you, I said, we all know these niggas is lying. He tried to deflect onto, oh, we're not niggas. But I already knew they was lying because bro, I'm telling you, it's all lies. It's all smoke and mirror. Dynast, this is all I want to say. You know, I used to be old backwater preacher, Dynast. There's a scripture in the Bible. It's at Matthew, the 10th chapter, verse 24 and 25. It says, a student cannot be greater than his teacher, and a slave cannot be greater than his master. They can only be like their master if they are taught perfectly. So if the master is called a Satan or Beelzebub, how much more so is the student or the slave a Satan or a Beelzebub? They are taught by Tariq. Tariq is a con man. So when they come into these spaces trying to prove points, it comes from the perspective of a con. I'm going to deflect everything you say off onto white supremacy, right? That's what they were saying about me. I'm a white supremacist. And then when you say, okay, brother, we didn't believe what you said. The guy who's telling the truth, we've stoned him to death. Now, what do you got for us? Oh, these websites and these links and these books that everybody has already read and we've watched it. And then it's all, look, bro, they're promising everything, right? Over promise, under deliver. They sounded good when they was on here together talking trash to me. Oh yeah, it was almost believable, right? Unless you know these types. They were powerful. Soon as they got the floor, soon as I fell off, and then you had me locked down in purgatory, you peeled back the layers on the onion, and it was an empty shell, a shallow husk. Dynast, these guys, they don't even agree. They don't even agree. They're learning from the same teacher, but they don't even agree on the message.
Brandon, I ain't say that. I ain't say that. Why you putting that on me? He said that.
He said that. Hold on, Brandon.
Hey,
Hold on. I swear to God. Hold on 1 second. Go back to Africa. I'm gonna give it to you. I swear to God, Trey was like he was on that Columbia. They took the land shit too. I promise you, he was. Okay, go ahead. Go back.
Bro, he was co-signing hard.
I wasn't gonna come on the show, but you know, I had to contain myself. But I said I got to come on here and expose some of this mess. TH was co-signing for yoga. What's his name? Yoga. And these guys don't even have a clue. Look, I'm gonna play because I went back to your video. I'm gonna play exactly what TH was co-signing when you just, what did he say? American First Rifleman. Y'all putting that on me. I didn't say nothing about. Let me play this so that he can hear what he said. Can I do that, Dynast?
Go ahead.
Listen what he said.
Ivy League College University campus. And see, down at LSU. What's the name of the person again? Two Hawks. That's what his tribal name is. I think his real birth certificate name is something that he's been speaking at Brian. He's been going around speaking on the Ivy League circuit. Google it. He's from the Narragansett Indian. He's from the Narragansett Indian tribe. He's a direct descendant from. Exactly. And they showed that paperwork, and they went to.
That's TH co-signing.
And I was blessed to meet the brothers and then see the process of how they did it, and this is real, people, and that's why you're seeing the media push back so many. Why y'all wasting y'all time? Because people are getting real victories of getting their land back, and see that's what we're gonna see. We're gonna see a lot of deflectors because brothers are going to court and getting the land back, and that's what hit them in the gut. And see, this is real.
Now listen to this. This is THC coming up.
Google that. Y'all like, hold on, that's a black man. He got an afro.
This TH coming up.
From Columbia in New York. Yes, indeed. So I was just like you. I'm not even on front until I saw who he's talking about speaking at brown.edu. And then that's what got, like, if you type in Brown, if you're on YouTube and look up Indigenous American Slavery on brown.edu, you'll see them break it up down. And that's why I used to laugh at black people. They'd be like, oh yeah, we come from a lineage that has more, that has Indians and all that.
Now he said you was trying to put it on, or y'all trying to put that on me. He was co-signing the whole time.
He was co-signing.
And I'm glad, Dennis, you read that because I already knew that they didn't get no daggone land, and most of these people they claiming black folk getting land ain't getting nothing. Ain't getting nothing. And these are clowns that are running around here following people. Don't get off of their damn couch, travel the world, find some history out, and they're gonna claim that they are how you do American first rifleman. I just can't believe, man, how some of these people are turning out. I mean, and I don't want to disrespect our brothers out there. I don't do that. But brothers, y'all got to wake up, man. Because you talk in circles, you contradict yourself, you speak out the side of your neck, you have no research, have no history, and you're going around corrupting the minds of the youth by the garbage you put out here off of one little article that you couldn't even read. Thank you, Dynasty. You was trying to read the whole article, but they didn't want to let you read. Yoga got ghost, bailed out. THC crying like a little child, wanting to show this video, but then I sit here and expose them because this is the games they play. They have nothing to substantiate or validate the very thing that they claim that they are. But there again, if you want to be an engine, be an engine. That's all I got.
Hey, can I say something?
Go ahead.
Man, that's why I had to go get some snacks and just come. I didn't have no popcorn, but I got some potato chips, so next best thing, and just listen to these Negroes. Look, very few Black people were Native Americans, okay? And the Native Americans worked for white people to bring us back to our slave master. So it's funny they never talk about that one. And then we always want to be everything else but Black or African, you know? And the thing about it, I had the same problem for years. I was like, no, I'm from America and I'm a Black American first and all this other stuff. So it's sad, you know. I'm glad I got exposed to serious Pan-Africanism to kind of change my mind about a lot of stuff. And another thing, when they were talking about the religion stuff, I love Kala Genesis for this, because he said, look, screw all that religious stuff, screw all that other stuff. Like, you can have your culture, ancient African culture, and customs and all that, but he's like, all the other races of people, their religion is power building and doing that. That's what their main religion is. So like, Kala was like so right about that. So while we're worrying about, you know, what the river god was doing and Ogun and all that, not saying none of this stuff isn't important, but it's just that he realizes the truth of human nature is you don't mean anything if you don't have power. If your people have no power, you're irrelevant. So that's what we need to get through to FBA and ADOS, and they just don't want to have anything to do with power building. So it's just like my main thing. I was like, what are we doing today? What are we building towards? And they never want to answer that. They'll talk about court records and cases and all that stuff that ain't doing nothing. So that's all I have to say on that.
All right, go ahead, Brandon. I'm gonna bring in She Is the Vessel. Go ahead, Brandon. You want to add to that, Brandon?
Hey, Dynast, what I want to do real quick, and he can repeat the question if you want me to answer it, but I was busy looking at the Bruce Beach case to see what they received back in actuality.
Yeah. I want to. Yeah, what's up with the Bruce?
They're
Bruce?
not gonna actually get the land back. They're actually gonna get compensated restitution for the land that's gonna be close to the value that the land had back in the day. So this is gonna
like $50,000, if even that.
Yeah, it's gonna be some small, insignificant amount of money. They're not getting the $75 million net worth, the worth of it today. Also, they're in a dispute now because there were white people who, after the city seized the land, who actually they broke that land up, and white people like bought pieces of it. So now they're talking about having to compensate those people for some of the land. So whatever compensation they get, they're going to have to split that with a bunch of white folks. And they also said, if you go to the New York Times, it says that why Bruce Beach may be an outlier in terms of reparations for Black Americans. So the city is already instituting new laws, basically, and what do you call it? Ordinances that are going to actually prevent people from claiming land that was taken from them back in the day. Because Bruce Beach, the people, it wasn't just taken, it was a eminent domain seizure, which now eminent domain is legal. Back then there was no eminent domain, but they were forced to take $14,000 in exchange for their land. So now they're saying like, yo, if you took that money, whatever, we're gonna be able to claim eminent domain, so you can't come back. But basically, it's never what these people think it is, right? And they're making it very clear through their bullhorn, which is the media. Hey, you little Negroes, don't think this is something that's about to be the norm. This is an outlier. Don't be out here thinking you about to be able to reclaim land. So they're already putting things in place. So it's a lie, bro. It's just all smoke and mirrors. United States is not in the business of giving things back. We know that. You can't even sue the city if they truck hit your damn car unless you meet a very specific criteria and you go, like my wife got hit by a city vehicle. Dude, thank goodness one of the guys she used to work for, he was a lawyer, and he said, look, if you don't file this within 48 hours, based on the laws of this city, you can't even sue him. So he went and down and filed all the papers for it and stuff. They make it to where you can't get nothing back. And black people, like, go back to Africa. He's going back to Africa. Why are we doing this? Because the game is rigged for you to lose. So you can get on that court and play all you want, play your little pipsqueak heart out. They will just give one of you something and then change the rules if you ever find a loophole. That's why Pan-Africanism is the only way. Sitting up playing in a rigged game, you ain't going to win nothing. You're going to be complaining forever. Just like these two grown men with gray in their damn beard, screaming and whining and complaining, talking about, look at this link, look at that link, look at that, man, look at your pockets, damn a link, and that's going to tell you everything you need to know.
Hey, go. Yeah, but I'm so disappointed. Like, I read that whole article, hoping like, yeah, they got you, Brandon. They got you. They gave them folks back the land. They got to acknowledge me. All right,
They
she's the
think
best one
black
that brings
folk don't read. That's the thing.
Yes.
Read.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go, sister.
Okay, go Black to Africa. I just want to say I'm shocked to see you on here. I saw your the video that you did with the Sheikh. I didn't finish watching the whole thing, but I was literally just telling my dad last night. This is something so major. I'm just so excited that you are over there and that you did that, because that's just proof of something that I've known my whole life. You know what I'm saying? And I really am excited, and I want to share it with my whole family and everybody, because you just be putting in it's just straight facts. So I'm just so honored, because I'm a Muslim, and so the history, and I don't want to get off into all this, so I apologize, because this is not about your video, but I want to tell you that I'm so excited that you did that, because it's straight facts and it shuts a lot of stuff down. And Dynasty Amir, thank you for letting me on. I had a lot of things to say because I'm very vocal, but listening to Pan-African Strikes Back, listening to his commentary just now, I don't know, I'm saddened, because I'm like, dang, we can't even get, these people, they fought for their land, to get back in California, Brewster's Beach, and now they're only going to get $50,000. I mean, that just really angers me, because you know what? My grandfather, I'm from Oklahoma City. My grandfather, he was the first Black photographer in Oklahoma City and the only photographer for many years. His house, his studio was across the street from the governor's mansion, and he was also a survivor of the Tulsa race massacre. Excuse me. And that's my father's father. He's since passed away in '93. On my mother's side, Johnny Cochran is my cousin. That's my blood cousin. And before the OJ trial started, he was helping my great grandfather to get his land back in Louisiana from the Klan. So this stuff affects me, and it affects our family. It affects all of our families across this nation. So when we talk about reparations and we talk about getting our land back, we talk about this ain't no like lighthearted situation. This is deep. So it angers me that people are making light of the fact that we want reparations. We deserve reparations. This is what the blood, sweat, and tears that we put in. I mean, I can tell you countless stories of just in Oklahoma because my family, part of my family was brought over through the Trail of Tears. You know what I'm saying? And we were classified as Indian, Native American, whatever you want to call it. You know what I'm saying? I am not the one. I'm not a part of the people who believe that, okay, Native American, Black people, we just Native Americans, we not Africans. No, I don't believe none of that. We all know, anybody with any sense knows that we came from Africa. All of these stories that are being told about us being the Moors, about us being Native, about us being the Israelites, how Muslims came to be, how we were in Africa for thousands of years, all of it's true. Ain't none of it a lie. It's all the truth. And that's what we as a people have to understand. We got to understand that. We shouldn't be arguing about, well, I'm Native, well, I'm this, well, I'm that. We're all of it. That's the point. All this stuff has happened to us in history. We can't just think of the micro. We have to think of the macro, and we got to be strategic, and we got to get this money because it's owed to us. How in the world are we going to be men and women? I'm a wife and a mother of 4 children, and sit up there and go and pass this white supremacy on to our children to have to sit there and battle. Our parents and our grandparents went through white supremacy. We still experience it right now. And it's our job. I'm 38 years old, but it's still laying on us now, coming up, 80s babies or whoever else, to dismantle it. And we have to do that. And we still have to fight for reparations. Whether we get it or not, we got to fight for it. Period. Or we're not worth anything. We don't have the right to pass this mess on to our children. I have teenagers and I have toddlers. And I'll be damned if I sit there and let this go on again and continue to go on again. My husband's from Tulsa, and he experienced racism, being one of the only Black children in his family, because a part of his family is white, being in the belly of the beast around white people in a white church, preaching racism to Black children. We got to understand that it ain't just about us being Pan-Africanists. Yes, I'm Pan-African to my core. Most Black people are in America. But what are we going to do? And I love my brothers and sisters who support us, and we support them, around the world and traveling and all that things, and we support them and they fight. But the thing is that the reason why, and I consider myself foundational Black American, and it shouldn't be a problem with that. The reason why we're going through this is because people have been stepping on us for years. We fight for everybody and don't nobody fight for us. And ain't nothing wrong with there's nothing wrong with having a lineage and recognizing our lineage. And there's nothing wrong with being Pan-African. There's nothing wrong with that. As long as we make sure that we're respected. Because we here, Black people in America, we are the leaders of the world, whether we want to recognize it or not. Us. Everybody looks at us, okay? And I done met a lot of famous people in my life. I met Muhammad Ali when I was a child. I met Imam Worthy Muhammad as a child. I'm linked to so many famous Black people, in this country. What does that mean? Why am I saying that? I'm saying that because all of us are linked to famous Black people in this country, because all of us got it in our DNA. We all got it. It ain't just about one person. It ain't just about us being FBA, ADOS. That's a mute movement. Foundational Black American. That's important. Why is it a problem that we want to establish a lineage? It's not a problem. It shouldn't be a problem. All we want to do is make sure that we're respected and we get our reparations. Because if we don't,
can I ask you
in the face of our ancestors.
Question, sister?
Yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
My thing about reparations is, how long are we going to? Because literally, to me at this point, it's begging white people to give us something. It went how is that not begging white people to give us money?
Well, this is the thing.
Hold on, let me add to that. Sorry,
right,
not to cut you off.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
A lot of people say this is the white supremacist system. White supremacy is everywhere, even though they never boil down to what is and what isn't, or who's being the white supremacist to stop us from doing A, B, or C.
Okay, all right. But we can break that down. The 9 areas of activity. The 9 areas of activity. That's what white supremacy is. It's
No,
education.
no. We're talking. No, hold on. We're talking about reparations, particularly. Okay, people like me and other people, like, I'm not against Black people getting reparations or getting what we're quote unquote owed. I'm not against that. But what we're talking about is the process is already poisoned by the so-called white supremacists or just the nation in general. Like, there's white people out there that know nothing about FBA, ADOS, or any reparations movement, don't know, don't care, but also the like, it's how long are we going to wait for people to Black people to coalesce around this and actually make a movement when there really isn't one. And
Well,
people who
okay.
try to talk to Yvette Carnell and people like that try actually talk to real politicians who get stuff like that don't want to have nothing to do with them. So I'm just confused how.
Okay, so, but I know somebody did bring up, okay, great points. I apologize for jumping in. Great points. Somebody did bring up the brother Sheldon, forgot his name, Maurice. He's running in South Carolina. I forgot his name.
Oh, Marcel.
I said Maurice.
Marcel
Yes,
Dixon. Marcel Dixon. Marcel Dixon.
Okay, Marcel Dexter. I mean, he's a great candidate. All we have to, and I thought about running, at one point, but I don't know. What do you suggest we do, brother? You saying how long are we gonna wait? How long? First of all, I'm a business owner. I don't believe anybody. I know not one person who's sitting here on their butt waiting for reparations. No one's sitting here. Black people don't sit down and wait for nothing.
That's not true. There's plenty of Black people sitting around.
I guess where I come from, the people I surround myself with, my family, friends, and our community, especially the Black Muslim community, we ain't sitting down waiting for nothing. People creating all kind of things. You understand what I'm saying? We're not waiting for anything.
I like to say this right here. I mean, there is a portion or a population out there that sits around and wait on welfare checks every month, who waits on handouts and wait on government assistance and stuff, and not trying to do for self, and my heart out to you, sister, because you have the spirit of fight that what we really deserve. And my thing is, I have no problem with people who are wanting to get the reparations. My issue that I have is the fact that while I'm sitting here in Africa, all right, bought 3 pieces of property, about to buy my 4th piece of property, right? People are sleeping on it. When you can get land for $100, $200, $1,000, depending on what country. When you can, Walter Maya just did a video tonight, and I called the people up. A 3-bedroom, 3-bath, 2-story house for $57,000 with the latest greatest of the amenities that comes along with it, with the pool for the neighborhood, for all of this right. And it's like we sitting around wasting our time fighting against a system when the opportunities are out here for us to go be part of and take. And yet I'm 55, you're 38. And so I understand, like I tell my daughter's 22, you haven't took enough ass whippings yet to realize that, you know what, maybe I'm in a dead situation, because I've been through that already. So my eyes opened up 7, 8 years ago when I realized this right here can't go on. I have to. I'm not sitting around. Like you said, there are some who don't sit around, but I'm not sitting around in America for anything. I took all my property and I'm flipping it and putting it in other countries. Why? Because I'm moving it for my children. I'm moving it for my children's children.
Go black. I'm sorry, not to interject. So, and you can answer this after you finish your statement. So, did you sold your property in America and you flipped it in Africa now? But go ahead and finish your.
Yeah, I got a couple left, but I took my assets and said, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to start purchasing some other property. One of them I purchased straight from YouTube. But, my other thing is this right here. Like I told my kids, and I did a video of my daughter, she just got fired. And I'm like, yeah, great, good. And she's fighting to get back into it. And I'm like, bring your ass over here. I'm doing this thing here for y'all, and yet you're trying to get back in. But I get it though. She's young. She wants to go ahead and put use to her degree and all that stuff. But I'm telling to the brothers and sisters, and that's what my video has been about. A lot of interviews of people who have left America and are thriving over here. What is it that they get? The biggest excuse I keep getting is, I don't have enough money. Where's your family at? As much as you spend on Christmas, as much as you spend on Valentine's, as much as you spend on Easter, as much as you spend on your children's birthday trying to shine and show how much you got, get with 4 family members and come over here and buy a 4-bedroom house. Come over here and buy a plot over here for $1,000.
I mean, that's something to think about. I mean, I admire what you're doing. I mean, you're doing it. Do you think that we should all just leave and come over there?
No, not everybody deserves to come over to Africa. They're not ready yet. And not everybody deserves and there are people who's going to stay put because they believe they have a tie and a connection to America. So I'm not even speaking to them. I'm only talk to my videos are for those, who have this intuition or this voice within that is telling them, I got to get out of this bad situation. And so I'm showing people, look, you can come here and do it. We got all the skills, we got the talents, the gifts, all of that there, but we've been indoctrinated to always work for somebody. We don't know how to do things on our own, how to start from scratch and build. That's what's the biggest fear for most people is they're still at the master table getting crumbs and they're afraid to let go.
You know what? I think that a lot of us fear because I mean, I'm a part of, my parents, they wanted to go to Africa. My sisters and my brother-in-law and a lot of us, we're, a lot of us in America here, we're stuck in between that, like, okay, we hear certain stories, and they're on YouTube, of people, being murdered, and not being accepted. And, I don't know if you guys remember the sister, I forgot her name. She was over in the Gambia. She has a channel. I don't remember what her name was, but just like the really pushback from the locals, of not accepting us.
That's there's always a side to another story. Believe me, you're more accepted than those who's pushing back. And typically those who are getting pushed back, like a sister that I met yesterday, and she got beat up by a taxi cab driver. Why did she get beat up by a taxi cab driver here? She brought that Chicago attitude up here. She admitted it. She gave him hell and wanted to use that attitude over here in Africa. And the dude gave her a hard way to go. And I was like, sister, you can't bring that attitude over here. These jokers right here, some of them, they ain't got respect for their own. Why you think they're going to respect you? Because you got a mouth almighty, tongue everlasting, and you don't want to shut up. You're going to get what you get. But can we just come and digress and really get a part of the community? Because people love us. Africa loves us. When you want to be, when they know if you're here just for your own selfish gain, and then they know if you're really here for the community. They really know that.
So where are you right now? Like, what country are you in?
I'm in Ghana right now.
You're in Ghana. Okay.
I'm in Ghana.
So,
I didn't come to Ghana get my keys to my apartment that I bought. And I'm showing people what I do. And I don't try to fake and broadcast like I'm just all that in the back. Look, I ain't no millionaire. I used to be broke as a joke back in the days too. But I took my pennies and I saved them. And I tell people that I saved it little upon little. That's the African way. You meet most of these Africans out here. They build their house little by little. They don't just go ahead and get loans and then, the house is there. It might take them 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years to build a house, but brick upon brick. We want everything now and we want it given to us. We want the bank to give us a loan. We want to go here and get the car loan. We don't want to work for nothing. And it's going to take work to come here. It's going to take work, but it's easier to me than it is in America because I flourished. I'm telling you, just from what I just switched over, come here, taking my assets over here to Africa, I'm so far ahead of the game than when I was in America. Do you know why? Taxes was killing me.
Wow.
Oh God, taxes killing me. Oh, that's a whole nother show. Go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, so it's like here, I did a video. I just released the video today and I mentioned it, to a brother who built a kingdom. Check the video out. I just released it today. But I asked him, I said, do you have a mortgage? He said, hell no. I said that really jokingly because very few people have mortgages in Africa. Then I asked him, how's your taxes? Do you pay a lot of taxes? No. And I asked that. But I mentioned it's like, for what I bought here in an apartment, brand new, right? 6 Gs I bought in a prevalent area, $200 a year.
for fees. They don't call them taxes. The taxes might be included, but $200 a year? Come on.
Wow. That's pretty
And
amazing.
And
Can I
family members can
piggyback
come
on?
together and do that. Family members can come and do that easily. I don't know what else to say. The only thing I do is keep putting out videos. I've said enough. Go ahead, sister. Sorry.
Well, I
Can I?
definitely
Can I?
appreciate. Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
I want Go Black to Africa is right as far as like the ease of doing business and stuff like that in Africa. Even with the property that I bought, the valuation and the taxes that I paid to the government were like pennies on the dollar compared to America, just buying anything. But the reality is, there has to be some type of like separation of like church and state or something in our community, because it's like people have their beliefs, but then the beliefs infringe upon progress, right? Now, Go Black to Africa, Go Black is a Hebrew Israelite guy, or he believes we're the Israelites. That's fine.
What? Huh?
I can stomach it because he's actually doing the work. The disconnect I have is when people start talking about that stuff and then they start using that stuff as excuses to not do anything. And what we got to realize is we've become programmed upon a bunch of excuses. Like, you have all the thoughts, great thoughts, you're very passionate, and everyone's like, yeah, go sister. Then you're like, but I'm hesitant to go to Africa because Africans don't like me. That's an excuse. That's bullshit. If
Well, first of
Africans,
all,
wait a
brother,
minute, wait a
no,
minute,
no, brother,
wait a
no,
minute.
no, no, no,
I
no, no,
hear
no.
Wait
That's
a
not what
minute.
I said.
I'm not
A
directing this
lot of
just
us
at
have
you. I'm not directing this
reservations.
at you. Wait a minute. I'm not
Okay,
directing this
go
at
ahead.
you personally. I'm
Okay,
talking
okay.
about all of us.
Right,
It's an
right.
excuse because if Africans had a problem with us buying the new Challenger, the new Mercedes,
Uh-huh.
we'd still walk up on that lot and buy that. So when you talk about Black people being the leader, you are right, 100%. So it's very disingenuous that we got an army of Black people talking about the reason why I won't go invest in Africa, which you talk about doing that. So this ain't at you specifically, but
Okay.
we have an army led by the guy who made up the term FBA that you're ascribing to, talking about I'm not doing that because Africans don't like us.
Wait a
I'm not
minute.
doing. Hold on.
Okay, brother, you can't just say stuff about people that's not true.
I'm not
We go
talking
to
about you
Africa all the
specifically.
time. You're talking about Tariq Nasheed. So
Wait a minute. Hold
let's
on,
be
sister.
factual. Let's be
Wait,
factual. I
wait
do
a
not
minute.
like when people lie. He just
I'm
never
not
said
lying.
that. He
I'm
goes to
not
Africa
lying.
all the time. He does business with in different places in Africa. He's all
Okay, ma'am.
So it has
Ma'am.
nothing to do with
Tariq, listen.
all he's
I
doing is
don't lie.
saying that we need to have a lineage in America.
Ma'am.
That's all he's saying.
Ma'am.
He's not saying don't go to Africa. He's not saying don't live in Africa. He's not saying don't do business in Africa.
Ma'am, you're getting emotional. You have
I'm
an
not getting
unhealthy
emotional. I'm just telling.
Ma'am,
Okay, I'm not getting
you totally
emotional.
interrupted me. You totally interrupted me when I didn't interrupt you. Soon as I mentioned something about Tariq, which was actually true, but
I
because
saw the comment that you just posted about me.
Ma'am,
You just posted a comment about me. You
okay,
just
ma'am.
posted a comment about me.
So I don't get a turn to talk because I posted a comment about you?
Okay, but you need to explain the comment. But go
Brad,
ahead, brother.
Brad, you're a funny cat, Brad. Brad, you're a funny cat, Brad.
I have no problem explaining it, but I'm just telling you, you got to put the emotion down.
Okay.
And this is what the comment is referencing.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Because when we are in a situation where we are ascribing to different cults of personality, that means we're not really grounded in our own like rational thinking. What we're doing is we're feeding off of someone's ability to be charismatic, and we're basing our belief on that. And so when I talked about you in the comment, you're like, I'm a Muslim. Hebrew Israelite's true. Native American's true. Tariq Nasheed's true. This and that. All those things have one thing in common. They're all cults based on charismatic personalities.
Okay,
if you're
but
Christian, wait, I'm almost done.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna let you go. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
If you're Christian, the charismatic personality is Jesus. If you're a Muslim, that's Allah. If you're FBA, that's Tariq Nasheed. If you're Hebrew Israelite, that's the IUCU and whoever's talking at the moment, Brother Tazarak, charismatic personalities. What I'm telling you is that is not a way forward. That is why the United States government makes a separation between church and state. because being directed by one charismatic person or 5 charismatic people does not equate to progress. Progress is made by a bunch of people, most of whom have no charisma, most of whom have no following, taking the necessary steps for themselves that then adds up or equates to collective progress, right? And that's why I'm cool with Go Black to Africa, because even though he believes what he believes, he does the steps. He does what he has to do, which is mostly rooted in his personality, right? So all I'm saying is it's all good. It's all good. But we have to separate all that religion and all that. Even FBA needs to be separated. We need to separate from that because that stuff stops up progress. You said Tariq Nasheed, oh, he's been African, he doesn't. Tariq has specifically said Africans don't like us. Tariq has constantly said, where do you think the term tethers came from? Tariq has also said that all these people want to do is undermine us. And if you leave America, you're fleeing. So if the master, Tariq Nasheed, says, if you leave America, you're fleeing, how does that perpetuate Black people going to Africa to do business?
Okay,
Explain that to me.
All
please,
right.
please. Okay, I'm sorry. There's
No,
like
no, no.
5
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go
points
ahead.
that
Go
you
ahead.
kind
Go
of.
ahead. Go,
Okay,
go ahead.
okay.
Go ahead.
So
Go ahead.
I just want to say right now, like okay. Let me just start with, because you said 5 different, 5 different cults. Hilarious. Okay, so let me just start with Islam. First of all, and this is how I know you don't know. It's fine. You don't know anything about Islam, anything about Hebrew Israelite. You don't. It's the things that you're speaking
Muhammad
on.
married a 9-year-old.
You don't
You
know.
gotta let her finish. You gotta let her finish, Brandon. You gotta let her finish,
You
Brandon.
don't
Here you go,
know.
Brandon. Here you go.
I mean, I love your personality. You're great. I'm sure if we were in person, we would chop it up and have a great time. You know what I'm saying? You're very intelligent, but what you're saying is not factual, and I'm going to have to break it down for you. See, number one, Allah is not a person. That's the creator of all the worlds. That's the one who created you and everybody else and everything else that we see and don't see. That's number one. Number two,
Muhammad is the
it's
person.
not. Muhammad was a prophet. Just like the brother from Go Black to Africa is a Hebrew Israelite. All of the different prophets that originated in Africa and go the whole lineage all the way from the first man all the way until Prophet Muhammad. He was a prophet. He was the seal of the prophets. He brought Islam. Islam is a universal religion. It allows us to be pro-Black. It allows us to stand on our square. It allows us to defeat oppression. It allows us to do manifest and do all the things that people claim they're doing now. That's all in Islam, and Islam would cure every ill in the world if people actually paid attention and not spit rhetoric talking about a cult. That's white supremacist talk. When you
Islam hasn't
hold
even
on,
healed
brother,
the Middle East.
Brandon, you gotta let her finish, Brandon. You gotta let her
when you
finish, Brandon.
say ignorant points, because it's ignorant what you said. Okay, so when you say things like cult, that's white supremacy. The only cult is white supremacy. That's the cult, not Islam. Islam is peace, brother. So let's just go there, okay? Let's stop there. And let me go to the next point about Tariq Nasheed, because I just don't like, because I'm a very
Al-Shabaab is
person.
peaceful.
I'm a very factual person. I'm very analytical. I'm factual, okay? You call me emotional. I'm just making a point. What I'm saying is that is untrue. When things are recorded, you can go back and watch. I listen to Tariq every week. I'm not a cult member. I have my own brain, my own mind. You can see how much personality I have now. You can obviously tell I'm a black sheep. I'm not a person who can be led, and I'm led by my husband. I'm led by Islam, but I'm not a person who can be led by people who don't speak the truth. I'm a truth speaker and a truth seeker. What I'm telling you is that what you said about Tariq Nasheed is factually incorrect. He never, and he says this all the time because people keep saying the same thing. People who don't listen, they say Tariq Nasheed is against Africans. False. He's not against Africans. He's one of the main ones who's trying to correct people and say, yes, we all came from Africa. Just because we want to have a lineage and make sure people understand and put respect on a Black American's name does not mean that we're not from Africa. We've been over here in the hills of America for how long? Jamaicans don't call themselves African Jamaican, do they? No. So don't try to put that on him. He's never said that. He does business in Africa. Many people in my community do business in Africa. They go back and forth. You know what I'm saying? So no one's saying that we shouldn't go to Africa. All we're saying is that we know that the United States government, this is a fact, bring people who are not on code over here to try to dissipate the energy of revolution. This is a fact. They're not bringing Marcus Garvey's over here. Okay, they're not bringing Patrice.
Okay,
Lumumba's over here.
I got to interject. What is okay?
That's all I'm saying.
How are immigrants dissipating y'all's revolution?
Yes, so let's just get it on down. Let's break it on down. We know, and matter of fact, I'm where I am right now. I run into different, and I'm not saying all because I grew up with Liberians and Nigerians, and I love them. You know what I'm saying? Somalis, I love them. But we know there's a segment of them that come over here who don't like Black Americans. They have vitriol towards us for some reason. Why? Why do they do that? Why? Because they're being told that they're the special Negro.
No. Okay, no. So my question was, how are they dissipating the revolution? How are immigrants coming in and stopping you guys from as in college geneticists will say, rising up and bum rushing the White House or bum rushing the state cap or whatever however this revolution looks like? How are they stopping you guys from doing that?
How are they stopping us? They're not stopping me, but the government brings people over here, just like all the other immigrants, and pile them on top of us in our neighborhoods, which is a fact. Because when people come over here, where do they put them? They put them in the Black neighborhood.
Okay.
They want to make sure that we're not able to. I'm sorry.
Again. Okay, I'm sorry. I think you might be getting there, but again, I just need clarity how they're coming in and they're stopping you guys and sabotaging the revolution. That's all I want to know. But go ahead and finish. I'm sorry.
I'm not saying that, and again, I'm not saying that all. I'm saying there's a lot, because when they come over here, they don't consider themselves Black. Not all of them. Most of them don't, and they put on their paperwork white. And I mean that's a fact. So they're not over here. So we're seeing people who look like us. You know what I'm saying? But they're not. They don't have that same energy. And you find out why they don't have that same energy. It's because they're from another country.
Okay. So my experience. Hold on, Brad. Hold on. I'm just still trying to figure out. Like for me, an immigrant has not stopped me or gotten in my way to do anything that I wanted to accomplish in life. So I'm just trying to figure out.
Not you individually, not me individually, because I'm a go-getter myself. So as my husband, so as the people in my family. I'm not talking about individual. We're talking about on a community, nationwide group level. Okay.
Explain how they're doing it.
Can you listen to how they're doing that? Talk about it. I'm literally in mid-sentence.
Go ahead.
They come over here. They don't consider themselves Black. They don't want to get involved in race issues. They don't fight for us when things are happening, but we always fight for them. And they come over here sucking the resources. There's many, matter of fact, there is many, like in many HBCUs, they're not even Black anymore.
They're Mexican.
And Black immigrant. Let me
interject.
And Black immigrant.
Are you talking about the HBCUs that are named after white people that are that are all named after white people that are funded by the U.S.
Yeah,
government?
but they're supposedly historically Black colleges. So what I'm saying is that they are historically Black colleges that were historically Black. And when people come over here, they get our resources. They don't respect us, for one.
What resources?
The resources that we fought for through the civil rights, through all the different actions. Affirmative action that we fought for. Affirmative action.
Hold on, let me interject. But this is
I'm sorry, go ahead.
This is the problem with that argument. Black people chose to integrate, okay? Into a white society. No, but on paper, we integrated. We're a minority, and it's not the immigrants. The biggest benefactor of affirmative action is white women.
Right, we know that.
So I'm just trying to figure out how the Black immigrant, is the issue. That's what I don't understand.
Dynast.
I didn't say they are the issue, like they're the sole issue, but they are.
You didn't say that.
Definitely. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and let you talk, brother. I'm gonna go ahead.
Yeah,
go ahead. Go ahead. You can talk. Go ahead.
For a person who is not led, I love peeling back the onion on you types, and I knew it was going to come out eventually. All you're regurgitating is Tariq Nasheed's talking points, which have been proven time and time again to be absolute lies.
They're not. They're not.
Listen. I have a YouTube channel. I've made several videos about Tariq Nasheed. There are probably hundreds of videos where people go in and research what he says, and it turns out to be a lie. So you sitting up here, and the thing about this is the same people watching this show watch my show, so
That's
they've
good.
seen all the videos where he's gotten exposed. So when you say, no, this is true, you are hurting your own cause, because then people know not to take you seriously. That's why as you started regurgitating these talking points, the audience turned against you.
I
You
don't
were
give a
good.
crap about
Wait a minute.
it.
Wait a
Listen,
minute.
if we were
Wait,
face to face, listen, let me tell you something. Calm down.
ma'am,
What I'm going to
ma'am.
say is I do not care
This is not
if
about
these people
caring,
disagree with me. I can't see
ma'am.
the chat. I can care less.
Ma'am, we
Everybody in
know
this
you
chat
don't,
can disagree with
ma'am.
Bill. Let me tell you something. I can no, because what you're saying about
We know
I
you
just
don't
like the
care.
fact. I
We know
like the
you,
fact. What
ma'am.
you said
Listen,
about Tariq Nasheed is not true. Because you can
ma'am,
go to his
ma'am,
videos
ma'am,
and hear it.
ma'am.
Yeah,
Ma'am,
yeah,
listen. We know
brother.
you don't care, and I'm not saying it because you should care.
I said
But
I
if
don't
you,
I'm the type of person I will pull up on you, sweetheart.
yeah, you
That's
pull
the
up
type
on
of
me.
person
I
I
mean,
am.
I don't pull up. Oh, come on. That don't come
she
with
don't
violence.
mean it
We're not
violent.
talking about violence.
We're not
We're
talking
not talking
about
about
violence.
violence. We're talking about
I get it.
dialogue. I'm not the person.
Violence.
I don't get
Why
on
you
the
come with
internet talking.
violence?
I don't get on the
Ma'am,
internet talking to run my mouth. I don't get on the internet to say stuff I couldn't say to somebody's face.
ma'am,
I
I'll
could
come
care
to
less
your
who
mosque.
got to say whatever they want to say. They can say whatever
I,
they want.
okay,
That's just,
listen. I'll come to your mosque. That's fine. But when you in a room with 300 people, and 300 people is like, that's not true. Only a fool would keep saying, no, that's true. Obviously, these people are familiar with what you're talking about, because we're all in the same spaces, and they heard it too, and they've seen
How many
evidence.
followers do you have? How many followers do you have? Because I'm gonna go to your page.
5,000.
Because what you're saying is
5,000.
that
Okay.
you have
Listen, hold on,
5,000 followers.
I
So
don't know
your
where this is going.
5,000 followers versus
Hold on.
somebody else's 200,000 followers. You're saying that what he's saying is not true, and 300 people will pull up on me. Well, if you got 300 people to pull up on me,
I
I got
didn't say 300 people are going to pull up
2,000
on
people who will
you.
pull up on you.
Okay,
I'm
hold
just
on,
saying
y'all. Stop. We got
what I'm.
another caller. Hold on. We got another caller. Hold on. Ash 124. Go ahead. Unmute yourself.
Hi. I just wanted to kind of talk a little bit about lineage. I was kind of listening to the show and I heard a little bit about what other people were saying, but so I want to read something really quick. So it says contemporary scholarly and popular literature in the United States has largely ignored the significance of widespread Native American ancestry among Afro-Americans and also of African ancestry among many Native groups. The consequences of this
Okay,
neglect
I'm
are
gonna stop you right there. Who wrote this? Who wrote it?
this
Who
is here. Let me
is
pull up. Let me pull up the source. So it is written by. Hold on. I'm on my computer. So Forbes, African and Native American.
They don't even be knowing the source, just out here regurgitating shit. Don't know
Nah,
who wrote
nah.
what.
I'm on my.
Let us finish, Brad. Hold on, Brandon. Stop it, Brandon.
Wait.
Stop it. Not
Okay.
yet, Brandon. Stop it. Go ahead. Who'd you say?
Right. Okay.
Dinah,
Can I
she
finish?
got a pretty voice. Don't get on here and start simping.
Let her finish, Brandon. Stop it. Go ahead,
Okay.
Brandon. Go ahead.
Okay. In a similar manner, the existence of a large group of red Black people, part American and part African, has been largely overlooked. And in fact, such people have been usually classified as Black by both scholars and North American statutes. Still further, the former existence of comparatively large numbers of Native American slaves has also been ignored generally, with great consequence for both early Native and Afro-American history. I mean, I can go on, but
Yeah,
it's
okay. So what you trying to prove, sweetheart? What you trying to prove? Brandon,
no,
mute yourself, Brandon, mute yourself. What you trying to prove?
no.
What you trying to prove?
I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to prove anything. The only thing I was just talking about was where FBA comes from, right? So,
What tribe you from?
I mean, I'm
Blackfoot
not.
and Cherokee.
No,
Blackfoot and Cherokee. If you want to just be
Yeah,
technical.
I'm Blackfoot. My feet are black too. My feet are
Blackfoot
black.
and I mean, but it's an actual
I can
tribe
prove it
though.
right
Blackfoot and
now. I
Cherokee.
can show you my foot is black
Blackfoot and
or
Cherokee.
brown.
So I
I'm
can't help
Blackfoot.
it that my family and many other Black people across this country, we can say that. A lot of us can. It's not a victory. It's just what we are. But
Your
no
grandma
one
told you.
saying
okay,
anything
wait.
that we're not saying we're
Can
not
I?
African. We're not saying
Can I?
that.
Right. Can I finish this one part?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Johnson also noted that many Indians were enslaved along the eastern seaboard. The end
Right.
of Indian slavery came with the final absorption of the blood of the Indian by the more numerous Negro slave. But the blood
Right.
of the Indian did not become extinct in the slave states, for it continued to flow in the veins of the Negro. And that's an article published in the Journal of Negro History, Johnson.
Right,
Hey,
right. So,
hey,
hold on one second, Brandon. So Native Americans were slaves. They were on the plantation. Black Africans from the Native Americans couldn't, for the most part, couldn't handle the workload. They ended up importing African slaves from West Africa, and I'm sure there was a mixture. But I mean, that is so far few in between. I don't even know why this is even.
Dynasty,
Dynasty,
the Dynasty,
Dynasty.
we've been in this country for just if you want to just count since slavery for 500 something years, right? So should we call ourselves African or should we call ourselves something else? That's what I just want to say. Should we say, hey, I've been on American soil, the soil that I built, the land that I built. I've been here for 500 years. So should we say I'm African or I'm just confused because I know Jamaicans call themselves
Listen, let me say something. I was able to prove that I'm African, and I got my Sierra Leone passport and Nigerian passport. I don't know how this.
Do you have rights? Do you have rights to the land? Do they give you rights to the land and say, since you're African, we want to give you rights to the land?
I'm a citizen.
Dynasty.
Go ahead, Brent. Go ahead.
Dynasty. I'm gonna take her back to her own religion. What Malcolm say? If you put kittens in the oven, do that make them biscuits? No. So go back and research your own religion, where one of your prophets really said, just because we're in a different geographical location doesn't make us different from who we are. It doesn't change our identity. And yeah, they do give you rights to the land, just as much rights as America do. America give you a deed to a land when you buy it. That's it. You got no rights to shit in America unless you pay for it. So when I bought my land in Africa, they gave me a deed to that land, just like I got a deed to my land I bought in America. So those excuses are
no, that's not an excuse. I'm not saying rights like you bought land. I'm saying since we're African, why don't we have land? Just like why are we able to get land? Like the big year of return and everything that happened. Why are we not able to get land for free? Why are they not having this mass push for Black Americans to get land for free? Because they know that we're African. They know that we're African, right? So we should we should have land over there for free.
Listen,
they want us to come over there, right? I'm not against going to Africa. I'm trying to open your eyes because you think you're opening my eyes. You think you're saying something to me that's so profound, but you're not.
I don't gotta say anything profound to you because you're going off of identity, personality worship, not off of facts.
No, sweetheart, no. And I get because you don't know me, so you're saying that, and that's fine. You can say that.
Let me ask you a question. Why can't you're Islamic? You're Islamic.
I'm Muslim. One who's and you in Malcolm X.
Can I make my
Malcolm X? I mean, Prophet Muhammad was the last prophet. So
okay,
go ahead.
But you're Muslim, right?
Yes.
You're Muslim. Why can't you just go over to the Middle East and get some land and lay claim to it? You Muslim, right?
Islam started in Africa, so I should go back to Africa then. So now we should go back to Africa and get land again too, right?
But ma'am, you've been in America for 500 years, so how you still claiming Muslim?
Because I was born Muslim. What are you talking about?
How you born Muslim and not born African?
Because Islam is a global religion. Islam is a global way of life. You can't compare.
An African is a global identity.
It makes no sense, bro. Please, just go back.
Can I ask?
I'm gonna mark it out. I'm gonna cross it out. What you saying don't make sense.
You guys just to get branded one time.
Just don't bring up stuff that you don't know what you're talking about, bro.
I do know about it. I do know about
what you said don't make no sense.
Listen. This is the reality. You are a part of a cult. And you just like
over 1 billion people are in a cult.
Man, why you gotta interrupt me? I didn't interrupt you.
Bruh.
Stop. I didn't interrupt you.
Don't say that.
I didn't interrupt you.
Don't. Okay. You know what? Don't say that.
Man, we still going off the first time you interrupted me. We still on my point
the most revolutionary people you ever meet. If it wasn't for Muslims, a lot of Black people wouldn't know their history, sweetheart.
So let me ask you. I gotta ask a question. Hold on. Let me ask one question. So, are you Muslim first or Black first?
First of all,
Muslim.
There's no. Are you Muslim first or Black first? I'm gonna tell you right here. Muslim means one who submits to the will of God. That's what Muslim means. God is over everything.
So are you Muslim first or Black
Stop
first?
talking Pan-African. The God, the creator of all the worlds, is over everything. Okay? So I was born, you're born, your soul comes into, he places your soul into your body. That comes into you before anything else. Okay. So your soul, we all came from a place where there were souls. Okay. That happened before we had a body. So Muslim, I'm one who submits to the will of God. That's what I'm professing to be. That allows me to be black first, because I'm not no boot scooting, boot licking Christian who believed in white Jesus. I believe in the unseen.
You
Okay.
believe in white Muhammad. How do you know what
Muhammad
the will of
wasn't
God
white.
is?
How is
Aaron
Muhammad
told
white?
you.
Oh my God,
Do you,
listen, stop,
ma'am,
bruh, please.
how do you
How is
know,
Muhammad white when his
ma'am,
lineage is African, bruh?
ma'am,
Stop,
how do you know what the will is of
stop.
God is? You
Just don't
believe
bring up,
that Aaron, who was
don't
caught in
bring
the
up what you
desert
don't
in
know
a
about
cave.
me. Please don't. Just stop.
No, this is why. Ma'am, am I wrong or am I right? Who
Just
told you the will of
stop.
God? Who brought it to you?
Just stop with the
Who
lies.
brought it to you?
Lies.
Ma'am, who brought you the will of God? Who was
I'm
his
going to
messenger?
whisper to you. Just stop while you're
Ma'am,
ahead.
okay,
Because let
Dinus,
me
I
tell you
asked
something.
you.
Anybody
Dinus,
on the internet
I
who
asked
knows
you.
about Islam, people, please, bruh, please stop.
Ma'am,
Don't speak on
who
Islam
was the
because you don't know
messenger?
nothing. You don't.
Can you just tell me who was the messenger? Why we can't answer the basic question, Dinus? Who was the messenger?
Muhammad. I know that.
Okay, so what does a messenger do, Dinus?
A messenger,
You
Prophet
ready for that?
Muhammad was given the revelation of the Quran. Okay,
So that means he was the messenger. What do a
he's
messenger do?
the seal of the prophets, the last prophet,
So
the last
he told
messenger.
you. So he told
He
you
was not a white
what.
man.
So he told you what the will of God was. So reality, you ain't never heard it from God. Some guy came
Wait a
and said,
minute.
"Hey,
Wait a
this is
minute.
what
Stop,
the will of
bruh.
God is."
See, this is the
Listen,
thing. When you get into religion and then you don't know, because
you
it's
brought up
you
religion.
don't know it. You don't know
You,
what. No, I
you
told you
know what
before
I
that
know.
you don't know what you're talking
How do you
about.
know what I know?
Just stop talking about. Let's just stop. Because I want
What's Allah? What's
you the
Allah
type
the
of person I want to
messenger?
see face to face. I don't even
What's
want to talk. You the
well?
type of
Tell
person
me
I
what
want
your
to have
mind is, and
dialogue
I'll
with
come out
face to
there with
face.
with a
And we can
bucket
go.
full of
We can go
Negroes
to the
for you. It's
masjid.
all
We go to
good.
the mosque, whatever. Because you don't know what you're talking about, bro. You don't.
Listen,
Can I
man.
Just
can I
stop
jump
talking
Listen,
about
in?
ma'am.
Islam. Stop.
Ma'am.
All right,
Ma'am.
all right,
Why
hold
are
on,
you
hold on,
so mad?
yeah, hold on, time out.
Can I?
All right, Ash, what two
Yeah,
for? Go ahead.
I just wanted to jump in because something that you said, Dinus, just to kind of hit on that really quick. So in this book that I'm referencing, it says as early as the late 19th century, the 19th annual report of the Bureau of American
Wait, what's the
Ethnology.
book? What's the
The
book?
book is by Jack D. Forbes, African and Native Americans. I said that in the beginning. The
Somebody else
classification.
was referencing our book
Why are
today.
you screaming? Wait, why are you screaming? Let me finish. As
Why are
early as
y'all regurgitating books we
oh my
all have
God.
already read?
Okay, so because
All right, hold
I
on, Brandon.
want
Let
to
him
hit.
finish,
No, I'm
Brandon.
gonna tell
Brandon,
you
let
why.
him finish
I'm gonna tell
talking.
you
Go
why.
ahead, go
I
ahead.
want to hit on something that Dinah said specifically. He's okay. So this says as early as the late 19th century, of the 19th annual report of the Bureau of American Ethnology noted that a considerable portion of the blood of the Southern Negroes of the U.S. is unquestionably Indian. And the
Okay,
only
Ash,
reason I
Ash,
said,
let me
no, wait,
get
no,
to
let me
Ash.
ask, let me ask, let me ask, let me ask. The only reason I said that is because you said that it was far and few in between. So I'm just touching on that specifically.
Okay, Ash.
That
Do
book
Ash,
you
was
know? Wait,
dismissed.
do you know?
Hold on,
Wait, wait,
Brandon.
wait,
Hold
wait,
on, Brandon.
wait, wait, wait. Can I ask you? Can I ask you? Can I ask you? Do you know what considerable means?
Ash. Okay,
What?
so I deal with I deal with facts. What percentage? What number?
No, it says considerable. Do you know what
That is vague and abstract. What
considerable means? A
percentage?
lot.
What number?
Considerable means a large number. A
That
large
is
number. Because how can you
vague
quantify?
and
How
abstract.
can you quantify it?
What that is
How can you
vague and
quantify that?
abstract. Considerable of what? Like, did they take DNA tests of how many plantations were they on? How many, you know,
This is the thing,
sharecroppers they
man.
take?
No, but
I need
Mhm.
numbers. Like, what
I mean,
number? What percentage?
you're asking me to give you numbers, and I can't give you numbers.
But
I'm just saying.
that's what I'm saying. That's why it's vague and abstract. That's why Brandon be
No,
yelling.
but
See,
then
I don't yell, but I understand why Brandon be yelling.
But see, if
But
you know that
Ash,
black people populated every corner of this earth before anyone
here we
else,
go.
why is it
Here we
so
go.
hard to believe?
Where
Why
the
is it
black
so
people
hard
at in
to
China?
believe that we are native? Why?
Hey,
We know we
Ash,
originated in Africa. We came out of Africa, but we also came out of Africa in many different
man,
times in
you
life.
from the tribe of Shabazz. Stop lying. I heard Farrakhan say that.
Right, right. So, anyways, good. Yeah, I love it. That was great.
Well, that's what he
So what I
said.
want to say, what I want to say is that when we know the truth, because I'm a macro person. So when I look at the big picture and we know that we populated every part of the earth because we came out of Africa, we migrated here, we went everywhere. Okay, many different points in history. That's a fact. Why is
right.
it so hard to believe that we're not the native too? I don't get it.
I don't get it either.
Bruh,
Hey
come on
guys,
now. You're not make it
beliefs,
make sense.
beliefs.
Please.
Listen, guys, listen. Ash, I want to ask one question. Have you read that book you referenced from front to back?
Have you read it?
Yes, I have. Yes, I have.
Okay.
Yes, I have.
Then
Have
quote,
you read that
you
book
ain't read
front
the
to back?
Quran because you certainly saying all this incorrect stuff.
Man, I read the
I just don't
Quran,
like
bro.
people
Okay,
saying
I'm
incorrect
going.
stuff and standing on it like it's
Well,
something
yeah,
real.
it don't matter to me. But the thing I'm telling y'all is,
I'm sorry. No, we over talking the sister. I apologize.
No,
Queen, go
no, no.
ahead.
I'm sorry.
Put
No,
my
I'm
sister
going.
on
I'm
mute.
going. You guys, it's like you can argue with the
did you read
Smithsonian
the
because
book from front to back? That's the only question I want to ask you.
no, I didn't read the book from front
So
to
why
back
are you referencing the book?
because I read 5 chapters of the book.
Okay, so you haven't read it all the way though. So how do you know the context in which any of this is being said?
Because what? Okay, stop. What that is done. What you just said
Okay,
doesn't make any sense, bruh. She's
of course it
quoting
doesn't to
something.
you.
She gave you the whole portion. She didn't take anything out of context.
She gave
She
me what
gave
she
you the
learned off
she
of
gave you the
5
so
chapters.
she has to read the whole book to give you context. You stop,
That's
man.
what people do. That's what people do
Then
before
you
you just
give it
wait. Calm
context
down.
then.
Wait,
Give it
ma'am. Calm
context then,
down.
bruh.
Wait,
Because no, you just
ma'am.
saying stuff.
Ma'am. You literally two
Okay, let
seconds
me
ago.
stop. I'm about to put
You
myself on
look.
mute.
You literally said 2 seconds ago that I didn't know what I was talking about because I haven't read the whole Quran, right? Now, when I tell her the same thing you said to me, that's no longer valid.
No,
Rule
I
should
said that
be,
because you're
you
not
just
saying
said you was
anything
going
that
to mute
makes any
yourself.
sense.
You just
You
said you was going to mute
everything
yourself.
you're saying
Ma'am,
Allah is a person. You're
this
saying
is
different things
called,
that make no sense. You said
this
Prophet
is
Muhammad was
called,
white. All the things
ma'am,
that you're
this is
saying
called,
are factually incorrect, bruh.
okay,
Stop.
what color was Muhammad?
What?
What color was Muhammad?
They said he was not white.
Was he a black African? Because if you go to the Middle East and
His
say that, they'll kill
lineage
you.
is African. Are
They'll
you
kill
not?
you.
His
If
lineage is
you go to the
African.
Middle East and say Muhammad was African, they will kill you.
Arabia was African at the time, bruh.
No,
Come
it
on,
wasn't.
stop,
If
stop,
you
stop,
go
stop.
to the land
Do
where
you know
your
when people
religion,
migrate? Do you know when
Hold
the
on.
Turks and different people migrated
I got
over
it in
there?
now.
Dynast,
Okay. Hold on. Let
Okay,
me hold on. She is the vessel. If you pull up to Saudi Arabia and spread this
they'll
message
kill
that
her.
Muhammad was a black man, you will have a problem.
I've been to
listen.
Saudi
I didn't
Arabia.
say he was. I said he had African lineage because
You
he
said,
comes from the lineage of Abraham. Ishmael was his Ishmael, Abraham. You understand? He came from the lineage of Ishmael. African.
What have I told you? Abraham never existed.
I don't believe you. Facts, bruh. Did you watch Go Black to Africa's video on with the
oh
sheep?
God.
Did you watch
Abraham,
it? The
Abraham never
lineage is
existed.
there for thousands of years. See, that's what I'm saying. I love when people put out facts because what he
Okay,
did, that video is fact.
So because,
this,
wait,
okay,
Fact.
so
Dynast,
hold
It's a
on,
fact
hold
because
on.
this is
please.
what I've known my
Hold on,
whole life,
hold on, man, hold on. This
people
is what I
just
want you
now
to do.
catching up to what
No,
we
hold on.
know.
This is what I want you to do. This is what I want you to do. So allegedly in Mecca, correct me if I'm wrong. I know a little bit. Abraham, his body's supposed to be in the Kaaba, right?
Say it one more time.
Is it called the Kaaba in Mecca that you guys?
Yes.
Now Abraham's body's supposed to be in there, correct? Am I right or wrong?
Yes.
Until
It's a
you
lie.
guys,
There's nothing in
okay,
there.
hold on, Brandon, hold on. Like they do with
Well,
the
let me
mummies
double
in
check. I don't
Egypt.
want to say anything untrue. Let me double check. And you need to stop paying
How
after
you don't
me.
know that? How
Be
you don't know
quiet.
that? We got
Be
double check.
quiet.
How you don't know that? You
Be
be a
quiet.
Muslim.
Because I'm not. Listen, I'm
How
not a
you don't know
scholar.
that? You be a Muslim.
I'm not a
See, now I
scholar,
know
bro.
why
I'm not.
Brandon be yelling.
Okay.
Now I
Okay.
know
I
why
apologize.
Brandon be yelling. I know why Brandon be yelling.
Brandon
Now
yells
I
a
know.
lot, and people, I can get on Brandon's level. He ain't the only one who can yell. Now he ain't the only one allowed to yell, but he be on here yelling and can't nobody else
Listen,
yell.
is
Dinah, she
Abraham?
just said Abraham's body was in the Kaaba. That's not even true. Inside the Kaaba is the Kaaba stone, which is a meteorite. They said some meteorite that came from the sky. They in there worshiping a rock. Dinah, that's what you do when you a fool.
Nobody's
You
worshiping a
just go
rock.
ahead and do whatever they tell you to
Nobody's
do.
worshiping a rock. You don't know anything
Yes, you
about
are.
Islam,
Why?
so just stop.
Okay,
So
why
where's
you go
Abraham's
to the
body?
And I
level?
Hold
just
on.
said
I thought
we can.
Abraham's body was supposed to be in there. Where's
Let
Abraham's
me just
body?
let me stop you there. I don't want to say anything I don't like to. I'm a factual person, so I'm not about to. I apologize for saying yes, but that can be found out. It's not a big deal. Calm down. Calm down,
Okay.
Pan African. Strike back. Calm down.
No, I'm from Long Beach. I don't know how to calm down. The whole
Well,
thing
yeah,
I'm telling you is,
calm down. And I'm from Oklahoma
listen,
City, so it don't matter. You can calm
listen.
down.
Abraham never existed.
He
He
never
was just
existed.
a listen, Dinus.
Okay.
There's one thing. Listen, there's
He
one thing
existed.
with
He
all these
existed.
religions.
Go Black to Africa's
Just
video.
let me,
The lineage of
ma'am,
all those, the
ma'am,
lineage is there for thousands of years. Just because
ma'am,
you don't know it, I mean, I'm
ma'am,
sorry you don't know it. You can learn it.
ma'am, ma'am. Let me tell you something. I've been all around the Middle East. I've talked to
Good.
I've talked to many sheiks. I got pictures of me meeting with sheiks. Their sons. I even met bin Zayed Khalifa, who just died, the Sheikh of the UAE, the guy who built all of the UAE.
So
And so the same dudes you talking about are, they know that these dudes are having sex with other men. They're
right,
gay.
right. That has nothing to do with Islam, though. It has nothing to do with
Oh, yes,
Islam.
it does. Yes, it
No, it
does.
doesn't. No, it doesn't. What is it?
Sir.
What is homosexuality has something to do with Islam?
Yes,
Bruh,
it
please.
does. Yes, it
Oh,
does. Because these same people who you are talking about, because this guy said it,
what?
he knows the history. Look, the Bible say that a good tree cannot produce bad fruit.
Wait a
That's what
minute.
it say.
Why are you talking
That's
about
what
the
it say.
Bible? You don't even believe in Abraham. So just please be
Listen,
quiet.
okay, but I'm going down to your level. I'm gonna
No,
submit
no,
my
no, no, no,
mind to
no, no.
you.
Stay on your level.
Dinus, can
Don't
I make
quote the
my point?
Bible.
Dinus,
Don't
can I
quote
make
the
my point?
Quran. Don't
Dinus,
say
can I
nothing
make
because
my
you don't
point?
believe in it. You
Dinus,
can't
can I
talk
make my
about it
point?
because you don't know what you're talking
Dinus,
about.
please let me make my point.
I'm a,
Go ahead, Brandon. Go ahead, Brandon.
The Bible say a good tree cannot produce bad fruit. Like I told you at the beginning of our conversation, you are caught up on personalities, charisma, and visuals. So when Go Black met with that sheik, soon as you heard that he was a sheik, you immediately set your mind
no,
to
because I
believe.
saw him on the internet before.
Let
He's
me,
been on
the
YouTube
host
a
is
long
letting me make my
years
point, then
ago.
you can talk.
That same sheik was in another
The
video
host,
breaking down the lineage like years ago. That same sheik was in a video years
the
ago.
host,
So
listen,
stop.
the host is letting me, listen, the host is letting me make my point, then you can talk. That's what a lot of our people do.
You're getting flustered. I like that.
Yes, okay. Soon as there's a certain set of pleasing circumstances, we shut off our rational thinking ability and we just set our mind to believe. You are more caught up on the guy being a sheik than if the guy is actually credible. This guy's stuff he said hasn't been peer reviewed. You haven't.
Peer
You
review
don't
by
know.
who? Who are
I'm
you
not
worried about
done.
peer
I'm
reviewing? And
not
see,
done.
you talked
I'm
out
not
the side of your
done.
mouth because you're sitting there saying peer
I'm
review.
not
Who's doing the peer
done.
reviewing? Why does what the brothers say have to be peer reviewed?
I'm not
What white
done.
supremacist is going to peer review what he said when they don't even
Why
want the
does it
truth
have to
coming
be a
out?
white
Because
supremacist?
why does it have to be peer reviewed?
There are
Why
listen,
are
man.
you saying these things?
There are sheiks.
Sound like CNN, and I
Listen.
don't like
Oh
that.
God, Dinus. I thought I was gonna be able to make a point. She getting emotional. Listen. Go to Middle East. Talk to the sheiks. Talk to their kids. Even most of their kids don't even believe that shit. They like, man, that stuff is fake. That's
That's
just like
because they're lost.
Hold on. Hold on. I gotta ask a question. So his name, okay. So in the Quran, his name wasn't Noah. It was what? Fashinism was it? I mean, what was Noah's name
Noah
in the
is
Quran?
new. Noor.
No, it was Uf. Hold on. I'm gonna
No,
pull
no,
it
no,
up.
no, no. Noah is Noor.
Hold on.
Ibrahim is
That's
Ibrahim.
not Noah's name in the Quran. Hold on, I'll pull it up. Hold on. I know a little bit. I know
she
his
ain't
name.
never read the Quran,
Okay, it
Dinus.
was
That's a
Nub. It
damn
was Nub.
shame.
I thought his name was like, okay, also known as Nub, but I thought his name was like Ufashinism or something
Thank
like that.
you. How
Somebody
you
help me
gonna
out.
tell me a Pan African? I ain't. You know the month of Ramadan just passed. Please be quiet, bruh. Muslims read the Quran, the whole Quran, which you have never done every Ramadan. So please stop.
You didn't even know the name of Noah in the
I just
Quran.
told you the name. He corrected it, bruh. Stop
No,
looking
I
at it
think, but
yourself.
he had hold on, Noah's name in the Quran. Hold on, it was something different. It was.
Right, but I know what I'm talking about. So I know he didn't know, but I'm telling you, and you can Google it, bruh. You want to look for it, Google it. But when you talk about Islam,
No.
you don't
Okay,
know what you're talking about.
Do you believe in the story of Noah?
Yeah, of course. I believe in the story of not from the Bible
Oh my
standpoint,
God!
from the
So you
Quranic standpoint. The Quranic standpoint. The Quranic standpoint. Yes, man.
In the
Yes,
Quran,
yes.
in
I
the
believe
Quran,
in Adam and Eve, Adam and Hawa. If every prophet that came through that was all in Africa. Yes, I believe in all of it.
She ain't even told us the name of
So let me
Noah
ask a
yet.
question. So
I
you
just
believe?
told you the name of Noah. What are you talking about? I just told you
That's
that.
fine. That's fine. But so you believe there was an ark and all the animals went
Okay,
in the
wait a
ark?
second. Hold up.
Is
Tell
that the
that
Quran?
brother again since you want to keep talking about it and say Noah. Can you please tell him
Okay,
that's fine?
we moved on. We moved on
Because I
from
was
that.
confirming what I said was
Okay,
right,
you move
correct?
off that. Okay,
Thank
we
His
you.
moved on
name
from
is Nah.
that. Okay, he said that. She said that. Okay. We
Thank
moved on from
you.
that. We moved on. Okay. So do you believe that like there was an ark and all the animals and all that went
Of
into the
course.
ark and there was a
Yes.
flood?
Yes.
So you believe in that. So you believe in
Yes.
that.
Yes.
So you believe in one ark.
I
There was
believe what
like
the Quran says. So
okay. So
let me
you
just
so,
let me just go to
so
the Quran. I can quote the Quran. How about that? Because
The
I'm not
Bible said it first.
right. And the Quran says it was confirmed. The Quran was sent to confirm what was sent before. But we only believe it if it's in the Quran. So the
And
Bible has
the
the
Bible
Bible
says
has
that a
been
good tree,
changed. The Bible has been changed.
and
Right?
the
You
Quran
know
too.
that, right?
And the
You
Bible
know that,
says that
right?
a good
Nope.
tree
The Quran
cannot
has
bear
never been
bad
changed.
fruit.
The Quran has never been changed.
Yes, it
Sorry.
has. Yes, it
No,
has.
I'm
How do you
sorry.
know? How
I'm
do you
sorry
know?
to disappoint. I'm sorry
How
to
do you know?
disappoint you. I'm sorry, bruh.
Ma'am, can you tell me how you know the Quran hasn't been changed?
Let's go. Let's go look. Let's go look up something really quickly.
Because the Quran says it's never been changed. Bible say the same thing.
No, no, it don't. No, it
Okay.
doesn't.
Okay.
Everybody knows there's so many books that is missing. We all know that the lost books of Barnabas. I mean, so many the Dead Sea Scrolls. We know the Bible's been changed. The Counts of Nicaea, bruh. Stop, please, just stop. When it comes
Man,
to
listen,
religion,
listen.
you are
You
not learning.
arguing
You
against
don't
facts
know.
with
And you brought
beliefs.
up a really weird point that I want to say. You brought up a weird point. I'm glad that I'm able to yell over you because what you're saying is BS. But let me just say the facts. You sit up there and said that just because you know some sheiks, oh my gosh, you know some sheiks, that you know some Muslims. So if they're sheiks, they're obviously Muslim, and their kids don't believe in that because they believe it's BS. So you mean to tell me submitting to the will of God, doing right by your fellow man is BS? Not using drugs, not committing fornication,
You're not
not
whoa,
having,
submitting
whoa,
to
hold
the
on, hold
will
on.
of
not
Hey,
God.
having
hey, hey,
children
whoa,
out of
whoa, 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 whoa,
wedlock,
whoa, hold on. Let me
not
interject. Let me
having
interject.
children out of
Hold on.
wedlock. That's
Let me interject
BS.
real quick. Hold on. Let me interject. Let me interject. Now listen. That not doing drug part. These Philly Muslims will make salat, then get up, go sell dope, and kill somebody. These
And guess
Philly
what?
Muslims,
A lot of
and in Nigeria,
and black
and these
Muslims over
Quran
here
too.
has taught a lot of Muslims around the world about how they should actually be living. That's why we so revolutionary, because we really showed a lot of people over here about how we should be actually living and practicing Islam. I don't care what person's not doing what they supposed to do. That has nothing to do with what Islam, because they're not practicing. You want to blame it on Muslims? Because they're not
Dinus,
practicing, because they're not on their deen. You want to blame all of
Di-
Islam and say this person's not doing what they're supposed to do,
Di-
so that means Islam is BS. Bruh, stop.
yes, Dinus.
Well,
The
sorry,
Bible say,
it don't work like
damn
that.
lady, you gonna
It
let
don't
somebody
work
else
like
talk?
that. It don't
You gonna
work
let
like
somebody else
that.
talk?
No,
You gonna
because
let
when it
somebody
comes
else
to
talk?
Islam, I don't like people lying. It's too many.
No, ain't nobody
You
lying
guys are
on
white
Islam. You
supremacists.
just don't want to
Why don't you
accept
go
it.
work for Fox or
You
CNN and
don't
just sit
want
on
to
that right there?
listen.
Because what you're
You
doing is
don't
spread.
want.
I know you know some black Muslims out there. I know somebody gonna confront you
Dinus,
about
can
the
I
stuff
make
you're
my
saying.
point?
Because
Hey,
what you're
she
saying is
your woman.
BS.
She can out talk everybody.
What you're saying is just straight lies.
Hey, she
You
Hold
wouldn't
can't
be
on,
like
hold on.
judge
this up in
a
that.
All
She
right,
religion
wouldn't
here
be
we
like
go.
this
Here we
up
go.
in that
Hold on, hold
off
temple.
of
on, hold
people
on,
who
hold on.
did
Y'all,
wrong.
listen, we've been on for 4 hours. We've been on for 4 hours. So this is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna let Brandon talk for 2 minutes, and then you could talk, and then we're done because I got to. It's time for me to eat. So, all right, Brandon,
Dinus.
go ahead.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Dinus. This is the whole thing I'm talking about. Once you peel back the layers on the onion, you see that it's just an empty husk. These people come in with all this, we're Pan Africans, we love everybody. You poke them a little bit, all the xenophobia, the religious indoctrination, the real divisive parts start to come out. You can't argue facts with I believe. These are beliefs being moonlighting as these are beliefs moonlighting as facts. None of this stuff is provable. We all know that. You're talking to an educated audience. This different stuff about Islam and Muslim, whatever. This stuff, time and time, has been proven to be riddled with hypocrisy.
By
Right?
who?
This is what
How is
you're
it
not supposed to be
proven?
interrupting. You're not supposed to
How
be
is it
interrupting.
proven? How is it proven? Where do you get
Listen,
this
hold
stuff,
on. You gotta
information
let us
from?
finish. Hold on. You
I'm
gonna have the
sorry.
last
Go
word,
ahead.
brother.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Right. And this is what I'm telling you, Dinus. You could tell that they are susceptible to lies and deception because they lack self control and self discipline. No one can truly learn anything that's true if they lack discipline. So when you get emotional with me, when I say something negative about the religion, I know that when you sitting up in that church, that mosque, you in there letting your emotion override your brain and you sucking in all types of stuff that's not factual or consistent, right? I know because I used to be like that when I was a Christian. I would let my emotion override my common sense, and then I would just start believing that stuff. But then when I became a man and I said, no, I need evidence of stuff, not just belief. Guess what? Everything changed. It's not what you can believe, it's what you can prove. There's no factual evidence of any of this stuff you're talking about, just like there's no factual evidence of anything in the Bible. It's just one man's opinion moonlighting as the word of the Most High. And as long as we try to make our people change along those lines, there's never going to be progress. Because if that was the case, the people who started these religions would have some form of utopia and peace and harmony, and they don't. All they're doing is fighting. So the only thing that this stuff that this lady is talking to can possibly lead to is the same thing it led to for the people who invented it: constant fighting, bickering, and 2,000 years of civil war against our own kind. That is why I tell our people, stay away from this shit. This will make our situation way worse, because this made the situation worse for the people who invented the stuff. So how you gonna get a better result than the person who invented it? Don't believe it, man. Just go on and get you some money, get something in your pocket, do for your family, go buy, build in Africa if you want to, and just leave the religion out of it. Everyone can believe what they want, but at the end of the day, separation of church and state.
Okay, so that's cool. But what I want to say is that, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm not the Muslims are very level-headed. I'm not the best example of level-headedness, because I tell you right now, I can pop off when people are lying, because I just don't like lies. So that's my thing. So I get, I have a, how I am personally, you know what I'm saying? My story is very unique. Everybody has their own unique story. So don't take me, anybody out there, take me, it's like, oh, this is how Muslims are. There is so many Muslims in the world, and especially here in the United States and just around the world, period. I know that you're not going to sit there and listen to me and say she's the poster for Muslims. What I want to do is invite everybody to Islam. You can do what you want to do. A Muslim is one who submits to the will of the Creator. So Islam means way of life. When we say Assalamu alaikum, that means may God's peace and blessings be upon you. How could anybody say that's a cult? We're saying from the highest, may God's peace and blessings be upon you. So that's what I want to say is, don't take me as an example for someone, unless you, if it's a negative, I say astaghfirullah. I am definitely pro-black to the bone, and I'm glad that I'm in a religion that allows me to be and says that oppression and slavery is a sin. I'm glad that I'm in a way of life that recognizes that's constantly proving what science thought they knew, and constantly proving more and more and more, and science is just finding out. I'm glad that I'm in a religion that respects women, that I'm super beautiful, and so are my sisters, my mother, and so many women, so many Muslim women. We walk with
We'll be the
respect.
judge of
I
that.
walk through the streets with respect. I get respect everywhere I go, because I'm not out here dressed like I ain't got no sense. I'm glad I have a handsome husband and beautiful children. I'm glad I'm in a religion that respects Black people and tells people that racism is a sin. So what you can do, I'm going to invite everyone to Islam. You can go read the Quran for yourself. Don't listen to somebody who doesn't know anything about Islam and say that's what it is. Go in. Islam calls you to investigate, to read. It says read with the name of your Lord. You need to read, be learned, to learn. That's why we know about other religions, because Islam calls you to learn and read for yourself. We're not in the dark like Christians. I know my dad was a Christian. My husband grew up a Christian. All they got was white supremacy. Sorry, I'm glad I wasn't in a religion
Y'all
like
getting
that.
Arab
So
supremacy.
if I grew up a Christian, I would have the view of a Pan-Africanism, say our religion. But I grew up in a beautiful religion.
Muslims own the Most
Oh
High.
my God!
You
All
in
right,
Muslim.
I'm sorry,
okay, all right. We
you did,
gotta
bro.
go. We
I'm
gotta go. That's
sorry.
a whole nother. That's a whole nother show. But hey,
Dynasty.
everyone.
Learn for
She
yourself.
can come
Don't
to
learn
my
about
channel.
Islam. Don't listen to somebody who doesn't know.
Okay.
Assalamu alaikum.
Muslims
Black
are the
power.
most slaves.
Black power.
Muslims got the most
Yeah.
slaves right now,
Assalamu
Dynasty.
alaikum. Wa alaikum assalam. Peace, brother.
Assalam.
I'll be
Okay. All
back
right.
in the
Peace.
next
Peace.
chat.
The
I'll be back.
religion of the
I sure
peace.
will be back, because we got it popping over here. I'm glad that I have intellect, and I'm
She
not
about to
told
go
to
pull a
just believe
drive-by.
like a Christian. You was told
All
to believe. I was
right.
told to read. That's the difference between Islam and Christianity.
Islam
okay,
makes
girl, okay,
men.
okay. All right, we gotta
Make
go.
men.
Everyone, thank
The
you
most
for joining.
masculine men are Muslim. How about that?
Okay, all right, for sure. All right, peace. All right, y'all, we out. Peace.